declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders, past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from the Local Government Association South Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. My name is Mayor Moira Weir. I am a Director of the Local Government Association of South Australia and the Mayor of the City of Onkaparinga.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Lamb and I'm Director of Advocacy at LGA South Australia.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearings, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide, and it's great to have the hearing here in my home state.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
And do we have anyone joining us on teleconference, members? No. Okay, great. All right, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Well, good morning and thank you. And Nina Mani, welcome to South Australia and to Ghana country and here to beautiful Kingston Room, part of our old Parliament House, which is a lot of conversations have been here in the past, including local government conversations. And so it's my pleasure to appear on behalf of the Local Government Association. We represent 68 councils, so all councils in South Australia are members of the Local Government Association of South Australia. This inquiry is important to us because we are really conscious of the financial pressures that are happening at the same time as responsibilities also expanding and impacting on local councils. We know that the original purpose of federal grants to local councils, so we will talk a little bit about that. And we have a very strong principle of equity, making sure that everything's fair regardless of how big or how small you are, and how we might be able to support that, particularly for our regional councils. Small regional councils will never have the same base rates of the larger city councils. So the council that I'm a mayor of has 10% of South Australia in it, so 1 in 10 South Australians live there, and where some of our small councils have a tiny fraction of that number, but are still expected to do sometimes more even than we would be required to do in the metropolitan area. So only through federal grants are local communities really able to afford safe, reliable local roads, things like street lighting, access to libraries, all the things we love for sports and arts, and the community halls and meeting rooms. And of course some more national interest programs too, like local immunisation and making sure we're building a healthy community everywhere. I first want to begin by acknowledging the federal government's support for supplementary local road funding for South Australia, which was confirmed in the May federal budget. It's a unique annual funding top-up designed to recognise South Australia's long-standing disadvantage, unfortunately, in road funding. And for the first time, the federal government's made this funding for us here in South Australia ongoing, and that's shifting that short-term 2 or 3 funding cycles, and it's very, very much appreciated. The funding is also indexed for the first time, which we also want to acknowledge and thank you for. This decision provides South Australian councils, and particularly our regional councils, responsible for incredibly extensive road networks, with greater certainty to plan long-term maintenance and renewal. For example, we've got York Peninsula Council, Mid-Murray and Wakefield Regional Council, so just 3 small regional councils collectively managing over 10,000 kilometres, in fact almost 14% of the state's road network. We do have some photos of different people doing things, so we want to remind you that these are real. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. And without that supplementary local road funding, South Australia is significantly disadvantaged in both per kilometre and per person funding. And we've come at a distant last to many other jurisdictions. Even with the supplementary local road funding allocation, South Australia continues to lag behind in per kilometre funding. An example of systemic financial disadvantage for funding of South Australian councils to manage and maintain over 3/4 of the road network in our state was first made visible to the federal government through the Hawker Report back in about 2003. So it's been a long-standing, this is not a news item, it's something that has been consistently advocated for by our state and by the Local Government Association. In that period, the Government of the day accepted the report and acknowledged South Australia as a disadvantage in the interstate distribution of the identified roads component of the federal assistance grants. It's been 23 years, however, since that was formally recognised, and things haven't, not everything else has stayed the same in the last 23 years. So addressing the underlying causes of this disadvantage is a complex and multifaceted undertaking, and it won't be resolved overnight, and the immediate task of road management and maintenance remain, they're still there in the interim period. So the scale and challenge shouldn't deter us from pursuing meaningful reform, and that's something we really want to encourage you to consider, meaningful, lasting, sustainable reform. And so when we think about financial sustainability, we've done quite a lot of work internally in South Australia. You may well be familiar with the Essential Services Commission, which is an instrument of the state government, that found 35% of South Australians, mostly regional and remote, but not exclusively, are potentially financially unsustainable. It's been a very useful instrument, although very controversial at times, and it has continued to add value to other examples of where there's been this lack of sustainability. So 73% of our council CEOs, they did their own public sector risk report, and that showed again the great concern for local government in this state. Financial assistance grants, this is no new item to you, have fallen from 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue in 1996 to about 0.5% today. And we know that councils across the state have faced steep increases with cost materials, labour and plant. And for example, one of our members advised us to resurface 1 kilometre, just 1 kilometre of a road back in 2018 was $257,000. Now, here we go, in 2025 it's costing $526,000. Exactly the same treatment, exactly the same road, exactly the same community. So the Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics has shown that over a 12-year construction and maintenance costs have increased 56%, while CPI, if you do that as an aggregation, has increased by 38%. So those gaps are continuing to get wider and wider. Road and bridge infrastructure assets make up about 43% of the total asset base across our nation. And we can think about it as cost shifting from different levels of government to us here in South Australia in our councils, and an independent report estimated that cost shift onto South Australian councils was $253.9 million, or an average of $3.7 million per council. So you can imagine in a really small regional council that is a huge contribution and a huge shift to have to fill the gap. Our councils face growing asset renewal gap, increasing maintenance costs and significant pressures to renew ageing infrastructure. People love to go to our country regions, but they have to get there on safe roads. addressing increased community expectations for services, and then this might mean expanding a footpath to a shared use path or turning a community swimming pool into a full recreation centre. More frequent and costly climate-related disasters are increasing repair costs and financial risk. We all know that the once in 5 years or 50 years or 100-year flood is now something that's happening on a much more regular basis, and many of our regions are really struggling with those. Regional and remote councils are trying to also have the extra challenge of attracting and retaining skilled staff. I know in our council, we're a big council, we do lend a lot of our facilities and different staff from time to time to our regions to help fill the gap. And at the LGA, we do have a really serious program of making sure we can support that, but it still doesn't complete everything. There's too much reliance on the short-term tied and competitive grants creating problems. Grants can require significant application, co-contribution and reporting requirements that just may not help. Funding is often tied to a particular project rather than the priorities that have actually been identified by the local community. So a national perspective may not be reflected at the local level. Councils can be left with ongoing operating maintenance and renewal costs after a grant-funded project is completed. Tied grants can deliver valuable projects, but they don't provide councils with the flexibility and that they need to really respond to the local priority or the ongoing operational cost well after that date. South Australian councils therefore have a greater reliance on revenue. So between 2002 and 2003 and 2024-25, South Australia's share of the general purpose grants actually declined by 0.78%. Now that compares with Queensland, for example, which had an increase of 1.75% over the same period. So those inequities at the national level are being reflected in real time in our communities on the ground in our regions in South Australia. In 24-25, 60% of revenue raised by councils was raised through rates, and that just shows how reliant we are on rates as our form of taxation to support the work that local councils have to do. In fact, most of our councils have been really worked very hard to try and keep within the CPI levels and within the local government price index, but there are pressures on budgets and prices are just outstripping those costs. We've got a regional council, for instance, like Kingston in the southeast, which struggles with investment and for coastal management. So they've got lots of changing climate. I think we did have a Kingston photo, something. Well, we do have a jetty photo, and they know that they really want to do something about repairing the jetty and protecting its coastline. We see from disasters that any reforms in simplifying recovery funding provide funding certainty, and it helps to reduce red tape and enable betterment without shifting the burden to local government, and this is when the community needs that support most. So councils are also being expected to reply. Long gone are the days of roads and rubbish. People are wanting to ask us to manage housing pressures, climate adaptation, disaster recovery, resilience, all the community wellbeing activities, infrastructure demands, and not the least population growth. So when we have national policies, we're having to respond to that at the local level, and we see that most vividly at the moment with the housing as a really good example. Councils have an important role which we want to be fully involved in supporting housing growth, but new homes can't be built without the essential infrastructure around them: roads, drainage, water, parks, all the community facilities. And this requires external funding. And even though we had $2 billion allocated in the most recent federal budget, it's still not enough. The independent research by SGS Economics and Planning that we were part of helped us realise that with greater local government funding, we could actually be unlocking about $7 billion in additional national GDP. So a little will go a long way. And it's not just about giving us money, it's about investing in infrastructure. It's actually about the investment for long-term communities, long-term economies that will actually underpin our entire nation's prosperity. So what we think needs to change is that councils need to be involved in and being supported to manage the delivering the services that communities needs and wants, and this means that fewer safe roads and footpaths, sporting facilities, and places where people can meet if that happens, that will decline the livability in our suburbs. The LGA welcomes the federal government's commitment to the Federation Compact and supports increased federal financial assistance grants over time. It's our sector's position, and this has been something that has come with considerable debate and deep consideration by all the councils. It is a shared position of everyone who is a member of the Local Government Association. So it's sector-wide. Everybody in local government in South Australia wants you to know that federal financial assistance grants should be restored to 1% of the Commonwealth taxation revenue. The financial assistance grants indexation should be reviewed because council costs do not always move in line with CPI, and we've seen this recently, like with fuel and diesel. Government should ensure when responsibilities are transferred to councils that the funding follows. The reliance on short-term tied grants should be reduced in favour of sustainable untied funding, and we agree that the distribution formula can be reviewed. So we often talk about that we don't want the pie to be distributed in different ways, but we need to grow the pie. So that's the considered position of everyone in local government. Councils need sustainable, predictable and adequate funding to deliver for their communities. It's not time to let this keep kicking down the road. Now's the time that we really want to encourage you to be bold and look at ways where reform can take place that will be lasting and have really deep roots for our communities, not just for today, but for generations to come and for our whole nation.
Thank you very much. I might just ask the first question around, I know you mentioned in your submission and your opening statement about cost shifting of approximately $254 million across South Australian councils. Can you tell us more about what are the major or the largest contributors to that figure, and what sort of accountability mechanism would prevent future sort of unfunded mandates or cost shifting?
Yeah, I might make a little start and then I'll hand over to Andrew with the technical detail. Sure. I think that what often happens is that the experience of councils, they will say yes to something rather than treat it as a cost shifting, that because their community is demanding it. So there is something in the psyche that happens first. The practical fundamentals that start to happen is an erosion of a commitment that they might have made locally, but they're trying to adjust in some way. So, Andrew, would you mind just talking about some of those really specific examples?
A good example is and a costly example is the litter and local nuisance, which used to be handled by a state government agency, the Environmental Protection Agency, and 10-15 years ago legislation was introduced which handed responsibility for investigating, for enforcing that legislation to councils, and no mechanism was provided to councils to fund that. So it's essentially previously a state government responsibility, which is now a local government responsibility, and over the years that legislation has been expanded. So legislation went through last year, for example, which included light nuisance and noise nuisance and shopping trolleys. So councils are increasingly handed a range of extra tasks, and the community come to the council and expect the council to provide resources. I'll also mention, included in the cost of cost shifting, we included where state government legislation requires councils to give a discount on the rates they can collect. And a particular example is the rates for electricity generators. When this was introduced in 1999, the legislation, the state government at the time was privatising its electricity assets, and in order to increase the sale price for its electricity assets, they said if you buy assets for generating electricity, you will get discount council rates. And so they're essentially giving away local government money in order to increase their sale price. 25 years later, there's a lot more electricity generation in land going on in South Australia, and councils are losing millions of dollars. The Wattle Range Council, for example, Chair, said that if they were able to charge fair rates to electricity generators, just the same sort of rates as any other commercial operator might be levied, if they're able to charge land use for electricity generation fair rates, they'd be able to reduce the rates for every other ratepayer by 5%. So universities in the CBD is another example. There's a discount given for land which used to be owned by the South Australian Housing Trust and is now occupied by community housing providers. The list goes on. There's a range of state government policies which are advanced by either requiring councils to do more work or foregoing revenue.
And so what sort of things would avoid that? Or more cost shifting? Yeah.
Well, it's also giving us the ability for, if we take the universities for example, if we could rate them. In the same with the electricity and the generation there.
Absolutely. In addition, Chair, if there was a new proposal for cost shifting, there should be, first of all, an examination of the impact on local government, and we would say that that should apply to all the existing cases of cost shifting. And then if it was the case that a council would take on a new responsibility, that be done with the consent of the councils involved, and that councils have a mechanism for that to be funded, rather than having to fund it from general rates revenue.
Yeah. Or some have try and look for some other commercialisation approach to it, which may not be available to them for whatever reason. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good. Yeah.
So I just wanted to get clarification. So the $254 million is an approximation of total cost shifting arrangements, or is it purely in relation to the fair rate exemption component you're talking about just now?
Chair, through you, the survey was done. We asked all councils in South Australia to provide information. To answer your question, it does include all the examples of cost shifting. We made a conscious decision that there are some areas like dog management where people would expect councils to be providing that service, and we thought that if we included that cost of new state legislation in the figure that we came up with, that would be unfair. So essentially, Chair, we used a definition by IPART in New South Wales of what is cost shifting, and our figure is based on that, with a couple of figures excluded because we didn't think that would, I suppose, pass a water cooler test.
Thanks.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. I just want to go to the beginning of your statement. You talked about a very key principle for your organisation is equity. Yes. Am I? Yep. So, do you support full equalisation between councils, and do you think it's being applied currently?
Well, I think equalisation has an implication of often equality. And for me, equity, and for the LGA, is we want to make sure that everyone gets the things that they need most in their area. So when I think about equity, it's like equality is everyone having a pair of shoes. Equity is everyone making sure that they've got the shoes that fit them for the purpose that they're doing it. So do you want to talk a bit about the equalisation conversation?
Yes, we initiated research by SGS, Research and Economics, which I think was part of our submission, and Chair, through you, if the Inquiry Secretary hasn't got that, we can provide it. But it essentially said that the principle of fiscal equalisation runs counter to the requirement for a minimum for councils, and pointed out that for a larger council, the amount of money involved is I don't think the word was negligible, but I'll use it for purposes of today, whereas for a small regional council, that money is substantial and can make a difference. It's not the position of LGA SA that there be a redistribution to take money away from bigger metropolitan councils and redistribute that to regional councils, it is our position that the pie, as Mayor Weir said, the pie grow so that there's sufficient funds for all the councils, particularly the regional councils.
Yeah, there's no, the LGA's position is exactly that, as Andrew has said. We're not opposed to having a look at that redistribution at some point, but it needs to grow first. It is not, we don't want people to be in competition with each other, and that's the value of untied funding as well. That pie has to grow. It's just not enough for what we've currently.
Doesn't the pie, I just want to look at the untied, doesn't it just embed inequity? Because you just can increase the pie. Councils, and we've had councils appear before us who FAGs make up 1% of their total revenue, and others it's 25, 30%. Aren't you just, I mean, it's fine to say grow the pie, but you're just embedding an inequity, and all of the other issues that you raise are embedded in that inequity. It's in both the Federal Act and in the way the state grants commissions allocate the funding. So I'm just trying to get to the point. You know, I appreciate from a representative body you don't want to upset your members, but if you genuinely want to address equity issues, at some point someone's going to have to say the whole thing has to be looked at, not just grow the pie.
So just a couple of comments that Andrew might want to chip in. I think you can be confident that all of our members share this view, the big ones and the small ones. I think that's the first really important piece to understand, that South Australia, the local government sector in South Australia, has a shared view about growing the pie. They recognise that there are some issues in that distribution, and there's a range of views about that, but the neglect for so many years is now's not the time to have that conversation. We are ready for it when the pie is a bit bigger. Do you want to add a bit more?
Only to say, Mayor Weir, that if the pie did grow, the federal government could decide how to prioritise that extra money. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. I don't want to go beyond the bounds of our members. They really feel quite strongly and rightly so that this has been generational neglect for South Australia, and so to pretend that that's not there and that we just have to somehow, you know, boost ourselves up and reorganise ourselves, that still doesn't deal with the underlying you know, inequity that currently exists within that distribution.
And I appreciate the point you're making, but why can't the Commonwealth walk and chew gum at the same time? If we're going to make, you know, if the pie's going to grow, and we've heard a lot of evidence, I mean, the bulk of the evidence is that there are distribution problems with the formula, particularly to a lot of the councils. I'm sure we'll hear it from councils today. So I'm really struggling to understand how, if your principle is equity, but you only support growing the pie, how that actually addresses what I think is the heart of the matter for South Australian councils.
So we're saying that's a two-step process, so the pie first, then we can get into the distribution. But if we go to distribution first, we're actually continuing to decrease the potential for fairness across the whole state. So that's our current position.
The fairness is in the question, it's equity. You've talked about equity.
I think we are. I understand.
Yeah.
So we're talking about principles,
Thanks,
but the first thing is to make sure that we've got a fair starting point, and we're not there yet as South Australia. So it's the equity in the national context, and then we're more than happy to start talking about those distributions.
Thank you. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. I just wanted to probably just add on a little bit to where the Deputy Chair was going there. So you mentioned there's 68 councils across South Australia, 43% of which are unsustainable, and I think it was in the high 80s or 90s as a proportion to remote and regional South Australia versus metropolitan. Two parts to the question, I guess. First of all, the remote regional areas, for how long have they been in the unsustainable basket? And then the second part of the question would be, if we don't pursue some sort of more equitable distribution, don't we damn these remote regional councils to an eternity of never being able to lift themselves out of the unsustainable category? So, yeah, start there and we can maybe add on that in a bit.
No, that's a good questions. So the regional councils, so ESCOSA, which has been a state instrument, has been the external determinant of that concept of what's sustainable and what's not sustainable. And that has served some councils quite well in helping them rethink how they might want to do things. It hasn't gone, it's not a prescription about what you need to do, it's an assessment process.
But, sorry, I'll just redirect you back to the part of the question that I think really matters here. For how long have we had councils in remote regional areas that have not been in the sustainable category? Because I think we need to sort of understand where the baseline is for how sustainability looks across the whole of South Australia.
Yeah, so sustainability for some of those councils has been generational,
right.
But it's shifting. So as populations change, as rate base change, as innovation changes, some councils are doing incredibly creative, innovative activities around renewables and generating income. And then there's other councils who are spending funds on supporting a GP for their service and housing them, which is not necessarily their role. So those are the things that those communities are making decisions on. Do you want to add something?
The ESCOSA, as Mayor Weir said, the ESCOSA scheme has been running for 4 years and they've reviewed each council once. So we have good evidence, but it's only quite recent. There is evidence to show that since the federal government support has declined from 1% a decade or two ago to the current 0.5%, that's had a really big impact, particularly combined with the significant increase in costs of running councils, things like road building and so on. So historically, most councils have been sustainable and have been over a long period of time. There are very few examples of councils falling into having the state of South Australia intervene, and often that's been for external reasons. At Coober PD and I think the Stirling Council was insolvent after the Ash Wednesday bushfires, but it wasn't through inherent lack of sustainability. And the current Adelaide Hills Council should be okay. So I think it is a more recent trend that the model, which served councils well for a very long period of time of support from the federal government, even though they had a small local ratepayer base, that's proving too difficult these days because of the lack of support coming from the federal government.
So prior to the freeze of the FAG in 2014, I think it was, you're implying that all councils in South Australia would have been financially sustainable. Is that?
We don't have evidence to make that claim.
Right.
But
we have evidence that nobody fell over,
yes.
which is not the same as what something is sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there were certainly plenty of councils who were making the most of every single dollar as they continue to do so. When those dollars were less, they were definitely squeezed and having to make really significant decisions. So some communities were deciding whether they needed to, fill potholes in a road or close a swimming pool, making really tough decisions with their communities. And that was a direct result of that shift in funding from 1%.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Chair. A similar line of questioning, but obviously many local government areas in South Australia are considered unfinancial, and of the 30 that I represent, the majority are considered unfinancial. We've obviously got Coober PD in administration, Peterborough on the edge of administration, issues with other local government areas as well in the electorate of Grey. And apologies for being late, there was an accident on the Wakefield Highway, so if you've given this evidence already, my apologies, but do you give any credence to the fact that a lot of these smaller local government areas need to provide services that would otherwise be provided by the state or other departments in metropolitan. I'm talking about cash payments to keep GPs in community, childcare, community policing, these sort of elements that regional and rural councils have to provide that local governments in metropolitan Adelaide don't have to provide, or indeed larger regional hubs.
We just give an example of at Woodner. So, and we have a picture to prove it because we love Woodner, and also, I mean, they're spending considerable amount of their rate base on supporting getting a GP in the area, and but they're not alone, and that's also to be with housing. Quite a number of our regional communities are doing some creative work trying to make sure that they've got housing for you know, first responder communities, police, teachers, nurses as well. So yes, that is a feature. I would say that there's many cost shifting things that happen though, not just in the regions, for all of local government. Regions are often less able to respond to that because of their population size, maybe the skill set we talked about a little bit earlier as well, what can be brought into the regions, how they can be attracting the staff that they need to. So things become a bit more of an aggregation of the challenge than an individual piece of the challenge.
And what about rating renewable energy assets? So both during construction and post-construction. So, for example, we've got a lot of challenges with local roads between pastoralists and project components around access to that road and who repairs that road after it's been damaged, and then also ongoing rating of those assets to local government. Do you have a point of view on that?
Yeah, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we did mention that briefly, Mr Venning, before you came in, but it is a really big problem for a lot of councils and a significant amount of revenue foregone. But on the cost side, I know, for example, at the Goyder Council, there are a large amount of wind towers in that council, and there's a 100-tonne service truck which goes from site to site and in the process does enormous damage to country roads. And so you've got a situation there where the council has to pay a large amount of cost to those roads, doesn't have any ability to put a toll on the roads in country areas or so on, and isn't able to obtain a fair amount of rates from that particular industry sector. So that's an excellent example of the cost shifting which makes council sustainable. And I just say, to add to the point, that most of those companies have been earning profits, supernormal profits, for a very long time and are predicted to do so for a long time. When the electricity assets were privatised in South Australia, there were less than a dozen, and now there are wind towers and fields of solar panels all over the place, and every new parcel of land which is used for that purpose then attracts the discount. So AEMO, the national regulator, are predicting a really large increase in land use for electricity generation. So the amount of revenue foregone by councils will significantly increase, perhaps double over the next 10 years, which is an increasing threat. So I'm really pleased that you brought it up, because it's a really good example of a large threat to council sustainability, and it's only going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I think we might finish there, but thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026? Did you want us to have the photos as an exhibit?
You're welcome, and if you would like an electronic version, we're happy to send through.
I get to send the electronic.
Electronic
Okay.
version, there we go.
If they turn up in your final report, we'd be delighted.
Thank you. So you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing.
Thank you so much.
Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the City of Adelaide, the Town of Gawler and the City of Playford to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Might start here.
Mr. Chris Cowley, CEO of the Town of Gawler.
Michael Sedgman, CEO of the City of Adelaide.
Jean Lomax-Smith, Lord Mayor of Adelaide.
Sam Green, CEO, City of Playford.
Glenn Doherty, Mayor, City of Playford.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, so I take in both the Town of Gawler and the City of Playford in my electorate in the northern suburbs of Adelaide.
Good morning, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
John Benning Gray, I think most of you know the election of Gray.
Great, thank you. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. So we might start here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Just to start the conversation, I'll just premise, I guess, what we'd like to achieve from this. And that's that federal funding is indexed to CPI annually, that we return to the historical funding levels related to Commonwealth taxation and revenue. Cost shift to local government either ceases, or if it does occur, it comes with funding fixed in place. The timing of funding is consistent, and the reliance on short-term grants is reduced in favour of sustainable untied funding. Now, I'd like to give the committee an insight into what the lack of funding indexation and reduction over time means to the Town of Gawler. We've estimated that we're currently carrying about a $2 to $3 million shortfall annually. So that's just not a one-off, that's year on year on year. Now, we cover that in a number of ways, either increasing our rates or cutting services or increasing our borrowings, neither of which is particularly sustainable. We're looking for governments to think differently about what happens when they look to limit or reduce the funding streams to local government. Now, if we just take 1 year in particular and assume indexation didn't occur, that's a $200,000 problem for the Town of Gawler. And that equates to about a 0.5% rate rise for context. So if we were looking at CPI for our community, we've then got to add that 0.5% back on to overcome that shortfall. Now, the rate revenue for the Town of Gawler is around $36 million. So $2 million shortfall that I alluded to earlier, it is quite significant for us. And I just want to share with you, what would it mean if the Town of Gawler suddenly recouped that $2 million shortfall? What would it mean to us? First of all, the SCOSA rating that we have, we're currently called potentially sustainable, and the Town of Gawler has worked incredibly hard and clawed its way back to surpluses, minor surpluses. But we would go from that to immediately sustainable overnight, no questions asked. We could install 13 k's of footpath that would deal with a 10-year backlog that we could not fund or have to eke out the process to make that happen. Our 10-year plans get revised from rating our community CPI plus 1% to a maximum of CPI and the potential of rates that are lower than CPI. We fast-tracked the payment down of our debt, which has grown by virtue of extended deficits prior to our current period of surplus. We're currently trying to renew 2 major football grounds, the Williston Football Club and the Centrals Football Club, both $20 million builds. The Town of Gawler, with this additional capacity, look at funding significantly more proportion of that build than they currently can now. At the moment, we are waiting on federal or state support to make that happen. We could start to control our own destiny. We could replace our works depot. It's significantly old, it's not fit for purpose, it's not built to cope with the growth that's occurring in my workforce, to cope with the growth that's happening in my community. And the last piece is we could greater deal with the increased demands that are coming upon us due to the growth, due to dealing with the housing growth that's happening in our region. Particularly Playford ourselves are doing the heavy lifting for the state in terms of dealing with the housing crisis problem. Now, and just in summary, I would say in a world that's struggling with cost of living pressures, communities are expecting more and more of their local governments. They are the level of government closest to the people. Sustainable funded local government, it's an investment in the sustainability of our communities. And if we can get this piece right, it demonstrates a clear partnership from the federal, state and local governments that we are working together and we're not fighting each other to look out for the well-being of our community members. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. And we'll go to opening statement from the City of Adelaide.
Thank you. I'm a member of local government, and the City of Adelaide recognises the role and the similarity we have with all of our colleagues. But the issue that faces local government that we understand is one of sustainability, attracting good candidates and managing infrastructure. And when we do that, we are all doing it for the state and the Commonwealth governments, because we enact whatever policies are put in place by the other levels of government. And I keep saying we've got boots on the ground, we've got our shovels ready, and we can deliver if we're functioning well. The challenge for us is sustainability and functioning to deliver for the whole community. And my issue for capital cities like Adelaide is that we are, and I don't wish to say exceptional because we're part of local government, but we have very specific issues that are slightly different from regional, remote and even out of metropolitan councils. We have a very small rate base. We only have 29,000 residents, but we have up to 500,000 people a day coming into the city. We have 172,000 workers. We have 11 schools when we have less than 1,000 children who actually live of school age in our city. We have 5 hospitals, and we have all the major historic institutional infrastructure that has been in place since settlement. That has profound implications for our operations, because it means that because of federal and state legislation, we actually have a loss of rate income. And one of our challenges is the fact that we have around a third of our rates rebated or exempted because of the nature of the infrastructure in the city. And that puts a really extraordinary impost on the city because although we are unusual in having perhaps 40% of our budget every year provided by private activity, fees, infrastructure costs, we have off-street and on-street parking. The loss of more than $40 million a year from those rebates puts our finances under stress. So the argument I would like to put to you is that we are part of local government, but capital cities have a particular role that is somewhat different and more expensive. And the FAG grants do not in any way deal with the issues we address. The state does not own any of our roads. We own all of the roads, so we have to pay for all of that infrastructure. The financial assistance grants are weighted against a capital city, and small capital cities like Adelaide and I suspect Hobart and Perth are always disadvantaged and have a particular problem that I think the state and the Commonwealth should address. So I would particularly like to discuss the exceptionalism, if you like, of a capital city and how we're disadvantaged in many ways and asked to do much more.
Great, thank you. And now the City of Playford.
Glenn Docherty, Mayor of the City of Playford. Mr Green and I thank the committee and the opportunity for the inquiry today, and we'd also like to put on the record a very happy birthday for our local federal member for Spence, whose birthday is today.
Happy birthday.
We'll put a bit of context around the City of Playford, and both myself and Mr Green will make a short opening statement today. So for the inquiry members, Playford is in northern Adelaide, approximately 30 kilometres from the Adelaide CBD, home to around 117,000 people, covering 345 square kilometres, home to large residential areas from the post-war boom, has horticulture, farming, most of Adelaide's industry, and also new and emerging communities, along with health and defence precincts. Over the last 5 years, we've averaged approximately 10 new residents a day moving into our city. We are one of the most disadvantaged metropolitan local government areas in Australia. We have areas of affluence and pockets of poverty. In Metropolitan Adelaide Council, we have the second highest length of sealed roads in Adelaide. The Adelaide Metropolitan Council with the third highest length of unsealed road. We're the second largest council area in Metropolitan Adelaide, and the council with the second lowest population density in Metropolitan Adelaide, and we are one of the fastest growing communities anywhere in the country, and we'll be taking most of Adelaide's residential and industrial growth for the next 30 years. So as a result, our council faces the dual challenge of maintaining services and infrastructure for an existing population or city. So in context, think the city of Elizabeth and the suburbs around Elizabeth, built in the 1950s, that are coming to the end of infrastructure of its useful life, and now fast-growing communities that were once paddocks and small townships of Virginia, Anglevale and the new suburb of Riverlea. And for the context of the inquiry, that suburb alone of Riverlea will be 1.5 times the size of Mount Gambier at its completion, and Mount Gambier is the second biggest city in South Australia. So for us, there is a lot of challenges that we face for funding that new growth and also supporting the developments of new neighbourhoods, but also managing the existing services and opportunities for a community that's already existing in our council area. We face a number of challenges around managing significant stormwater management and flood mitigation, delays in transport infrastructure, the provision of public transport and services from the lack of state government investment, and obviously significant planning issues that come with having to build a new community. So for us, there's lots of things that we have to do as mandated by the Local Government Act, and things that we need to do to make our community livable and functional and try and be sustainable in a local government context. So I'll hand over to Mr Green, who's going to provide some opportunities of where we think there are some ways for continual sustainability for local government.
Thanks, Mayor Doherty. Just to add to the Mayor's comments, the Council's worked really hard over the last 10 years around its financial sustainability, but in doing so, our real concern is that we don't have a sustainable community that we're serving. And to put some numbers to that, we have a capital works program this year of $80 million. We will struggle to deliver 80 million. We'll probably deliver something like 55 million. That 25 million that we fail to deliver will be rolled over into next year on top of another capital works program the same, and we need to keep that capital works program moving at that pace to keep pace with the requirements of our new community. The Mayor talked about the 10 people that move in every day. That's probably 3 to 4 more cars on the road every single day. That's three or four more children looking for schools, sporting clubs, families looking for work close to home. These are the sort of challenges that we experience. Underpinning that, to maintain our financial sustainability of ourselves and the community more broadly, we do rely heavily on the financial assistance grant, and we do receive quite a large financial assistance grant due to the demographics and makeup of our community. One of the areas that we really think there's opportunity is around the collaboration between local, state and federal government from a funding perspective. It wasn't that long ago, probably just pre-COVID, when dollar-for-dollar funding arrangements were commonplace. We find these days that a lot of the grant funds that we are accessing are nowhere near dollar-for-dollar when you look at the actual costs now for building community infrastructure. Recent examples for us around sporting precincts, where we're spending $25 to $30 million on sporting precincts, and we've got 5 in the pipeline at the moment. We're finding that our expenditure at a local level is anywhere up to 87%. Of funding, with grant programs only covering 13%. So that puts a huge impost on the local community, and they're the sorts of things that we would like, I guess, to be noted today as part of the inquiry, and happy to answer some questions on that.
Great. Thank you very much. I might ask the first question for the City of Adelaide. And you mentioned that the City of Adelaide argues that nearly 90% of activity in the CBD is generated by non-residents. How could funding models practically account for those daytime populations or visitor usage? Like, what would that look like without creating unintended consequences for other councils?
Well, I think that we understand that the resident rate base is a reasonable way of apportioning money, and I don't want to take money from remote and regional councils. We're not suggesting that. There needs to be a different fund, though, for capital cities, which allows the activity that can't be sourced. We have limited capacity to raise more money. We can't increase our rates to commercial or residential owners much beyond CPI. It will be unsustainable. And the other sources of income are parking costs. And in a city like Adelaide with very limited public transport, it will be unacceptable for us to double the rate of parking costs. It will be entirely unacceptable. We can't lift that charge any more than it is already. So we have limited options, but it would be helpful to us if there were a special regime that could incorporate the particular challenges of small capital cities. The other issue, of course, is the rate issues. Some of the Commonwealth buildings, if they paid rates, it would help. The universities are no longer a public service. They're actually a commercial operation, a business operation. We lose $11 million every year from university rates. Some states have the capacity to have an ex gratia payment. There are ex gratia payments for the airport in Adelaide, and certainly the Commonwealth could make ex gratia payments for their Commonwealth buildings. There are various ways that you could preferentially support capital cities.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on that line of questioning, if I can, I'll come to a broader question, but again to City of Adelaide. You talked about schools and hospitals and universities. They're all state government entities. Do you receive any untied funding or block funding?
No, it's always tied. We've got lists we can give you of the funding. It's for bicycle paths and things of that sort. We have a joint project for the free bus around the city, and we have a joint project for housing recycling programs, but we don't get any untied funds and we don't get any support for our roads.
So shouldn't that question go to the state government?
We have spoken to them. Don't worry.
Yeah. What I mean, are they? I mean, because you're an entity created by statute in this very building, not a federal government entity. There's no recognition of local government in the federal constitution. That is a separate issue for another day. So again, I guess come back to the point, there's a lot of it focus on the Commonwealth has to fund this and that, but where's the state government doing some heavy lifting to support?
I can assure you that we have had this conversation with them as well, and we keep prosecuting these arguments, but I would point out that there are Commonwealth institutions in the city as well. And that has an impact. My point is that we are preferentially disadvantaged because of the size of our rate base and the size of the city. And if you're going to look at the financial assistance grants, we're also disadvantaged because on a busy day we have 500,000 people in the city and they're all Australian citizens. And I think there is a role for the Commonwealth.
So my question then is, we've heard a lot of evidence around the horizontal fiscal equalisation, and so it applies for the allocation of the GST, and it's supposed to apply between councils, but it doesn't apply between states. So have you looked at that issue and whether that would deliver a bigger pie for South Australia if horizontal fiscal equalisation was applied to the distribution between states, like the GST?
I have no idea if that would apply. Can any of the other submitters of...
Are you aware that there's a difference?
We know there's a difference, but we don't know that it would
on
ever
that
come back
particular
to us.
issue, are you aware that it's not applied?
We haven't done any work on the impact of that.
No. Right, okay. What, I guess my last question then is, a lot of focus, a lot of evidence we've received is around, we just need to increase the pie and everybody will benefit, but that still leaves inequities in the system. Do you have views about increasing the pie and changes to the distribution formula between councils to try and resolve these funding gaps that you've all raised?
I certainly, if I may,
Yeah.
I certainly believe it needs to be a dual-pronged approach. I don't think the issue of the lack of indexation can be ignored. That would be remiss of the federal government, in my humble opinion. And I think we need to be open to looking at that model again. One of the factors that is particularly important for high growth councils is the fact that we're not only trying to service our existing populations, but deal with all the challenges that come with exceptional growth. So the town of Gawler, for context, we're currently 30,000 population, looking to grow to a population around 70,000 in relatively quick, in a speedy fashion. And those challenges, I think, need to be acknowledged in whatever model is put in place ultimately.
Anyone else? Clayford or Mr. Sedgman, would you like to make any comments?
Michael Sedgman, City of Adelaide. Your question's pertinent. I think one of the underlying thrusts of our submission is the distinction between the City of Adelaide as a local government authority compared to the other 67 in the state. The Lord Mayor made the point earlier that all the city infrastructure, transport infrastructure, provides a service for the state of South Australia, not simply our resident population of 29,000 and our 13,000 commercial businesses. So there is an inequity in terms of the funding streams, and I take your point about horizontal equalisation. The Grants Commission formula does not recognise the fact that the City of Adelaide is basically serving a statewide population on a daily basis of about 500,000 people, and that we're on our own, except for specific tied grants that we might receive from both the state and the federal government. We operate as a service authority for a third of South Australia's population, but our funding base is set at that of a small municipality. So there's a significant disconnect. Rate exemptions and rebates contribute significantly, as you would appreciate. There's a high concentration of hospitals, university campuses, government buildings, cultural institutions in the City of Adelaide compared to the rest of the state. Some of my inner metro colleagues share some of that pain, but there's a significant concentration of those exempt properties in the City of Adelaide. Now, the Lord Mayor's suggested that's 40 to 15 million a year. That's a significant hole in a rate base. So our net rate base is in the order of 140 to 150 million after taking account of those exemptions. If we could increase the rate base some way by cutting through or reconsidering some of those exemptions, a lot of the pressures that are put on the City of Adelaide around state-serving assets, and our submission makes a point about the Torrens Weir and the Adelaide Bridge, some adjustment to the revenue base, the rate revenue base, would significantly mitigate the pressure on the City of Adelaide to be solely responsible for the renewal and maintenance of those state-serving assets.
Thank you.
Great. Am I going to miss? Oh,
No, I'm done. I just didn't know whether the City of Playford wanted to comment. Thanks, Chair.
okay. Mr. Burnell, Mike. Oh, do you miss?
No, you go, and then I'm happy to go last. That's all right. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thank you all for appearing for our community today. Great to have you here. My question is to the City of Playford. I'm really interested in how we better support councils that are experiencing rapid growth. Like Mr. Burnell, I represent one of the fastest growing electorates in the country, and the lack of infrastructure is the number one issue that I talk to locals about every day. And you noted a number of challenges that you're facing around stormwater, flood mitigation, assets, public transport, road infrastructure, that kind of thing. And noting in our last budget, we had announced a $2 billion program for enabling infrastructure. How well do current Commonwealth and state programs support enabling infrastructure such as roads, community facilities, sport, that kind of thing? And where are councils like yourselves being asked to support housing growth without sufficient upfront infrastructure funding?
Thank you for the question, and you're quite right to observe that this repeats itself around our country. We're a member of the National Growth Areas Alliance and speak to our colleagues in other states who tell us the same story over and over around the challenges of growth in outer metropolitan areas. We're very grateful for the access we do get to state and federal funding to support what we're doing. I think one of the challenges is actually in the planning side. I think it's easier to design funding pathways where the planning's in place, and one of the things that we've worked really hard on, and we're supported well by our federal member in Mr. Burnell, is looking at making sure that we have the planning in place to identify where the infrastructure needs are. And I think it's easier to have conversations about funding when we can see what that pipeline looks like. And I think we've still got some work to do there. So I think at a local, state and federal level, there's a need to be talking about the advanced planning to make sure that we know where road upgrades need to occur. We know where school infrastructure, emergency services infrastructure needs to be. I think if we're better planned, we have a better opportunity to do our financial planning to support that. I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks about the nature of infrastructure now and the costs, particularly post-COVID, everything costs significantly more. And those grant funds, as I said, are no longer getting close to dollar for dollar, which is how they used to be. It used to be that the local council would put in $1 and you'd be able to extract $1 out of a state or federal contribution, which felt more equitable from a community perspective. It's not like that anymore. So I think the grant funds themselves need to either look at allowing for, if the pool of funds is not going to get larger, then the actual individual grants need to take into consideration that it's probably not reasonable to ask the local council to match the grant, given that we're talking about infrastructure now that's in the multi-millions of dollars, and in a growth area, you're not talking about just one, you're talking about a pipeline for the next 20 years of infrastructure of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And could I just add to that too, that we welcome funding, we welcome the Enabling Infrastructure Fund, but one of the big challenges for growth councils here and across the country is that a lot of state and federal investment is on major national building infrastructure. So in our community, we've got the Northern Expressway, which has been heavily funded by the Commonwealth and a state contribution, but there's no enabling infrastructure fund for us to connect our citizens to that fantastic investment made by the state and federal government. To do that is hundreds of millions of dollars. Those enabling funds that you talk about are for things to get a sewer pipe to a community, a roundabout to open up a paddock to get people on and into a community. There is limited enable funding when the existing community is there and then a new suburb is built right next to it, to then make sure that A, your communities are interconnected, and B, that people can travel to work, to school and to home safely and effectively, because those roads are owned by your local community, they're owned by your local council. and to upgrade a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road over railway lines or connect onto a national highway network is hundreds of millions of dollars, and is left for the local council to manage. Just can't do it, and hence why local governments across the country can't do it. And this is why you see those congestion, those issues, and the lack of potential growth that the federal and state governments have for housing targets and others to build the national economy doesn't happen when you expect a local government to rate some of the, to be honest, some of its most challenged and poorest citizens in the country to fund things that are beholden on us by state and federal government through that nation-building exercise is just too hard for a local government to do.
I think you've identified a really important gap there. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Burnett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending and giving evidence today. Thank you, Mayor Doherty, for remembering my birthday. You've clearly been trolling me on Facebook, but that's all good. Look, an open question to all three councils, but I am keen to get feedback from both Town of Gawler and City of Playford specifically. The co-contributions for grant applications, the windows around the competitive grant application processes. I'm interested to get a feel for where the threshold is for the respective councils here on applying for some of those competitive rounds, given tight windows for applications, but also the size of money versus the co-contribution requirements. Are there instances where you are deciding not to go through the grant process because it's too prohibitive, or where you have gone for gone through the process but been unsuccessful, the compounding issue that's having within the delivery of new assets for local communities? Whoever wants to start, please feel free.
I'm happy to start. Short answer is yes. There are occasions where either the grant guidelines don't open up opportunity for a particular bit of infrastructure that's important, or maybe the grant windows don't align very well with our budgeting process. Remembering that in this day and age, to be competitive in a grant process, you have to have a shovel-ready project. Gone are the days where you can have a concept, and we understand that, and I think that's a maturing of the grant programs. But sometimes to actually get to a shovel-ready project, there's multi-millions of dollars of design work and detailed design work and engineering that's required. Service relocation, some of that upfront stuff to give you an opportunity to really be competitive. And the timelines that are required for delivery as well can be challenging in a marketplace where it's hard to get good prices from contractors. It's hard to get contractors delivering to timeframes. So we've got this constant tension between being able to meet the requirements of the grant program, which we try and achieve, as well as what's happening in the real world. So having a bit more scope in some of those areas would be useful, and would potentially encourage the councils on occasions to apply for more money or to be shovel ready for more money, which is probably the key thing. Yeah.
I'm not aware of any challenges in that arena, but I do know that we have a massive growth spurt in the city. I think currently we're the fastest growing residential population in the state. We had 3.5% growth last financial year, and that brings its own challenges in terms of infrastructure, as you can imagine, because we're not in a greenfield site or a brownfield site. We're actually in the middle of a heritage site. And the major issues we've had, we've done well with grant funding, but the HAF has been the most disappointing because we are involved in more perhaps ambitious housing projects than many councils. We do support homelessness projects and social housing projects, and we have assembled large blocks of land which have failed after extremely large investments in research and design and master planning. So the HAF projects have been the ones that have disappointed us the most, but I think we've been reasonably successful and met the timelines in others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. From my perspective, there's a couple of challenges. The first is the size of the funding pool that's available. So if I reflect on, say, the Williston Footy Club example, council has the ability to put in some funding, but we're trying to attract, say, $17–18 million, and to get that out of one funding pool is difficult. The challenge then comes, how do you try and align a state funding pool to complement a federal funding pool? The local piece is challenging but easier. The nuance for Town of Gawler is our ability to borrow larger sums of money is limiting. The other side that sometimes comes in is that the problem that the grant pool is trying to solve isn't necessarily our problem. There probably needs to be a bit more flex in some of the larger pools to allow us to fit it to the solution we're trying to deliver. And just reflecting on the competitive nature of grants, we tend to find, I can't afford a grant writer, so I don't have that resource in-house. I could bring it in. But we feel a little bit behind the 8 ball when competing with, say, the nation and a number of councils. Perhaps there could be some thought to developing grant rounds for those exceptionally high growth regions which are doing the heavy lifting in terms of solving the housing challenge.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, all right, we might finish there. So thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Northern and York Local Government Association, Wakefield Regional Council and Light Regional Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Darryl Wicker, Chief Executive Officer, Light Regional Council.
Mayor Bill Close, Light Regional Council.
Darren Starr, CEO of Wakefield Regional Council.
Mayor Ken Anderson, Northern York Local Government Association and Flinders Rangers Council.
Bridget Ransom, CEO of the Northern York Local Government Association, representing 15 councils in the LGA.
Great. Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, taking part of the Light Regional Council, so thank you all for coming today.
Good morning, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, no relation, unfortunately. A member for Lyme. My seat is the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Tom Bean Gray, all these councils are in Gray except part of Light, which is in Spence.
Great. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Who would like to go?
I'll go first.
Okay, great.
Look, thank you for the opportunity to appear at the Parliamentary inquiry. It represents 16 councils within the York Local Government Association, and that includes northern areas of South Australia. One of the largest LGAs in South Australia, and certainly is the largest distance gap between councils. So a lot of diversity in our area. The central message from our organisation, our region, is straightforward. So local government, we really cannot continue to absorb increasing responsibilities and costs without a corresponding and sustainable funding base. Our councils are facing significant financial pressures arising from cost shifting, inadequate grant funding, ageing infrastructure, rising construction and service delivery costs, and the particular challenges of delivering services across the large regional and remote communities in South Australia. These pressures are not simply about councils wanting more money. They're about whether councils can continue to provide the roads, infrastructure, community services and local economic development activities that our communities depend upon. That's while maintaining financially sustainable rates and charges for our community. For Northern York councils, the issue is compounded by the scale of our region, smaller ratepayer bases, long distances and infrastructure networks, and the additional costs associated with regional service delivery. We welcome the inquiry because it provides an opportunity to look beyond the immediate financial position of individual councils and examine whether the current funding and intergovernmental arrangements are sustainable into the future. Our submission provides practical regional examples of where funding arrangements are falling short, where responsibilities have been transferred to local government without adequate resources, and where the needs of regional communities are not adequately recognised in existing funding models. Our position is that financially sustainable local government is essential to financial sustainability of regional South Australia and the country as a whole. We look forward to assisting the committee in identifying reforms that will strengthen councils, their communities and the state and region as a whole.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Wakefield Regional Council now.
Thank you, and thank you obviously for the opportunity to appear today. and speak on behalf of Wakefield's submission to the Funding and Sustainability Inquiry. Wakefield Regional Council is located in the mid-north of South Australia. For those who are interstate, we cover around 3,400 square kilometres with a population of around 7,000 people. We maintain over 2,700 kilometres of local roads, which is the fourth largest road network in South Australia. About 90% of that network is unsealed. I guess our message to the committee, which is outlined in our submission as well, is that regional councils like Wakefield are asked to be doing a lot more across very large areas with limited revenue bases and funding models that don't adequately reflect the real cost of service delivery to our communities, our infrastructure and maintenance, and our regional economic support role. For Wakefield, as we've outlined in our submission, this is probably most clearly seen in our road network. Our roads are not simply local community assets, they're essential economic infrastructure. They support agriculture, freight movement, tourism, local business and regional connectivity. Agriculture is the centre of our economy in Wakefield. We have an export value of around $330 million and a significant proportion of our community work in that sector. Heavy vehicle movement, freight activity and unsealed road conditions, along with the ageing assets, all add to the sustainability and to the cost of maintaining a safe and functional road network. That difficulty is compounded by our current funding models in place that place a lot of emphasis on population and not particularly enough emphasis from our perspective on actual need. A small population base doesn't necessarily mean a small infrastructure task. It's often quite the opposite. We have fewer ratepayers trying to support a larger area, a longer road network, and higher per capita infrastructure costs, whilst making that contribution to, obviously, gross domestic product and export earnings. We've particularly seen that since COVID, where our road maintenance renewal costs have increased significantly, well beyond our ability to rate equal changes. Council also highlighted in our submission the challenges of competitive and matched grant funding, and obviously while we recognise that grant funding is really important, the 50-50 contribution model can make major projects really difficult for small regional councils, even where that community need is clear. We flagged the potential for things like scaled contribution models, greater untied funding, and funding methodologies that better recognise, in particular, road length, road type, freight usage and asset preservation costs that we think would create a fair and more practical outcome for regional communities. Along with that, local government responsibilities are always continuing to expand. Regional councils often fill that gap where either state or federal government or the private sector can't or is unable to actually provide those services. We do that whilst being faced with workforce shortages, rising construction and maintenance costs, particularly ongoing rising compliance and regulatory obligations, and community expectations, of course. These all place pressure on our budgets. Our request is that our funding frameworks are better redesigned to reflect the realities of regional local government, are more equitable, needs-based and are sustainable, that will support safer roads, communities, better service delivery and obviously the continued economic contribution of regional councils like Wakefield. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and welcome the committee's questions when we get to that point.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Light Regional Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for this opportunity to speak today. Light Regional Council supports the submissions made by the Northern and York Local Government Association and the Local Government Association of South Australia. Our council has a unique story to tell. Unlike many regional councils, we're experiencing population decline or mature metropolitan councils that with established urban infrastructure. Light Council is transitioning from a large rural council to a rapidly growing urban fringe council. We're in a peri-urban explosion. We're looking to have a city built in our area in the next 20 years of 100,000 people. So we're in a really changing situation. As a result, we face challenges of the both. We continue to maintain an extensive rural network, road network, and support agricultural freight movements and service dispersed communities across large geographic area. Like many regional councils, we have a relatively low density rating base and significant infrastructure responsibilities spread across multiple communities. At the same time, we are experiencing substantial population growth associated with the Greater Adelaide northern expansion around the Roseworthy district. That growth generates increasing demands on roads, stormwater infrastructure, community facilities, recreation assets, development services and workforce capabilities. Growth is often viewed as a financial opportunity, but in reality, infrastructure and services must frequently be delivered years before sufficient rates revenue is available to support them. Growth can improve long-term sustainability, but it often creates significant short and medium-term financial pressure. Council is also managing considerable service level disparities between historic townships and newer growth areas. Many of our established towns and hamlets were built to traditional rural standards, with some streets still unsealed, limited stormwater infrastructure and gravel footpaths, and basic streetscapes. In contrast, new developments are being delivered with contemporary urban standards, including high amenity public infrastructure funded by private developers. This creates both a financial and a community expectation challenge. Existing communities, understandably, aspire to the similar levels of service and infrastructure, yet the cost of upgrading historic townships to modern urban standards cannot reasonably be borne by existing ratepayers alone. Additional state and federal investment is needed to support councils undergoing this transition. We also face regional cost disadvantages that are often overlooked in funding models. For example, maintaining our extensive unsealed road network is particularly expensive because our local geology does not produce the suitable rubble materials for road sheeting. Quality materials frequently need to be imported from beyond our district. This almost doubles the cost of our road maintenance compared to some other councils that have the rubble in their area. Like many councils across Australia, we are also experiencing increasing cost shifting, as we've heard a lot about today, from other levels of government, where additional responsibilities, compliance requirements and community expectations are transferred to local government without matching the ongoing funding support. We believe there is a strong case for reform of local government funding arrangements, particularly restoring the value of the financial assistance grants, improving funding formulas to better recognise growth, infrastructure burden and regional service delivery costs, providing longer-term infrastructure renewal funding, particularly through predictable and formula-based programs, and ensuring new responsibilities transferred to councils are accompanied by ongoing funding. We would also like to highlight the success of programs like the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, which provides certainty, flexibility and strong value for money by allowing councils to address locally identified infrastructure priorities without costly and resource-intensive competitive application processes. Regional growth councils like the Light Regional Council are helping deliver housing supply, economic development and population growth objectives for South Australia and Australia. To continue doing so successfully, funding arrangements must better recognise both the opportunities and the costs of growth, while also acknowledging the ongoing responsibilities of councils that continue to serve local rural areas. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I might just start with a question for Wakefield Regional Council. So you mentioned, it's all good. So you mentioned, the impact of agriculture on your road network. I wonder if you could just tell us more about some of those, what that means for your council and having a large road network relative to population. What does that mean for council's financial sustainability and asset renewal backlog? Like, how do you handle that?
Okay. I'll start with, I think one of the things that there are lots of things that has a big impact. What we're seeing obviously is, we are very driven by agriculture. We have a little bit of what Light's talking about. We're starting to see that urban growth just peaking on our border. But we are seeing farms get bigger. We are seeing farming productions getting bigger. And then we're seeing the efficiencies that come with that from a farming perspective. So you'll see the size of vehicles to get the grain out increase in size. That starts to have a significant impact on our road network. When we're trying to do that last mile, getting it to the interstates or the major highways. We are responsible for that last piece of our road network, but the equipment is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting the equipment in is the same thing, so your harvesters, all that stuff is a lot bigger as well. So there's this evolution in our road network, which I think is what I was searching for, that we're always trying to catch up to. We think we've got to a reasonable standard, and then the farmers go, well, actually now we're putting this bigger size truck in here, we've got more axles on it, and our road network then doesn't. Then we try and catch up again. So it's not just the condition, it's actually the fit for purpose. And I think the other part of that becomes increasingly now the sort of impact of natural disaster. When we have an incident, and we've been reasonably lucky, and I'll touch as much wood as I can with that recently, but you can see a scenario where, if you have a major incident that actually knocks out a lot of your network, you're then trying to bring that up to a standard while still improving as well. So those things feed together, along with, as Mayor Close has indicated, cost. We are sort of on the fringe of Adelaide, probably the first of the sort of inner regional councils, I'll call us, but we still have a significant cost for materials, labour and transport. So all those things feed into that road network cost, and the costs that have gone up since COVID have been very significant. And it's becoming more and more difficult to absorb those costs whilst providing all the other services that we're trying to do at the same time.
And so what sort of asset renewal backlog for roads?
So we had a backlog sort of 5 or 6 years ago that was reasonably significant. At that time it was sort of around the 12 million in backlog. Council made a very significant effort at that time, or decision, to actually start to borrow to bring that backlog under control. And given the cost increases that we've seen in the last 5 years, that's proven to be a pretty wise decision. However, that brings us towards the top of our borrowing capacity now. And I use that example, if there was a major disaster incident, we would then struggle to have borrowing capacity to actually then improve the network. So, in our circumstance, we've been through the local ESCOSA review, and Wakefield has been mostly sustainable. But you can kind of see when you're running small surpluses and you're mostly sustainable and you're getting towards the top of your borrowing cap, it wouldn't take much to push councils over. And I think that's a lot of the scenarios that those regional councils are in. We're doing as much as we possibly can, but if these things come from left or right field, it becomes very, very difficult.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question of Northern and York local government, and it's a fairly direct question, so please, it's not meant to be offensive, it's just about collecting information for the committee. So your submission, it talks about a number of the challenges across your region. They're structural rather than a consequence of poor council governance. My question is, can you provide some evidence, some examples that separate the amount of the issues that are caused by insufficient external funding from the amount caused by asset management, expenditure or financial planning decisions within councils themselves?
I can go a little bit to special local roads funding. At the moment, like last year, we applied for, across our 15 councils, 6 applications, and we got 6.5 million of road funding to help with that maintenance and infrastructure and resealing. This year we only applied for 4.5 million, but we ended up only getting 2.4. So 2 applications in the Clare Valley were rejected, and Clare Valley being a significant tourism location, we're still trying to find out exactly what happened and to get some feedback on why that didn't go through. And it's that funding that assists the councils in some of that infrastructure management on their road networks. Did you want to?
Look, the issues with every single one of our councils is that the length and breadth of our road networks is massive. The difference between our dirt roads, our unsealed roads, roads that we need sheeting for, even to get the material could be 200 kilometres away. It is extraordinary pressures that are put on councils in respect of that. We've got, I think, South Australia as a whole, we've got 11.7% of the nation's road network, but in fact the funding's only 5.5%. to cover that out of the whole lot. So there's a big disparity between that. When we're talking about structural, when you question about the question about structure, I've got a slightly different view, and so have the Northern York Local Government Association. We don't disagree that things can't be done at the same time. We certainly agree that if you're going to ask for more money, number one, you need to justify why you need that. Number two, that you need to then undertake to do your own structural reform in the council environment, and those things should go hand in hand. I think you should be able to demonstrate the fact that you're willing to do structural reform in-house, but what we're asking for is overall structural reform on how that funding, for anything is allocated. The equity question came up, but that's very important for us, incredibly important. We've got very small councils, very, very small rate bases, huge areas, additional costs. You would be well aware of those areas in the outback and our areas like that. So that equity and that reform in that equity balance is absolutely critical for us, and we're willing to play our part in that. And I think it's a fair call that we should look on how we operate and how we're managing our businesses. Number one, right from the start, are we sustainable as councils? And we need to demonstrate that we're making sure that we are. And then we should be working with the next two tiers of government to make sure that their structures and your structures are in place, and they can work with us. Otherwise, we're sadly, some of our councils are on a road, and it looks very dire. And I think that's a combination of everything. It's not just how they manage their business; it's how the external forces and pressures are placed on them, and that's the struggle that we're trying to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So. We can give plenty of examples on.
Well, maybe I might go to the next question, because at the heart of, I think, a lot of the submissions is the Commonwealth needs to make productivity improvements to create a bigger pool. There needs to be, I think, there's support for a relook at the formula of distribution. So that's asking the heavy lifting on the Commonwealth to do things. I want to understand more of what productivity improvements have been made across your councils. For example, if there's been cost sharing, so shared services. Yes. But also, can you tell me what you're asking of the state government? Because as far as we can tell, despite local government being a creature of state parliaments, we're sitting in one today, we have not heard any evidence of untied funding, particularly for roads, coming from state governments. And to me, I'm just kind of trying to weigh up why you're created by state parliaments. State parliaments aren't funding you to do the job they've created you to do. So there's kind of two parts to that question. It's open to anybody who wants to have a go at it.
Yeah, look, I'm happy just to address the first bit and ask for assistance to fill the gaps in. Look, I think it's been mentioned, prior, when the bucket of money, from the 1% gets dropped down and cut down, 50% over decades, that obviously is funneling down to state government and then onto local government, and it's who holds the purse strings. You've heard, the committee has heard about the cost shifting and the additional, pressures put on council. That's never come with funding. So, the state government has got a lot to answer for in respect of what they're handballing to local council without a shadow of a doubt. So they need to play a role in this as well, because, we are, pretty fed up with getting handed things from state government where it just doesn't come with any funding, but it comes with the responsibility. Now, that comes down to the legislation which local council got no influence in. So we're very, every council, I think, are fed up with that. In respect to the structural reform, and if I get off track, please wake me back on it, but, without a shadow of a doubt, our councils use shared services and have used shared services for decades. There is absolutely no way in the world that any of our councils within our area would be able to operate standalone. We just can't. We do not have the funding. We do not have the size to employ, nor the ratepayer base to employ the absolute statutory amount of people that we have to have. So we share services in a number of ways, and that is absolutely part of our sustainability. There's no doubt about that. We increase that. The ASCOSA reports that came out, so we've been through that process. To their peril, councils, if they have ignored that, they'll deserve what they get. We haven't, and our group of 16 councils certainly haven't. It's a shake-up. It was recommendations for a lot of councils in respect of how they can become sustainable. I know that we've embraced that. It's been costly, but effective, but it shows that we need to actually try to influence structural reform and utilise the funding that we're getting and try and increase that in a more equitable way. Otherwise, we will not survive, and we will be facing, unfortunately, in our area, a lot of forced decisions which we're not looking forward to. So we want to avoid that because this is all about people on the ground.
Thank you.
This is not about a system.
Regional Council. Look, I think one of the big things we've got is population targets, and that's not state, federal or local, that is Australia-wide. So in our instance, we will be inheriting about $170 million worth of assets handed over from developers, an increased population of around 100,000 in a small area. That comes with building libraries, comes with building community centres, and those things often you try to attract grant funding, so you'll be grant funding at maybe 33% between tiers of government, but you have to depreciate at 100%. So that's a system error there where we're depreciating an appreciating asset at 100%, and we're showing operational deficits for years to come, which then puts pressure on rates for mum and dads to pay to make sure that we don't go more than a couple of years into deficit, otherwise you're classed as financially unsustainable. In terms of what we've done in-house, well, we try to change the depreciation into segments. We try to get every inch of longevity within them. We ensure we're project ready. We try to apply for grants, but that's very competitive and very difficult for smaller councils. And we look at strategic procurement and cost sharing. So every single procurement, either via a panel, via the market, there's a lot of effort into cost management as well. We operate with less is more in terms of lean management, in terms of one person in a regional council has 3 to 4 to 5 hats a job when you compare it to a metropolitan council. So I think councils do a lot of ensuring that we are lean and efficient. We do put our budgets out for community consultation, our annual business plans. Even to get a playground off is 5 years of planning or 6 years of planning, and on a whim and a prayer that you'll get a grant as well. So there's not a lot more to give. Of course, we're willing to, in terms of as far as the state government and the federal government. Well, I think it's about all three tiers working together to say, well, here's a problem. We are one team and we are the provider of last resort. So it doesn't matter where it sits. Councils end up providing for it if it's not provided elsewhere. An example in the federal space is an airport or an aerodrome. So there is examples everywhere, whether it's coastal management, whether it's, our roads are dirt roads in a lot of instances, so farmers can't get to their farms if there's puddles and weather. And then we have to just transition and be agile on the fly. So I think for councils to solve it alone, it's not there, but it is probably pertinent on the federal government to try to bring the state government and councils together in some type of a managed process to resolve the issue.
Thank you.
So Darren Starr from Wakefield. Just one of the notes that I had, that was part of one of our submissions. So as local government CEOs, so we have the Local Government Act, which is our legislation. We have something like 65 other pieces of legislation that councils are responsible for some way, shape or form in implementing. And I know when I look at my delegation schedule, which is about this thick, I think I've got somewhere in the order of 160 to 170 legislation or regulation delegations. So that might consist of obviously a lot of Local Government Act, native vegetation, coastal protection, the list of regulations go on and on and on. And I think that was one of the things that Mayor Anderson was talking about earlier, that, it's one of those things, that's a really, it's not an obvious way of cost shifting, but it's every time we actually have one of these new sets of regulations and an agency or a department says, local government can sort that out. But there doesn't seem to be that holistic view of, but what's the aggregate of how many things are asking councils to sort out? Because obviously a department is focused on one sort of narrow departmental outcome. So they go, okay, well, councils can chase up that, or they can test that, or they can report on that. But it's that aggregated amount of regulatory and compliance obligation that is really starting to, it bites into servicing the community time. That's really what it does. It means that we have to allocate resources if we can get a skilled person to do that reporting or compliance obligation or whatever it is. So I think that there's a real need to get back to, well, how much can a council reasonably do, and then how much can a small council reasonably do compared to a large? And I know we had some of the larger councils in here before us, but the way that the legislation is structured is that I have the same obligations as CEO as Wakefield as the City of Adelaide or Playford, who have been in here before us, and we just don't have the same level of resourcing. So there's a really difficult level there of, can we do the same? Well, it's very, very hard to do the same, and then you get the tyranny of distance on top of that as well for the regional setting. So just thought that was a useful piece of information to provide.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly touching on that last point. So what do you estimate the percentage of your allocated resources go towards compliance obligations?
So Darren, I'll start with that one, and perhaps Darryl can add in a minute. Look, it's difficult to give a number, but I'm going to give a long answer and see if I can get there. So if I talk about sort of the people that I employ who are mainly involved in sort of that compliance, approval, regulatory function. So we have planning officers, building officers, environmental health officers. You have local laws for one, your rangers, your GIs, they're called different things in different places. Then you talk about your financial compliance obligations with your accountants and your finance officers and your payroll. And then WHS is another area where they're obviously really, the WHS requirements are very, very extensive now. So I'm going to land on something like 75% of my staff I'll say 50 to 75, have some strong element of regulatory compliance to their role, as opposed to someone who is more purely helping the community, working in a community services, just building a road, even though it has compliance obligations to do it properly as well. So, yeah, over half to 3/4 have a strong element of compliance in their role. Darryl, I don't know if that seems unreasonable from your perspective.
No, look, I think if you look at that on FTE, that's probably about the case. I think on a full cost attribution, you probably apply around a 33% margin or something like that to governance. That's whether it be HR, whether it be financial, whether it be mitigating outcomes between state government departments, native vegetation. So yeah, I think somewhere between 30 to 50%. But what it is the knowledge that you need to have, and the fact that there's say a shift of public nuisance. So all of a sudden you're responsible for noise complaints on a weekend. Well, that's not something that traditionally council does. Look, just for the record, it'll only be an estimate. I think between 35 and 50% is about right.
Yeah, right. Just changing tack slightly, and it's probably more weighted towards light regional, given that I know the area a little bit better, but I'm happy for others to contribute. What changes would improve certainty for long-term infrastructure planning and avoid growth-related costs falling disproportionately on existing ratepayers? So with the the standing up of the new Roseworthy development versus down the road in Clare Valley.
So I think that impact needs to be acknowledged with some type of funding. So inherently the problems, I guess, first of all, is that infrastructure is often back-ended. You need a certain amount of homes to trigger a deed or a scheme for growth to occur and for the problems to be solved. But in the meantime, you've got localised flooding, you've got dust bowls, you've got community interface issues that council has to continually deal with through complaints and the like. Water needs to be provided up front, so you need to front end those services. And then at the same time, in terms of council increasing its resourcing pool, so we've got maybe 4 or 5 planners to do a whole lot of applications, but all that resource is front end loaded. You got to get the zoning, you got to do the code amendment, you got to get the land divisions approved, you got to do all the deeds and infrastructure schemes, and then maybe 5 years later you get your first house. But you've had a huge increase in resources, but not without the rates to fund it. So what we need to do, I think, is, in part of any funding model, is allocate funding to growth councils commensurate with the amount of work and try to front end those resources and front end the services. I think having, you probably almost need a similar inquiry just in growth alone in terms of how we can manage it. I know the state government have around 13,000 homes a year that they want to, that's their ambitious target, and we're looking at within the next 25 years, 33,000 houses in our area.
Thank you. Yeah, go for it, Ken.
A short one. Look, I agree. I think there's a two-tiered thing. One is growth, and one is our existing infrastructure. Certainly, long-term infrastructure funding, that needs to be based on a good formula. The competitive grant funding for things like that is simply inequitable. Absolutely inequitable for us. We haven't got the money to compete against councils with big money. That it's just a fact of life. So I think there's 2 things that we need to look at. One is that growth factor, and the second one is the processes, coming down to an equitable formula. And again, I will reinforce that councils have got a responsibility to play their role in this as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Compliance and governance does not add value, so it's shocking that it's so high. But anyway, to Mayor Anderson, but to others that want to comment, but also thank you everyone for your submissions and giving evidence this morning. Mayor Anderson, you talked about an agreement that was signed in the late 90s between the premiers and the Parliamentary at the time around national local road funding in South Australia. As you said, has 11.7% of local roads and receives 5.5% of the funding, give or take. How is that impacting the 15, 16 councils you represent, and how would you like that be changed to be more equitable?
On our 16 councils, the impact is completely visual. It's financial and visual, not only for every industry that we've got, transport, tourism, normal infrastructure, even our being able to transport our own produce from farms and pastoral areas. So it's visual to people. I'll give you a very good example. Our road network, we're able to fund a maintenance program of only 5% of what we're supposed to put in. 5% of our whole entire road network is able to be funded each 12 months. Now, this is worse than painting the Sydney Harbour Bridge, because we never even get to the first pylon. So that's the struggle that we find in respect to that. Yes, there's some structural stuff involved in that about, making sure that council is investing in their infrastructure and their replacement and maintenance. But there's only so much you can do in respect of how much you've got. Some of the struggles that we have there is that long-term investment and surety of the funding that we're going to receive. So how can we plan for the 5 and 10 years down the track if we're not sure what we're going to get? And that's based on, and we have the pressures, of course, of saying from the Escosas of the world saying that we actually have to do this. But we're placed in an awkward position because we don't know what we're going to get next year. We don't know what we're going to get in 4 years' time. So that makes it very difficult for us to plan, incredibly difficult. So we're looking at that long-term funding formula, which includes, and I've mentioned that before, a review of how that's distributed. And we don't care and I know that I speak on behalf of my council and the other 15, we understand we've got responsibilities, and if that's tied to certain things that we need to do, well, so be it. All right? It's that important to us that we'll play our role and our function in respect of that stuff, because it's important for our community, and communities in the region. Yeah. That was the first part. Yep.
Okay. Firstly, I was contacted last week to be advised that ASCOSA has actually identified 3 of our councils as unsustainable. And there's actually a meeting this morning to go through what that means with those councils. And because I can't be there, they're recording it. So if you want the recording, we can certainly supply it to you. Northern and York commissions a regional road transport plan every year, and we've mapped all of our road network and we have all the data on the condition of those roads. The next iteration is coming out this Friday. It's a 2-part. If you would like a copy of that, we can also make sure that you receive a copy, because that's identifying. We use that as a platform to apply for funding. So, and the councils can then draw on that, because it is an impost on councils to actually gather the grant data, and this gives them the opportunity to review that. We also do stage 2 scoring of our roads when we supply it to the SLRP, the Special Local Roads Funding, and we use the road transport plan and a consultant to help our councils get over the line on that funding. So I'd like to go.
Council. I think the biggest difference with regional councils, if you consider our makeup of our roads, is you treat it like an overhead. It's like electricity, it's gas, it's all those type of expenses you need to do before you get out of bed in the morning to be able to run. It's different than a sealed road network, which lasts 25 years, which is an actual asset. You can rely upon it, you can plan for it, you can build it. No sooner that we complete the work, we then have to do that overhead again. So we're grading our roads 3 times a year, we're doing small patchwork, we're resheeting, but it never gets to the end of it. It's because of the makeup of our road network. We cannot keep up with it. So it's actually, although it's depreciated, and we spoke about depreciation a moment ago, it's basically like it's an expense in your balance sheet, revenue statement, every single year before you even touch your capital projects. So it's probably around 40% of our expenditure is just on the maintenance alone before we even get to capital renewals, and that's not even including then starting to look at buildings, reserves, playgrounds and all the other type of infrastructure that we need to provide. Our council has also townships and hamlets, and trying to invest in main streets where the regulation around that means that every second, well, not every second, there's probably 7 or 8 at any given time vacancies in our main streets as well. So there's a whole lot of funding and support needed to those type of townships as well, not just the road network.
Thank you. As we heard, auxiliary funding is so important to the financial sustainability of rural councils, particularly from the Commonwealth, whether it's grants or federal assistance grants or local road funding, etc., etc. Now, that funding all filters through the state government. Can you give a view of how much money the state government takes as it filters through them to local government? How has that changed over the years?
I wouldn't be able to give you an exact figure at all, but what we find is that any money that comes through that flows through, there is bits taken out. There's no doubt. And when we get into a competitive process, which we're stuck in, it makes it exceptionally difficult. So what we're finding is the figure that's touted, it might be $100 million. By the time that council sees that and gets it on the ground, it might have significantly reduced, at least by 25%, we're finding. A lot of that is taken up just by the process of state government, the bureaucrats and who's got to pay to manage that system. And then it comes down to, and we have small costs too, in respect of how we've got to manage funding and report on funding and have an FTE, managing that process. So, we get particularly concerned as the dollars that are handed out for the actual result on the ground. And that is frustrating in some respect. And I think it frustrates everybody how that gets siphoned off on the way down to the actual work on the ground.
Thanks.
I can't quantify the amount. There's no way that we could possibly know that without having to do a lot of research. But the Local Road and Community Infrastructure Program was an example of where that direct funding from federal government straight to councils and where every dollar was spent in communities. So perhaps as part of your inquiry when you're looking at funding models, direct funding could be something that you would consider.
And if I may just add, I mean, we're looking at that, the evaluation model or the model formula on how that funding actually gets distributed and why it should get distributed, how. And that is that, you know, if we looked at a formula saying, well, where's the highest priorities for money to be invested? You know, and that's the length, the breadth, the service, the risk, you know, the economic, you know, production within particular regions and things like that. So I think that needs a review too. I'd ask the committee to look at that, and that is the formula about, you know, how we get that as councils and regions and where it's important to invest, because we're all about the, you know, exactly the same thing. We're on the same business about trying to address those, but sometimes we're hamstrung in that competitive-based environment, so it makes it very difficult, you know, every day.
Time for one more quick question.
Okay, quick one.
So thanks. Just mostly directed at Mayor Anderson and Mayor Starr, but you've got a lot of renewable energy developments in your councils. Do you think you'd like to see more rates come from those assets?
Council faces, if we were to add up, as we do, the non-rateable and the non-rateable properties and the benefits we give from based on 100% rate rebates down to 50% for organisations, if we added all those up, we're losing significant amount of money. With the developments that are occurring in regional areas, and they seem to be more widespread, and they're entering our areas, all in our councils, the power supply, the solar companies, you know, the government partnership organisations that are exempt from rates is extraordinary. You know, so each council would be able to provide an exact figure, and I think we asked for one from ours to go, well, if we were going to rate those non-rateable properties, what are we missing out on? And you're talking, you know, extremely large amounts. So, you know, we're certainly asking and doing some advocacy in respect of, well, why is that? These are multinational companies that are making money hand over fist. We all know that power prices are going through the roof and affecting our cost of living for every single person, and yet we don't receive any benefit for that. And in fact, we receive a cost to it because each one of these companies, organisations and corporations are using our infrastructure, our roads, our water, all of the infrastructure which costs our ratepayers money to maintain, and they're not paying their share at all. So we think that's extremely unfair, puts an enormous burden on a small ratepayer base, and we think that, you know, there should be some recommendations in respect of even a small percentage would help on those non-ratables, because, you know, these people are making much more money than we'd ever see in our lifetime.
Thanks, Jeff.
Great, thank you. I think that's a great place to stop. Thank you very much. So thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Essential Services Commission of South Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? It's okay.
Good morning. My name is George Kowenchak. I'm the Executive Director, Delivery, Evaluation and Enforcement at the Essential Services Commission of South Australia.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question, although that's right. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs for Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Tom Benning-Gray, 92% of Adelaide with 30 of the 68 local government areas in South Australia.
Okay. And Ms Jordan Baird will join us shortly as well. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, just a quick apology. Our Chair, David Swift, and our CEO, Adam Wilson, are unavailable, unfortunately, couldn't make it. Just send their apologies. Perhaps just to make a quick statement to start. We have previously appeared before the committee and provided a submission in relation to the work that ASCOSA is doing, so I won't reiterate those items. But we do note that we are about to commence the second cycle of the advisory scheme, which ASCOSA is delivering for the South Australian Government. And just recently consulted on and published our revised framework and approach, which covers off on how we will attend to that advice and some of the key themes that we had picked up through the first 4-year cycle. If you don't know the background as closely, perhaps, if you haven't had a chance to have a look at it, then the scheme was set up by the government. It's run across the whole of the state's 68 councils. It's an advisory scheme, not a direct regulatory scheme, so we have no enforcement powers or powers to intervene, but simply to provide advice to the state's 68 councils in relation to their sustainability and other matters that are set out in the legislation. The key issues that we do focus on are their long-term financial plans, infrastructure and asset management plans, the alignment between those, how their income is then considered in that context, whether that be rates or grants or other income, and whether they're delivering the services and their performance for their communities or their constituents. Broadly, in that consultation, in terms of the revised framework and approach, the revised framework has been supported, which is pleasing from our perspective because the first 4 years was obviously a new part of the scheme and it was very much about getting a baseline of the data in relation to each of the state's 68 councils. So from our perspective, it was a very important first 4 years. It was very data-driven and each of those councils and the advice for each of those councils is on our website and available. As part of doing that first 4 years, we also published a observed practices document, which we have provided to this committee as well previously. In it sets out where we consider to be some of those better practices and perhaps some of those risks facing councils in terms of how they approach their everyday operations. The revised scheme, as we move forward, is now going to focus slightly differently, having obtained the baseline of information and evidence and the advice that we've given. And it's very much going to be aimed at looking more at how each council has acted on that advice. So it's applying a monitoring lens to that and transparency around how they have responded to that advice. So there are 3 key focus areas that we are focusing on in this next phase: how they've responded to the recommendations that we made in that first tranche of advice, what material changes each of those councils has faced in these 4 years since they had a visit from us, and a performance against those observed practices which we have published. So we really are trying to look at, it's not a benchmarking exercise in that sense, but it's about how they are performing perhaps against some of those key areas of risk or issues that we've identified. From our perspective, the key area for councils is to understand the risks that they face, to increase the transparency around their decision making, which allows then the community, government, other stakeholders to engage with council about how they're approaching their everyday operations. And really for us, the new framework and approach, we really want the councils to focus on what the basics are in terms of how they meet the needs of their communities. And firstly, that's understanding what the services the community values, what the level of those services and the level at which they should be provided. This, for us, we consider requires a genuine level of engagement with councils, with the community, not just pro forma consultation, but generally establish a shared understanding between the community and the council. Secondly, to understand what the full life cycle costs are of delivering those services, and in maintaining and renewing and eventually replacing the assets on which those services depend. And it also requires some robust asset management planning, which is one of those key areas of risk that we identified in the first 4 years of the advice scheme. Thirdly, it's about communicating and honestly transacting honestly and being transparent about how they are then applying their strategies and being able to communicate that to the community so that the community understands that the rates that they are asked to pay are there to support the services that they need. So if we think that the basics are being done well, which we see as a fundamental thing around sometimes governance, because we've seen issues in and around governance for local councils, but where those issues of governance and those fundamentals and basics are being done well, that's when we genuinely think there may be some structural issues that could be looked at more closely in terms of whether or not councils are actually sustainable. I might pause there, but for us a lot of that is about the behaviours now. So we're now looking at the behaviours of councils, how they will react to that first round of advice. It'll be less data-driven, but more sort of behavioural aspects in terms of how they've engaged with that advice, what steps they've taken and intend to take, what changes have happened since the last advice, and whether or not they're on a trajectory that can bring them back to a better place for those that are potentially at risk.
Great, thank you very much. So based on COSA's assessments, are the financial sustainability issues facing South Australian councils primarily the result of local council decisions, or are they largely driven by structural funding and policy settings established by other levels of government?
We still see a significant proportion of it relating to the decisions and how they're actually engaging with their legislative obligations. We still see some not actually potentially complying with legislative obligations, maintaining long-term financial plans with a 10-year forecast, aligning those with infrastructure and asset management plans. And fundamentally, one of the key issues we see is how they manage their assets. It's a real fundamental issue that we see.
Okay.
There are, if I may just
keep
add,
going.
though, we do think there have been examples, though, where there is a real potential issue with particularly regional councils where they do have far greater difficulties maintaining some of those services, given just the scale and the nature of the income and asset base that they have, the ability then to attract the right personnel to be able to manage those assets. So whilst I talk a little bit about governance and I talk about perhaps some of those things not having been met perhaps to best standard, there is a difficulty for council sometimes to attract people to be able to do those things when they've got a rate base sometimes of only 700 odd people and a very significantly large proportion of land, roads, other assets in which to manage. So that can be tricky. We've also seen, of course, in South Australia, one council that was recently put under administration, keep a PD council, and some of those issues perhaps would be separately looked at through the government lens of it having been structurally unsustainable, regardless of what the council itself could have done, hence the intervention that happened there.
Okay, thank you. All right, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much for appearing. You mentioned in this next tranche of work that you're going to be looking at material changes to the operating environment for councils. Can you give us a bit more detail about what are the sorts of material changes and the sort of the extent of that, given the committee's remit?
Yes. Material changes is one of the legislative things we are meant to look at, so that's absolutely a key factor. It could be things like increase impacts from drought, floods, which we have seen previously. It could be changes in population growth or shrinkage. Some of those could materially impact on council circumstances. We do in our framework and approach set out in a little more detail some of those key considerations for councils where that could have a contextual factor on the particular council. There could be geographic context in terms of their remoteness and those sort of things. It could be workforce capacity, which is an issue that we genuinely do see in the regions, and being able to attract the right staff and maintain the right staff. As I said, cost pressures, it could be increased costs of obtaining labour in regional areas as well, could actually be more significant at certain times. Insurance escalations as well as a result sometimes of some of those whether they're climatic issues that have created climate change, whatever the case may be, and those community and demographic factors may also be one of those things that can impact materiality.
Does external funding profiles come into that material change? So the environment, given councils have provided significant evidence that the more remote you go, the more external funding is needed to operate. So is that in your equation there?
It's certainly something we are aware of, and certainly funding is something that we take into account when we look at each council's context. The largest part of funding that we mostly focus on is rates, but we're also aware, of course, of the federal assistant grants and how that then translates through the state. And we do hear a lot of noises from councils because we do now go out and visit a lot of the councils. We try and understand what their context is. I think that's a really important part of how we have evolved the scheme. We do see the lumpiness of that and sometimes what is perceived to be the inconsistency of that as being a real issue for some councils. There's also, if I could add, the ability of some councils to understand how the grant funding system works, whether it is the federal system grants, but also other potential areas or sources of funding, and the level of sophistication some of the regional councils might have in being able to put together a grant or seek grants, as opposed to some of the metropolitan councils that perhaps have teams of people that are able to do that and access that in a better way. So we do genuinely see some issues for some of those regional councils in trying to keep the doors open and the lights on.
And do you give it? There's not advice. It's just here's an issue you need to focus on. It's not. This is my final question, Chair.
Yeah.
That's how that works, right? It's not. I know you don't direct,
no.
But it is not advice of how to fix a problem. Just you have one. Is that correct?
We take into account all these factors as things that have an impact on a particular council. So our advice is guided by the council's circumstances, as well as the actual data that we receive. And we really do listen to how councils are impacted in their own particular way. It's very difficult to give a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Ms Jordan-Benn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for appearing today. I think some of your ASCOSA colleagues are currently providing advice to one of our last witnesses, which is sort of interesting timing. My question is just around workforce. In your view, to what degree are workforce shortages, particularly engineers, planners, those sort of technical specialists, are emerging as a financial sustainability issue for regional councils, but also councils experiencing rapid growth as well.
It's interesting because I myself have been on a number of the visits to regional councils, and I remember vividly a visit in the Riverland area where there was a big discussion just around attracting town planners to that region, or people with the financial ability to be able to maintain finances to the level that perhaps is needed, including asset management, which is another key area that's difficult. What they are finding is actually some of the other schemes that might be available, whether it's through immigration schemes, they're finding town planners, for example, who have come from overseas, they've relocated to regional areas, and they're finding that sometimes can fill the gap. But putting that aside, they are really struggling with exactly that issue, getting good quality staff sometimes to the region and keeping in those regions. We don't have a solution for that necessarily, but we have worked and spoken closely with the Local Government Association here in South Australia, and there's various programs which the LGA and which we have had some input into to try and provide, I guess, a sense of how could a problem like that be resolved, whether it's through shared services models, whether it's, you know, having one very experienced financial expert who could assist a few councils in a region, even if it's remotely. We've seen sort of, you know, third-party consultants helping some of those regional councils, which has actually been quite positive, but that doesn't mean they have someone on the ground doing some of that work. Same with town planners, whether there's an ability to share. So whilst each council is a distinct unit, the ability perhaps to have a more of a shared model is something that is being explored.
And you're seeing that with growth councils as well as regional councils?
Growth councils.
For example, we heard from Light Regional Council previously, who were, you know, historically a regional, you know, hub, it sounds like, and they're now experiencing rapid growth with new suburbs popping up every day. So would you say you're seeing the same thing in you know, councils like Light Regional Council?
We see those types of councils slowly being able to attract more people simply because the infrastructure, if it is keeping up, and the ability then to relocate, whether it's families or people to those areas, becomes more attractive, and that sometimes has a bit of a lag effect, but it's less of a problem than those councils where there is stagnant growth or perhaps negative growth, and that's far more difficult. So those councils which have a plan and are growing in a way that can attract people to those areas, and that's less of a problem, I think.
So you're not seeing those workforce shortages in those sort of councils?
Not as much, but that's not really a key focus of what we look at. It's more anecdotal, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
All good. No worries. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Mr. Benning.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick clarifying questions. Does the OCA and things like councillors like AMIAC come under your purview?
Who, sorry?
The Outback Communities Authority and then
No,
AMIAC, so AP Wildlands, Maralinga.
No.
So neither of them come under your purview. Okay. And another quick one: what is the incentive or indeed disincentive for a local government to follow your advice in relation to being financially sustainable?
And certainly the feedback we've had since having finished the first 4 years, and I will, if you remember back to our first appearance, we were quite open about the fact that there was a lot of negativity around the scheme, simply because it was unknown and there was a bit of scepticism about what value it could add. Since that 4 years, and since our increased engagement with the sector in terms of direct visits and understanding that context, that has changed, we think, quite significantly to now being seen as quite a positive contribution. The incentive that councils see in following our advice is that we give it genuinely, we give it independently. We're not a regulator in this context where we're there with a big stick. We're simply there to understand and provide our best guidance on how they can apply the various tools and levers that they have to achieve financial sustainability for their communities. And the incentive is that we do try and help. So we engage with them. If they have questions, we do that. We've had follow-up meetings after the advice has been provided. We've had meetings for members of councils as well to help their understanding of how the advice plays out, what it means for them. Some may not have asset management, financial management backgrounds. We try and explain that as we go as well. So it's a bit of an education piece, but it's also a piece designed to get a better outcome for the communities. And so the communities themselves can then see that someone independently has looked at how the council's operating. They can question that. They can raise questions with council and the members. And we hope in time that, and this is a long-term process, that we do see some positive changes across councils that can deliver better outcomes.
Certainly, you might not be aware of this, but certainly across the OCA, the Outback Communities Authority, which is 66% of the state, there's a lot of concerns around financial management and asset renewal of that. And that's been a concern, but also AMIAC, that's been placed into administration a second time in a short period of time, and in this case due to corruption. Do you think it's reasonable that your purview be extended to those other jurisdictions?
Look, we haven't turned our minds to whether that would assist, but certainly we could perhaps bring some experience to those areas if we were asked to do that. In saying that, we also know that we have some other regulatory roles that are within those areas, whether they be in terms of electricity networks, water networks and other things, which give us some insights into those areas. And we're also aware that we widely discuss issues in and around councils and the management of councils, which are, even through the Observed Practices document, for example, which could be utilised quite effectively by other regions where we don't necessarily have a direct role. I say that even for other states. So we've had discussions with other states and territories where they've shown some interest in the scheme that we have here. And that's been interesting just to see that they do read what we do. They do look at how we've approached the issues that we have under our legislation here. Perhaps some of those observations may be helping them as well. So there may be some broader areas that it could be useful for.
Last one, sorry.
Okay.
Last one if I can, Chair. You've made an assessment of the 30 LGAs in Grey, and it's pretty diabolical, to be honest, in terms of their financial assessment. A lot of these quarter-acre blocks, if you compare a quarter-acre block in a regional town compared to Prospect, some people paying 4, 5, 6 times more for rates. Asset management is going backwards. We've seen, in some instances, antisocial behaviour going up and ratepayers having to fund that.
Yep.
I honestly don't see a way out of this without anything, without something drastically changing. Do you subscribe to that view for regional, rural, remote councils in South Australia?
Not at this time. I do think there is more work that can be done for assisting councils in terms of their fundamentals and their basics and the structural issues that they face. In saying that, some councils do it well, and we don't see the same issues with those councils. Other councils do it well, and we do see some of those issues. What I think I'd like to see is more of a longitudinal review to see where the councils go with our advice. I'm not in a position yet to even comment on that because we're literally just started that second phase. So it'll be interesting to see if they have engaged with that process, whether they have made some of those changes and whether that has actually changed things. My view as a result of the first 4 years was a little, I suppose, sceptical about how things were operating because there was such a large number of councils that were facing difficulties of sustainability. But I think that's a real reason why the scheme's in place. It's really there to try and change that tide, turn that tide, try and give that support to the councils, whether that's through the advice and then through the LGA and what assistance issues can be provided in terms of how they operate. And then we might be in a better position to say how much more of that is actually structural. So those governance, those behavioural issues, we're yet to really test, and we will do so over the next phase.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
And I just want to touch on this, the part of that last discussion around the fundamentals and basics that can be done better. So, is your view that there is a low base level understanding around financial literacy at the decision-making point in most local government councils across the state?
No, I would say that there is in some councils, a low level of financial literacy, not necessarily in the administration, sometimes with the members.
Right.
And sometimes there's a misalignment between the members and the administration, which can sometimes create challenges.
So can you just expand on that? So sure. when you say members, you're talking about elected councillors?
Elected councillors, yes.
So are you saying that there is a departure around the financial advice being given by the administration, but then being taken differently by the elected body? Is that essentially where you're at?
Sometimes, not in all cases, but sometimes we see a tension between what an elected member considers to be a priority, and sometimes that's new shiny things, new assets, whatever the case may be, without understanding or fully appreciating the risks of undertaking that when they haven't covered the renewal of existing assets, they haven't maintained those assets, they're not fully aware of the costs that the new asset would bring on top of the existing assets. And if all that hasn't been maintained at a base level, that becomes a far more difficult conversation. So sometimes we do see that tension, and administrations are often very frustrated with that, as I'm sure our members sometimes. What we've found and the feedback we've had from both members and from council administrators is that the advice we've given can sometimes be very strong leverage for helping get through that impasse. So it's independent, it's provided by us. They can say, well, here's what the Commission has said. It's something that's a real risk if we go down this path, and it has been leveraged in that way to help. So I think that's been a positive.
So is there a view to do more training with elected members of council to try and bring up their understanding around long-term asset management, etc., to hopefully lead towards better decision-making within the elected body? Or
We recommend that, absolutely, and we have done a bit of that in sort of post-advice sessions with members and the administration. And certainly every time we go and visit a council, the invitation is there for members and the administration to be there when we do the front end of that, so we understand their context. In saying that too, we also are working more closely with the LGA. So we do see a role for the LGA here. Our role is advisory. Mm-hmm. What we do is shine a light on where some of those potential ways of helping councils could be, which the LGA we now see is really picking up on some of those aspects. So I think that's a positive thing. There's also another body called IPWIA, and I won't try and remember what the acronym is, but it's the Asset Management Association, effectively, across Australia, who are also increasingly working with Local Government Association and us to help asset managers understand, and particularly understand, the interrelationship with financial management. That is so crucial from our perspective. The two need to work together.
Interesting. Okay.
Name of that organisation again?
IPWIA, Institute of Public Works and Engineering Association.
Okay, sorry.
I might have missed a word.
Sorry, just to
Oh, that's okay. So what I am struggling with is, so with the SCOSA, if you're seeing repeated patterns of behaviour across multiple different LGAs, who do you escalate to if there's no change? Like, do you report back to local government minister here in South Australia, and is there some way of then having a look at structural reform? What's the mechanisms that you've got available to you when you identify recurring patterns of behaviour broadly across the LGAs here in South Australia?
Our advice is targeted to each individual council and more broadly to everyone that we hope is picking it up. We certainly send a copy of each of our advice to the Minister through the Office of Local Government here in South Australia. We do engage with the Office of Local Government, and we let them know if there are some particular issues that arise. We work with the Local Government Association, which here in South Australia has a broader and quite unique role, as I understand, compared with some other states and their local government associations. It's a much larger organisation that perhaps does more of a role that in other areas that the Office of Local Government might do. So we engage with all of those, and we certainly do it in an advisory way, not a direct regulatory way though. Again, our role is slightly different to some of the other sectors that we regulate.
Okay, my last question, if that's all right, Chair, thank you. What reforms would better support local government financial accountability while recognising council's limited revenue base and growing service responsibilities?
Well, that's a tricky one for us to answer at the moment, because we're still in that, I think, looking at that sort of longitudinal study in terms of how perhaps their engagement with the advice and their ability then to translate that into better outcomes for their communities. We're still to really assess that. So I think at some point we may be in a better position to actually comment on that. In terms of reforms, I mean, we do often still hear about some of those issues in and around grants. I know that is an important issue for many councils, and perhaps more certainty around that would certainly help councils in terms of how they then are able to manage their planning going forward.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify something on the longitudinal look at how things are going. Like, where do you see the sweet spot around the information that you're now collating to be in a position where you've got like some substantial evidence to say, you know, X, Y, or Z as outcomes based on the advice that you've been able to give over the last period of time? What are you looking at as your ideal window of opportunity for that?
Well, across the next 4 years, we will have again visited one of the 68 councils. By February 28th, 2027, next year, we will have done the first 15 of those. Right. So we will already then at least be able to have a look at what those 15 councils have done with the advice they received 4 years ago.
Yep.
That'll be the first batch. So we're 6 months away from at least that batch. So we will get a little bit of a sense, I think, and hopefully a positive sense as to how they have engaged with that advice.
Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Mildura Rural City Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Martin Hawson and I'm Chief Executive Officer of Mildura Rural City Council.
And my name's Mark McMillan. I'm the Manager of Financial Services of the Mildura Rural City Council.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, which is the northern suburbs of Adelaide, but I'm also a Mildura local boy too.
Good morning, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs in Victoria.
And I'm Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning, I'm Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Good morning, but I think afternoon for you, just. Tom Vetting, Member for Grey, Regional South Australia.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the opportunities to present this to you. Our message is pretty straightforward, and obviously we've got our submission. But for us, local government is being asked to deliver more services, maintain more infrastructure, and respond to more regulatory obligations and support increasing complexity in our communities, while the majority of our revenue is constrained in most cases by decisions made by other levels of government. Mildura is a regional city of approximately 60,000 people, covering more than 22,000 square kilometres across in between 3 states. We manage over $1.28 billion in assets and deliver more than 100 services. Nearly 80% of our revenue is effectively controlled by other government settings, whether that be rate capping or certain funding restrictions. Therefore, this creates quite a difficult situation to manage on the ground, and therefore we're suggesting that some structural reform is appropriate, given it's not fit for purpose. Our submission contained 5 key arguments: that local government is one of the most constrained level of government. I guess we're probably the end of the food chain as far as, and the closest to our communities. Every level of government should benefit from economic growth, but sometimes local government does not find itself in this space. The 2 largest sources of our income are rates and charges of 59.4% and our operating grants of 16.3%. Combined, approximately 76% of our revenue is restricted by CPI-based growth. Meanwhile, Commonwealth taxation revenues grow with economic activity. State taxation grows and continually be cost shifted to local government in some ways, but local government's revenue is capped. So when the economy grows, Commonwealth and state revenues tend to grow, whereas we tend to collect more expectations from our community to deliver, which creates quite a difficult situation. Our core message, I guess, around rate capping is simply to show revenue growth has reduced our long-term financial capacity, particularly with maintaining our asset base. Rate caps are set below the actual cost in 2022-23 and 23-24 have reduced our future operating position by approximately $4.8 million annually. Another key point is the financial assistance grants seems to be lagging in terms of our capacity to maintain our asset base. Financial assistance grant system no longer reflects the realities of local government responsibility. Our submission notes that financial assistance grants have fallen by approximately 0.76% of Commonwealth taxation revenue from 2012 to 13 to 5.9 in 2023-24. Council only raises around 3.5% of our sees only 3.5% of our taxation revenue. That local government maintains more than 85% of the roads and more than 30% of the public assets. So our wish for this proposal, for the restructure of the financial assistance grant, is for the grants to reflect at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. The responsibilities of local government have increased dramatically. The share of the national revenue supporting local government has gone backwards. Our fourth point is cost shifting is unsustainable. Local government is increasingly becoming a service provider of last resort. The evidence that supports this is NRCC estimates cost shifting from other forms of government costing approximately $5 million per year. Whether this be the environmental protection and waste levy, libraries, school crossings, maternal child health, early years, building services, statutory planning, state infrastructure projects, and the list goes on, as we've detailed in our submission. So when other levels of government transfer responsibilities without funding, the bill ultimately lands with local ratepayers. Our fifth point is that regional communities face higher costs and lower capacity to pay. The core message here is that regional council are asked to deliver metropolitan standards under fundamentally different circumstances. The evidence to suggest this is that Mildura, 7th most disadvantaged LGA in Victoria and 123rd most disadvantaged LGA in Australia. Our average household income is approximately $1,341 per week compared to $1,759 per week in Victoria. The more than 21% of households survives on less than $1,000 gross income per week. At the same time, labour costs are higher, contracts are harder to secure, service delivery distances are greater, and infrastructure networks are larger. Regional communities often pay more for services despite having less capacity to pay. In closing, local government does not seek special treatment. We seek funding model that reflects responsibilities we have been given. Our communities expect safe roads, waste services, libraries, childcare service, emergency management support, climate adaptation and community infrastructure. The issue is not whether these services are important. The issue is whether local government has the revenue tools necessary to sustain them. Without reform, councils across regional Australia will increasingly face a choice between reduced services, deferring infrastructure renewal, or placing unsustainable pressures on our ratepayers. None of these outcomes serve our communities well.
Great, thank you very much. My first question is, Mildura sits at the intersection of cross-border service delivery, regional transport and irrigation-based agriculture. What financial pressures does that create for council?
Great question. I guess we, as you've rightly pointed out, but we are the centre and the largest population base. So what tends to happen is wherever the larger centre is, it's got the services such as hospitals, libraries, all our services. People tend to gravitate towards there. So we have a lot of people coming from New South Wales and South Australia to our municipalities. But that has good aspects because that brings in more commercial and people come here for shopping and so forth. But it does put a drain on our services and our infrastructure at the same time. I guess we just accept that, and we service a broader community than what our rate base actually consists of, I guess, in simple terms. So we're providing more services to more people, but our population base still remains only of those in Victoria.
Okay, great. All right. And I know you mentioned...
I could go into another whole individual examples, but I guess that's the gist of it.
I'm happy for you to provide us an example. Yep, that'd be great.
Okay, so one of the key ones is a regional airport. So we provide an airport which has commercial flights coming in and out, where all our surrounding areas don't have a commercial airport. They have airports, but they're usually private or for specific purposes. So a community like ours, we need to maintain an airport, and that is quite significant. So we're continually upgrading the runway, which we do get some support from the government, but it's a continually ongoing service that we provide, whereas other regional councils don't have to provide those sort of aspects. One of the real comparative issues is our volume of roads. So we have 5,000 kilometres of roads. So, and everything that comes with that. And a lot of those roads are unsealed, and they are critical because we're a farming community. They're critical to maintain. So that's an ongoing issue for us. The other aspect is we have a diverse community. So we have a mix of dry land farming, irrigated farming, and residential. And so we have different needs within that community, which creates I guess, an expectation that everyone can get everything equitable across our whole municipality. The reality is sometimes one group subsidises another group, and then we have to manage that rather than just having more a stable revenue base that can not relying on commodity prices where others are relying on other aspects. And that is across the cross-border issues that happens as well. So we have people from New South Wales coming to our rate base and supported by our rate base. So that sparseness is quite tricky to manage. I've talked a bit about our other services that people utilise. So we have a lot of people using our library services, and our recreation is a really large component where we are a regional centre. So we have, indoor basketball courts and everything that we support. And we have a lot of people coming from different across the border or to utilise those facilities. So, and that has positives and negatives, I guess, but we don't generate revenue from people that come across the border. They're just some of the examples.
Thank you very much. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you both for attending today. I note in your submission that you address the issue of the 30% minimum per capita component in the FAG allocation, and you argued it weakened horizontal equalisation. If the 30% was removed and there's been proposals for, reducing it to 10%, do you have any estimate of the material impact that would have on the amount of FAG grant that you received? And would that go to address some of the issues that you've raised?
Certainly. You mean like the federal assistance grants you're talking about?
Yeah, and the 30% minimum. There's been, you raised that in your written submission.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably one of the issues we have is our ability to generate income. Obviously, it's constrained, as Martin was saying before. We've got the rate cap. So we rely on the federal assistance grants as our basically other major source of income. And a couple of years ago when it was frozen, we used to be around about 1%. Now it's dropped back. I think it's 0.57%. We are saying that needs to increase, and that would make a massive difference to us.
You know how much of a difference, and what's your depreciation schedule look like at the moment? Have you got
just say our total expenses might be, I'm just trying to think, might be roughly 100 million. It depends, but depreciation makes up about 25 million of that. So we've probably over the last few years, depreciation, it used to go up at say $600,000 a year. It's actually been going up about $2 million a year. It's a massive impediment now to us to keep up with renewal, because each year the cost of assets, building them, the revaluations have increased significantly, depreciation's increased significantly. And yeah, like I said, $25 million, it's forecast to keep going up about $1 million a year. And when we increase our rates, they might go up, $2.5 million or whatever it is. Of that, $1 million a year is at least depreciation.
So even with a 1%, returning the financial assistance grants to 1%, so doubling your allocation wouldn't go anywhere near addressing the backlog of infrastructure projects that are sitting on your books.
It would certainly help. And when we say going back to the 1%, I think we did the calculation. Trying to think, it would probably make, it could be around about $10 million a year. It was a very large number. That would obviously help. It's certainly around renewal. But the question is our community's capacity to pay as well. Our rates are probably the highest in Victoria, or if not the equal highest. So then the other question would be, would you be using that increase in federal assistance grants just to fix your renewal, or would you be trying to limit the rate increases in the future, bearing in mind our community's capacity to pay?
But is that the role of financial assistance grants, to offset rate rises? Isn't
absolutely.
the role of...
Absolutely.
Yeah. You think it is?
Well, I think the disparity that Mark's alluded to, this has happened over a significant time. We're talking 30 years that have got us to where we are. And if our whole goal is to maintain our community and have a sustainable community, which basically means we've got the revenues to support what we need to now and into the future. So if we had some sort of equalisation, I guess, of those federal assistance grants and you were about $10 million, Mark. I remember the work you did on that. We calculated the gap between from moving from 57 to 1% and what sort of did a ratio to say, what the revenues would be. That would put us back, I guess, into some sort of the ballpark. We're continually looking at efficiencies to change services, utilise technology, reduce burden on our ratepayers. That's just an ongoing program. It's just we need to get our head above water to be able to make some real gains on that, where we can start reducing the burden of our rate per person on our municipality. And yeah, we do have a high rate base, which is reflective of the expectations of our services. But remember, we're charging a high rate base to one of the more disadvantaged communities in the state and in Australia. So the capacity to pay is actually our driver to try and get some better equalisation back into the community.
So just my final question. So, given that any increase in financial assistance grants to councils comes from the Australian taxpayer, how could the Commonwealth be assured that that such an increase would ensure, though, that councils continue to focus on productivity and efficiency improvements?
Well, I guess the ultimate test is that our burden on our ratepayers is lessened, and but also our financial sustainability is more visible and it's measured. So, you know, our debt to ratio measures, our level of asset renewal gap would be another key indicator, so that the Commonwealth, which is and through the Auditor General's office, we obviously maintain a close eye on what our asset base is and how we're maintaining that asset base. We have quite solid measures on that, probably more scrutiny on that than any other level of government, whether it's our buildings, our roads, our drains, on the level of condition of those to maintain them at a certain standard. So there's a whole lot of measures that you could look at to maintain that this any given local government is making sure that they are spending their monies in the right way that's creating a sustainable community. And at the moment, that is gradually deteriorating. So we'd like to see a reverse in that trend line, and that could be built into a whole lot of measures for the Commonwealth to view.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one question. What funding or coordination reforms would better support large regional councils that service communities beyond their municipal boundaries?
Are you talking about cross-border type stuff, or
the interface? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we actually work very closely with, particularly our New South Wales counterparts just across the river. We have a memorandum of understanding, and then we have joint projects that we work on, because we see ourselves as a region. And Wentworth in New South Wales, it's just across the road. We've got a number of initiatives that we're entering into. One of those is waste. So we're looking at a joint regional facility rather than both of us having one waste facility. We've got tourism projects that we run jointly because we help market the region, and we're actually working on joint product development in tourism. Both we've just entered into a joint marketing agreement to support development of the region. So we're fostering that whole economic growth. We've just seen the development of a cross-border chamber of commerce across the region, so business can be represented more so. We're working on a joint arrangement with transport and transport linkages, joint advocacy on development of new infrastructure, whether that be road networks, intermodals, bridges, a whole raft of initiatives that we're working on, because obviously there's a border, but we see both levels of government working together. We also want to develop a tri-state economic zone to where we've got mutual projects of interest, such as transport is one of them. Waste obviously is that, but expanding that into South Australia as well. And we're working with the RDA on that particular project. But we see our region, because we're brought together basically by, our natural DNA, which is farming, horticulture, water. We have strong alliances across those three border issues, and that extends well beyond our boundary.
Thanks, Jane.
Great, thank you. Mr Fenning. Oh, you're okay. Ms Jordan-Baird.
Thank you so much for your evidence today. It's great to have you both online, and thanks for sharing some of the significant challenges that you experience as a regional council and a cross-border council as well. My question is just around water policy. How does drought, water, natural disasters and climate resilience affect your council's operating cost and infrastructure priorities?
Well, water is basically why we exist. Oh, well, if we didn't have that, we wouldn't exist. We are primarily, we're an irrigated, our irrigated industry. We're one of the largest producers of agricultural produce in Australia, and therefore, obviously, we are very heavily our economy is heavily reliant on access to secure water. Therefore, whatever happens in that water space has a direct and indirect impact on our communities, whether that be water policy, available of water, or natural impacts of water. What we find tends to happen is when we enter into a drought situation, as we've been through a number of times, it really tests water policy in its ability to be able to cope, and often that's when we really find out what the impact is. Otherwise, it tends to be a little bit of a lag indicator in terms of our economy. So, as we are, subject to our key partner is Mother Nature a lot of the times. Our other key partner is the government in its water policy. So we need to get those three, and obviously our ability to produce. So we need to get that triangulation between those whole three working in unison. We are very mindful too of the importance of environmental policy. So we are very supportive of the maintenance of a healthy river, but we need that balance across our, our commodities and our ability to produce as well, because that is the key driver of our economy. It's around about $8.2 billion in terms of our contribution to our agricultural output. So it's very significant part, not just for the economy of our local community, but Australia as a whole. So anything we can do in terms of our support as a local government to maintain those communities, we will do. And we have been a strong advocate in terms of water policy, and we'll continue to do that. But availability of secure water is critical, whether that be for our maintaining our river or for our commodity groups. We just need to make sure that is quite a sophisticated approach to that, and it's based on evidence base, not necessarily, an ideology that one gets more than the other. It needs to be the right balance, and it needs careful leadership and management at all levels of government.
No doubt it plays a critical role, and I've seen you referred to as an oasis in the desert, which I think speaks volumes. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just like to know what funding or coordination reforms would better support larger regional councils, particularly that service communities beyond their municipal boundaries?
I think I mentioned the tri-state economic zone. I think this is something, and this is work that we're doing which would service around the 200,000 level of population. That's the radius, I guess, that we will be looking at. I think there's huge opportunities to enhance that and then get real on-the-ground projects happening, particularly in regard to transport. And that sort of coordinating transport across borders would be something that would save enormous amounts of money, and that could be done at a lot more local level. So some place-based planning approach to that, which is what we do as local government all the time, but expanding that out to that tri-state. So transport linkages, freight pathways, things like better freight onto rail, creating more inland hubs that can get both our current freight onto rail and quicker to port. We've got huge potential in the mineral sands and area, which is just really good, but it does put a hell of a strain on our road network because we just don't have that coordination level to get it onto rail as quickly and as effectively as we can. I mentioned about regional airline services and support for expansion of that to enable us better access to staffing, better opportunities, I guess, for our communities to have a better cost and equity to enable cheaper flights than what's currently here. It can be very expensive sometimes to fly, and without the airport we would be in a world of pain in terms of our support for business and tourism and just that general connection to the rest of Australia, because we are quite isolated. But if you couple that with that tri-state approach, I think that could really, and coordinated effectively, that could really make a big difference to our community, but also the community in broader Australia as well. So they're the two that really spring to mind. There needs to be a lot more partnership within that framework. So again, waste, you know, if we had a major regional waste disposal so we didn't have to truck or shift our waste, recycling, all those types of sort of core things, but expand the catchment, that would take a lot of burden off our community, which ultimately are paying for the way we deal with our waste services. And then the joint management of the river, like having joint environmental projects, which we are fortunate enough to benefit through the Murray-Darling Basin. There's been some really good environmental projects that have helped support the river, but having a real place-based and connection with our First Peoples and creating that linkages to place would be, through that economic zone, would be something quite significant.
Yep, I've got a question now from Mr. Venning.
Thank you both for giving evidence this afternoon. I agree with everything that you put in your submission, but I just want to touch on the issue around your regional airport. Does the council own that today? And over the years, what financial assistance have you received from federal or state government to keep it running?
Yes, we do own it. We're the sole owner, and I guess that's up for obvious reasons, but it is managed. We manage it through an independent board. Over my journey, Mark might be able to chip in exactly on the grants, but we have received, have you got that right in front of you, Mark?
I don't, but we definitely got around about $7 million for a upgrade of the terminal. And we also received grant fund, and that might have been in 2007 or something, but we also received about $15 million, I think, for the upgrade of our runway. But we also, I think, chipped in about $4 million, which, like, for us, $4 million, that was a massive outlay for us, one of our larger capital works projects that we've received. About $15 million in grant funding for the airport.
And where is the runway today? Is it capable of taking the Qantas QC400s?
Oh, you're getting technical. Is that a big one? It's a
Dash
8. No, when Bonza was up and running, we actually had jet aircraft flying between Sunshine Coast and Mildura, and that was a significant plane. 737.
Yeah.
And that made a huge difference. We estimated 50,000 passengers with the link to Queensland, and it made such a huge difference both in tourism, business, and just our connection. I was surprised of the take up of that. Unfortunately, Bonza ran into some financial trouble, but it was did make a significant impact. I will just go back to that question. We currently are looking for $30 million to continue on with the upgrade of our runway. So it's almost like once we finish one upgrade, we're almost automatically into planning for the new one. And the reason is for the members suggesting we have to keep on top of that so we can open up other airport routes that do use bigger planes, because obviously we can accommodate it, but what I've learned is that it's the regular use of the bigger planes that then becomes a little bit problematic and increases your maintenance on your runway. So if we have a mix of Dash 8s and what have you, but then if we have regular uses, then obviously that's larger planes, larger impact, and the need to increase the upgrade. So we want to get to the point where we can utilise the runway at a higher level that will better cater for planes. So they can land, but on a regular basis, that's when we have to have a higher level of runway pavement that is more able to sustain that. We do a lot of export directly that we could be utilising the airport far more if we had that functionality.
Yeah, great. Reach out to Whyalla City Council. They just did it early this year for $30 million and they received a lot of federal funding for that. But that's all from me, Chair.
Yep. Thank you.
Did you have a question? Yes, I did. I just want to explore the issue of co-contributions. Is that been an issue for you, and where there's been grant opportunities, but there's say a 50-50 grant, and therefore you haven't been able to apply? Do you have any examples?
Great question. When there was the Building Better Regions Fund that was specifically for regions, I know there's been different iterations of that, we were able to take advantage of that by utilising state money together with federal money, and then we had our own contribution. So we were able, through probably 2017 to 23, where we had a really strong co-contribution from both levels of government. But what's happened in recent times, since probably we haven't seen that, we haven't been able to utilise that fund because we couldn't get the state government support to match federal support. But even then, it's seemingly that fund from a federal perspective has dried up, or that model and that way of thinking seems to have drifted away. So we would never been able to do the infrastructure. We built a $46 million sporting facility. We did our riverfront. We did an art centre. We did a whole lot of stuff utilising that model. And it created, what's diminished is the pathway to funding. Because it takes us years and years to plan, get our ducks in a row, be able to get our contribution up. But that pathway has diminished over the last, 6 or 7 years. We haven't been able to utilise that. If there was far more certainty of a partnership arrangement between the state, federal, and we knew where we stood, we could start planning a lot better for future infrastructure and major builds. But certainly that has had a huge impact on our capacity without the state having a designated regional fund, and with the diminishing of the building, I'll call it Building Better Regions because that's what it used to be called.
Yeah, sorry.
That's had a huge impact on our ability to get major infrastructure builds.
Follow up. Sorry, and I should have introduced, it's Alison Penfold, member for Lyne here. How would you feel if there was a program where co-contributions were based on a formula of council's ability to contribute rather than a standard 50-50? Would that be, as a, relatively larger rural council, if you were, if it was 50% for you, but maybe 25 for a smaller, how would you feel about that?
Well, I'd feel a lot better, mainly because with the, we would have never been able to fund a 50-50 contribution. It's just, to build a $46 million facility is just outside our capacity to do that. The only reason we got that through the Building Better Regions Fund, as part of that program, there was a disadvantage clause. Right. And if you could demonstrate that you had significant disadvantage in your community, you were exempt from the 50-50 contribution. So you could provide a lesser contribution to what, so if we got 10 million from the state, 10 million from the Commonwealth, we didn't need to put in 10 million, we put in 7 million. And that came under a clause in the regional fund that exempted you from having to have a 50-50 contribution. So what you're just explaining was, in our circumstances, absolutely critical, because without that, we would have never been able to get access to that funding. So it's not a sort of an optional extra, it's actually an imperative for us to have that clause. Unfortunately, that clause was taken away from the new fund, which basically meant you had to have that matching contribution or you weren't eligible, and since that time we haven't been able to get any money.
So you'd like to see it as a standard clause in competitive grant programs?
Well, absolutely too, because we're competing against like regional communities that are 3 times our size. So a Bendigo or a Ballarat or a Geelong, we're competing in the same sort of cohort, but we're like a third of the size. So we just don't have the revenue base to support a funding that would be 50-50, as opposed to, and that's what if you could demonstrate that disadvantage, that was the criteria that was used back then. It could look a bit different now, but that would be a game changer for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Great. It's the Chair here. I'd just like to conclude with a comment. So there is the Growing Regions Fund and also the Regional Precincts and Partnership Program, which has 2 streams, one that can help with master planning and infrastructure. And my understanding is that some of that is negotiable in terms of a business case put forward in terms of co-contributions, but I just wanted to mention those specific two funds as well.
We have had those funds in, we've put submissions in, and we haven't seen anything from those. And one of those was for the tri-state zone.
Yeah, but
one of them was for the tri-state zone.
But they have, I know, for example, in the Regional Precincts and Partnership Fund, where, for example, in the master planning, I know I've had one in my area. It's not a massive amount of money, but there's been no council contribution. It's gone solely to the council, so that there are those funds as well. Anyway, we have to finish there, but thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Murraylands and Riverland Local Government Association to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ella Winnell, Mayor of Berry-Bummer Council and President of the Murraylands Riverland LGA.
Simone Bailey, Mayor of Mid-Murray Council and Vice President of the Murraylands and Riverlands LGA.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Good afternoon, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Excuse me, good afternoon, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Good afternoon, Tom Benning-Gray.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. Mayor Simone Bailey and I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the 8 councils that make up the Murraylands Riverland Local Government Association, or MRLGA. Between us, we have more than a decade of experience as elected members, many more as local government employees, and we are now both in our 4th year as mayors, so we come before you with a very direct and lived experience of the local government funding system, not just the numbers, but the people and the communities behind them. Since before 1927, councils across the Murraylands, Mallee and Riverland have worked collectively to represent our communities as part of the MRLGA. Today, our 8 councils cover more than 53,900 square kilometres with a population of more than 75,000 people, around 55,000 rateable properties, more than 12,500 kilometres of roads and over $1.75 billion in assets. Collectively, we raise more than $120 million worth of a year in rates. Those numbers sound significant, but they tell only part of the story. Behind every kilometre of road is a community that needs to be connected. Behind every asset is a ratepayer who ultimately helps pay for it, and behind every budget decision are real people. We've seen communities face the prospect of losing access to basic services, whether through government withdrawal at all levels or market failure through marginal economic scale. We've seen a council stop operating a swimming pool in one of the hottest, driest summers on record to save only $32,000. We've seen vulnerable ratepayers struggle to pay their rates while councils simultaneously struggle to maintain essential services and infrastructure, and we've seen the consequences of a funding system that does not adequately recognise the circumstances of regional councils. Regional councils simply do not have the population base to generate the revenue necessary to maintain enormous infrastructure networks. In Berry-Bummer, for example, last financial year, the Grants Commission assessed the council's need at around $8.5 million, while it received just over $3 million in financial assistance grants, without which we couldn't survive, but this is just over 36% of assessed need. That gap is not an accounting exercise. It translates directly into services delayed, infrastructure deferred and difficult decisions about what communities can no longer afford. Ultimately, much of that gap falls back onto the ratepayer, which is why the information we provided to the committee today shows some of the councils with the greatest unmet assessed need also imposing substantially higher residential rates and charges, further driving inequity. Across our 8 councils, 4 are now looking down the barrel of financial unsustainability, not necessarily through their financial mismanagement, but through circumstance. And the pressure isn't coming from one place. It is the cumulative impact of declining financial assistance grant funding, cost shifting, competitive grant programs focused on new assets requiring councils to contribute money they often don't have, rising construction and operating costs, workforce pressures, huge disaster recovery burdens, and the increasing expectation that local government will step in when other levels of government withdraw. Regional local government is managing essential assets like wastewater that state water authorities manage in urban environments. We're managing expansive road networks used for so much more than local residential use, roads that enable supply of food to people across Australia living mostly in the city. We're not trying to fund tomorrow's projects, we're simply trying to maintain yesterday's infrastructure. Every grant for new infrastructure that requires match funding doesn't recognise the annual maintenance and renewal costs borne by the local government for the rest of time, often costing far more than the purchase price itself. On top of this, local government accounting standards require us to ratepayer fund depreciation in a renewal in a way no other level of government is required to do. A council's debt is not fictional. We don't have the choice to continue accruing debt to fund asset renewal and basic operations while keeping rates low simply because it's politically convenient in the short term. We have a financial institution that can't simply keep lending while those costs continue to mount. But we aren't here to simply say, give councils more money. We're here to say the funding system needs to be fairer and more equitable. Regional, rural and metropolitan councils have fundamentally different revenue bases, geographic responsibilities and costs of assets and service delivery. A system that treats those differences as though they don't exist will inevitably produce inequitable outcomes. No one living in the regions expects to have all of the services available in the city, but we see other councils able to fund non-essential projects that are beyond the wildest dreams of councils like ours, while we struggle to afford the basics like a safe road network or a wastewater system. They are responding to genuine and real community needs and aspirations, but ours are existential. While our existential needs are under threat, we're also being asked to deliver services where other tiers of government and the market no longer will. The metropolitan councils don't have to consider whether the council needs to step in to provide the only childcare service or a GP within 100 kilometres or have their community go without. This financial reality leads to difficulties in attracting and retaining high calibre staff and elected members, the very thing we need as a sector to meet the moment. This is not just because of remuneration rates, but because of the environment itself. We also see councils who are not burdened by this level of existential need advocating for a no worse off outcome in funding reform. We do not want to see any council worse off through funding reform. The entire sector delivers incredible work with very little taxation. The pie does need to grow, but we believe that unless the inequity in the system is recalibrated concurrently to funding increases, we will never stop the cycle of continuing to divide the have and have-nots. You will see in our submission that there is no doubt that there are actions that the state government and the sector itself need to take to improve the way local government adapts, but without the Commonwealth Government addressing the underlying funding inequity, we simply can't reach an equitable model for all. There are practical solutions, including improved design of non-competitive funding, better understanding and recognition of regional infrastructure burdens, reform of grant and co-contribution arrangements, genuinely addressing cost shifting, including valuing where local government is required for Commonwealth project delivery, and genuine partnerships between all three levels of government. Our message today is simple. Financial sustainability cannot mean asking councils to do more with less until there is nothing left to cut, sell or defer. We cannot hand an increasingly unsustainable model to the next generation. We're here because we believe that it can be fixed, and we hope that this inquiry provides the pathway to do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in your submission you propose a Commonwealth Local Government Infrastructure Investment Plan. Is that part of your... No? Does that sound familiar? Commonwealth Local Government Infrastructure Plan? Yeah? I'm just wondering, how should those infrastructure priorities be identified, and what metrics should be used to measure success in reducing the infrastructure gap?
It's Ella from the Barbara Council.
Thank you.
I believe that the sector needs to see an increase in non-competitive grant funding to enable the councils to invest in infrastructure specifically. So at the moment, the financial assistance grants are untied, and that enables councils to spend the money on operating expenditure as well as infrastructure. I believe that there is a better model in which we could increase the funding through loosely tying the funding to infrastructure needs, and asset renewal in particular, to enable councils to invest in keeping our assets going, and then ratepayer funding can supply the additional funding for operational needs.
So would that be something like similar to the roads to recovery model? Or
no, I think slightly different in program design. Yeah.
What would you like to see it like?
So if there was an increase in the pie available from the federal government to fund essential infrastructure in local government, I think it is worth trusting the local government sector to invest in asset renewal, and that it can be done through a slight redesign of the current financial assistance grants program.
Okay. Okay. So the financial assistance program grant fund is untied
currently
now, and then there's a number of, well, the roads to recovery is a set amount for each council depending on their circumstances, specific for roads. So are you saying that there should be some additional funding for infrastructure renewal, separate to the financial assistance grants.
Yeah, it's Ella again.
Yeah.
We have such a significant asset burden that is bigger than roads.
Yeah.
And so roads to renewal absolutely is a key part of our funding mix to fund the roads, but our asset burden is so much more substantial.
Yeah.
Critical housing, infrastructure, wastewater, really, really significant in our community, and we need that infrastructure to be considered as well.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's right. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I just say thank you to both of you. The submission that you've provided, both for this inquiry and the previous parliaments, is excellent, very comprehensive, so thank you very much. I am interested in what you've seen. You put in a submission for the 2024 inquiry. Can you point to any specifics of how either the situations got worse or we're simply dealing with matters that remain unresolved?
Yes, so Simone, we put in a submission and I did a fairly emotional speech at the hearing because we were hurting. I'd just been through a flood. We'd just closed our pool in the hottest, driest summer to save $32,000. Yeah, other councils are in the paper only last week spending $194,000 on a book. You know, like for my community, that is 6 years of keeping the pool open. Not only the pool, it's not our pool, it's the school pool, so it's not like the infrastructure's costing us. That was just a salary, which means there's one job loss in my community, which is just a casual job over summer for Christmas, you know, so there's those sorts of things that impact our community. So although closing the pool was very, very difficult, it actually helped our elected member base and our community understand the dire need we were in. So I believe we've got a SCOSA coming back this year. I believe they will find us sustainable. But in 5 more years' time, we're going to be in the same spot if these financial assistance grants aren't equitably shared. I've got a spreadsheet which has now been included. I've got a hard copy here if you want. You know, there's councils with an $875,000 house with a $1,000 rate, and down the bottom, $14,000 for the same value house. So it is so inequitable right now. The longer we leave this, the harder it's going to get for councils like mine. We are selling off land. We said no to football club lights. That was one of the hardest decisions our council had to make. We were very fortunate that the community listened and understood, and they helped us have that infrastructure. But again, it's now depreciating, and then in 20 years' time, it's going to be another issue for our council.
Yeah.
So for me, we've done 4 years hard slog. I'm going to be really grateful if we get a good SCOSA report, but I can't do this any longer.
Yeah, fair enough. I would imagine one of the issues that might have shifted is renewables and renewable investment in your region. Did you just speaking about your ability to rate renewable projects and whether you've modelled what sort of additional funding you could receive if you were able to?
Yes, so South Australia can't rate renewables in our regional areas. They're popping up more and more. My council would be able to raise $1 million worth of rates around now, and we've got a wind farm going in and more solar farms and battery farms. And yeah, literally 0 rates coming off of those. And actually they decrease the rate because if it was a productive farm and then it just becomes, as in vacant land, we can't rate it as highly. And then we've got AI data centres coming. They're obviously going to have more renewables. So yes, we can rate the AI data centre, but we can't rate the renewables that go with it. It's definitely a blocker that the state government is providing. And it's not like councils in the city have a new food factory pop up and they can rate on it instantly. And these things are taking over our farmland and we can't even rate on them.
It's not just the renewables as well. There are other mandatory rate rebates that I don't believe are currently contemporary or fit for purpose. For example, we are required to rebate residential properties in our community that are owned by universities. Or commercial properties that are run by quite corporate not-for-profits, large corporate not-for-profits that are running businesses from those premises to fund charitable services elsewhere. And so yeah, the design of the mandatory rate rebates across the board is not helping.
Right. If you're able to, and I don't want to put an onus on you, but if you were able to give us a list of what you can't rate, because you said they were examples, if there's others, would be very helpful. Just back on the renewables though, in terms of the companies that are operating, have they offered you a kind of one-off community benefit fund, or are they've been willing to enter into any long-term profit sharing agreement? I'm not saying that's the equivalent of you being able to rate, but that gives you some ongoing dividend versus what I'm going to put on the record, that community benefit funds are not social licence. They do not demonstrate a project has social licence, but I'm just interested in your...
They're working with us, you know, that they're trying hard, and, you know, one of the renewable companies was one that helped fund the football club lights for us. And we are developing, or have developed, a policy on community benefit schemes within our council areas so that we can have a little bit more say in where they go. The thing is, if I've got that $1 million of rates, council get to choose where that goes. That goes on roads. These community benefit funds, a lot of them are trying to say, well, we want it kept to that town where the windmills are going, but we need to do the roads. We've got 3,383 kilometres of road, so from driving from here to Melbourne and then over to Perth, and you're 8 kilometres short of our road network with only 10,000 ratepayers, so we need to be able to be in control of our rate funds. That takes it away.
They're not offering you profit sharing. They're not offering you a long-term dividend from the... Right, okay.
And Ella here, so that arrangement is also putting an additional burden of the relationship, the advocacy, and it's a new form of tied funding that we're having to chase and maintain, rather than being able to just receive the rate revenue and disperse it where it is needed most.
And just in addition to that, you put in a new playground where we were never going to put one in. We have to depreciate that. We have to put it back in 20 years' time when the renewables may be gone, and that then becomes council problem. So it can create more issues for a regional council over time.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, that is a state requirement. Yeah.
That's right.
And I think it's been an issue that others have raised, and I wanted to seek your views.
And we have written to the Treasurer.
Yeah, the impact on your council, it sounds like that there's a cost impost at this point from that project, because you're unable to rate it, and others as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
Well, it
Chair.
doesn't make sense really if you've got the big business coming in and then you can't afford to keep open the pool.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Ella here, it also affects the long-term financial planning in that it is hard to predict how much land over the next 10 years will be taken out of production and shifted into these other uses, and we are trying to forecast for asset renewal based on a certain assumption of rate base.
Interesting topic for the COSA review, the sustainability
SCOSA
to dig further into.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for providing evidence today. I just wanted to get some clarification. So the rate rebate, or the full rebate for energy sector, that's on regardless of the type of energy provided, so it's not just on renewable energy?
So
or
there's no rate rebate. The legislation, South Australian legislation, prevents councils from rating electricity producing infrastructure. My understanding was it came when the state's electricity assets were sold off. No one thought about wind and solar back in that day, and I don't think the legislation has kept up with the times.
Okay. I want to pick up where we sort of left off in that previous conversation around the SCOSA, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on the type of supports. Like, have they been welcomed and led to productivity improvements? Is it something that would benefit other jurisdictions across the country? I'm just keen to get a bit of feedback over the first. Well, we're nearing on the first 4-year snapshot, and we heard from them earlier. But I'm keen to get the users feedback on what their thoughts are of the program.
So, Simone,
scheme.
I was the first year review and Ella was fourth year review, so this would be a good example. Cool. For me, I campaigned on, I'm an accountant, our council is going broke, and if we don't do something now, we're going to be in big trouble, and nobody believed me. So being able to get the ASCOSA report a few months into it, to be able to show people, see, this is what's going on, it was great for me. The concern with ASCOSA is they don't even understand equity, so they charge us $40,000. So we've got a council in our network, Corinda Council, 1,000 people, they pay $40,000. So $40 a head for the ASCOSA report, and then you've got city councils who have, 40,000 people, $1 a head. So they don't even understand equity. The detail was good. It has put the sector on notice. I think elected members are making better decisions because of it. But the equity, even in that system, is wrong.
Ella here. So for us, both Simone and I got elected as the Murray River flood hit, and so the first year of this term of council was really dominated by that. And immediately once that emergency response lifted, we had already identified that improving council's financial position was a key priority for council, and so we, from essentially year 2 of this term, had started taking dramatic steps to turn Berry Barmera's finances around. So we knew what was coming with our ASCOSA review, and so we had to pay for the privilege of being told what we did already know, and we're already acting to initiate. We were very welcoming of ASCOSA coming in, however, had a very constructive and positive working relationship with them while they were undertaking that review. And but ultimately, the review determined that Berry Barmera was one of the least financially sustainable councils in South Australia, one of the few that was deemed unsustainable in the past, currently and into the future. And that has landed in the final year of our term with a community struggling to understand what that even means. What does it mean to be unsustainable, and does it mean financial mismanagement, or what does it mean for my rates, really? And ultimately, what it means for their rates is that they're going up. It's a real conundrum for the council to respond strategically to our ASCOSA report as well, because on the one hand, our report says that we are unsustainable in the past, currently, and the future, indicating that no matter what the council is doing to turn it around, the issues are inherent. Then the report that came with it, the actual report that ASCOSA provided, indicated, I'll read you some of their quotes for us. It said that Berry Barmera Council has developed a new strategic approach to its financial and asset management that, in the Commission's view, will support Council's return to a sustainable operating performance and effective asset management. And the Commission commends the work that the Council is doing to improve its financial and asset management. And so you can see if our chamber responds to the written report that ASCOSA provides, what that says is you're doing the right thing, stay the course, keep going. But if we respond to the indicators that they provided us, it says these issues are structural and systemic, and it doesn't matter what you do, you're not going to get there. And that puts us in a really complicated response in the final year of the term, trying to figure out how to navigate that going forward.
Yeah, no, fully understand. Can I just switch slightly, if that's okay, Chair? I'll try and keep this as my last question. You've both touched on the impact of the floods. Can you just articulate what that has meant on the ground in the way of recovery and the long-term impact that's having on your financial viability moving forward?
Simone here. I think, again, the floods coming when I had an ASCOSA report and the Premier visiting, I think we barely had a visit from a Premier and had a really good relationship with the Premier, and I was able, I'm the kind of person that just tells you how it is, so I said, Premier, we can't do this flood without your support, and he was so supportive, and the whole government has been supportive. So the flood hasn't actually stopped our return to financial sustainability. It has been hard, and there's still things that we haven't done and won't do. There were things like Marianne Reserve, one of the most popular reserves on the Murray, you know, an hour from Adelaide. We couldn't grass it until the government had agreed to pay for the grass because we couldn't afford it, and we weren't going to take ratepayer money from Truro, an hour away from the river, to grass Marianne Reserve. So we stayed firm in that, hey, we've got this report, and the government helped us. So for us, you know, a good thing, but we still got a lot of work to do with flood recovery of all those things that we couldn't fund. We just will not do it. We have a rule now that we won't go for grants unless it's already in our long-term financial plan, so we're not doing fund stuff anymore.
Ella here. So we are still doing asset recovery from the Murray River flood now. So that shows the kind of long-term physical recovery for our community, but also that our infrastructure teams, our project management, our finance teams are still doing that, which really dramatically increases their workload burden for the year. It also means that we've had to bring forward asset renewal that was not due. So assets that might have been recently developed that were damaged and have had to be repaired. And while that's going on, we've had to further defer assets that are desperately in need of maintenance and renewal. So it's really affected our asset management plans in that way. It's also had other impacts that have not really been quantified around things like bringing forward the end of life for our landfill cells as all of the waste fill the landfill. And so the community has not yet to feel that burden, that landfill's going to need to be replaced years or decades earlier than it would have had it not been for the flood. And a really significant impact on our staff. So for us at Berry Barmera, the vast majority of contractors available to do the physical flood recovery were tied up at Renmark Paringa Council because they were the first hit, and that meant that our staff team had to do the response, which hasn't been fully accounted for. We were really leading flood recovery as opposed to, you know, other disasters where it's really clear that emergency services are delivering the actual emergency response. And that's a year of staff time. We've had staff who've left afterwards because it was just too much, and you know, continuity loss is just a whole heap of long tail impacts of that disaster recovery.
Thank you.
If I could just add, Simone here, to that, the LGA presented this morning and they had some stats that they shared around South Australia has 75,000 kilometres of road. Mid-Murray Council's 5% of that. 140 libraries, Mid-Murray Council's 4% of that. 175 wastewater management schemes, Mid-Murray Council is 16.5% of that. Yet 9,500 employees, Mid-Murray Council is less than 1% of that. So we're trying to do 5 times more than any other council, you know, in the regions, and then we have all these extra things. So yeah, my last presentation was that our staff wear many hats, and they do, and it's hard work.
Thank you, Claire.
Mr. Fenning.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick clarifying question back on the back of Ms. Penfold. The 330 kV line from Bundy to the New South Wales border, does that go through your councils and do they pay rates?
Goes
Mid-Murray, I would have
through, yeah,
thought.
it goes through up near Morgan. No, I don't believe they pay rates. Yeah.
Can you talk about $1 million of lost revenue from not being able to rate renewals? Can you talk about how the impact of the collapse of the wine sector has had on your communities, both in general, but also from an ability to draw rates from those businesses that are no longer there?
Ella here. So Berry Barmera Council, about 90% of our primary production land is under vines. Most of those properties are small soldier settlement allotments that, through their sheer land use size, really struggle to adapt or transition to another crop type. They, most of them, need to be irrigated horticulture or be abandoned. And the last, really the last couple of decades has been really, really rough on the wine sector. I think when we think about vineyards in the Riverland, people consider them to be farms with a house on them, but the land size is such that it is the opposite. It's someone's home with a farm on it. And trying to grapple with a community that's going through the level of financial strain that they are. People talk about them exiting the industry. Well, that means they need to find somewhere to live. And there is a housing shortage in our community. We can't get investment or infrastructure built to enable housing elsewhere, to enable those people to leave the farm and have that land turn into productive use. Wine and wine production will always be a really significant part of our community's economy, but there's no doubt that it's going through a lot of strain. And so we have provided a rate rebate to grape growers in our community. It's $200. That doesn't touch the sides of what they're going through, but for us, it's the most significant rate rebate we've ever offered to anyone. Yeah, and the other thing that happens in our community is that because the wine industry is struggling so much, the main streets are also struggling, and all of those secondary impacts are also paying rates. And then, you know, they say, well, where's our rate rebate for our financial hardship? And yeah, trying to balance that is incredibly hard. Also, you know, unpaid rates on properties in that hardship, that council then carries that that loss for a period of time until such time it can be paid back.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of, you know, you're a small council, councils that do a lot for the amount of FTE you have. Can you talk to the amount of effort that your council puts into grant writing that may not be awarded, and secondly, just governance and compliance in general?
Grant writing?
Grant writing, look, we don't apply for grants because we know that they're mostly 50-50, so we'll only apply if they're more near 80, 100, or roads, for example, where we were going to renew it anyway, so things like that. We buy in a grant writer. We don't have staff for that. Governance, we actually haven't had governance staff for about 12 months. We've only just got another one on board. Again, really hard to get. We advertised a number of times and we're only an hour from Adelaide. So it is an issue.
Just further to that as well, grant writing is a big part of it, but it's not the only burden of securing external funding and support. One of the challenges with the grant writing for us is the time windows that we have to respond, that we have to sort of drop everything that we're doing, trying to get on top of renewal to be able to get the projects to a state where they're shovel ready. We couldn't even dream of having the kind of business cases and feasibility studies that metropolitan councils can afford just through their sheer staffing model. But that's the same goes for advocacy. So general advocacy for policy change, or even being here today, we don't have teams of people helping us write briefings to come to these things, or to write letters to ministers to speak about change. It is a really heavy lift for a very small number of people in our teams. And the same goes for Commonwealth funded programs that are filtered through the state for local delivery. So we have this real agonising decision sometimes about whether we apply for a grant. You know, if we don't drop everything to apply for it, then our community is missing out. And same goes for if, say, the federal government is wanting to deliver on-ground, say, drought programs, that those programs are then delivered through the state, who then deliver them through partnership with local government, but don't flow down any of the administrative on-costs for doing so. And we are stuck in this agonising position of saying, are we going to show up to provide our in-kind and our IP and deviate from our work plan to invest in this federal government priority? If we don't do it, our community will miss out, or it won't be delivered in a way that's right for our community, but we're not being compensated for all of that work. So yes, it is grant writing, but it's engaging in this space as a whole is really challenging.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thanks, Jane.
Ms. Jordan Beck.
Thank you so much for coming and appearing before our community today. It's great to have you here, and I note your calls about increasing the size of the pie. My question is around how you collaborate with other council areas. Is that even possible with how remote your areas are? Are there any sort of shared services that you can sort of, you know, both use and collaborate with other?
Ella here. The Riverland and Murraylands councils have a really long and proud history of very proactively collaborating out of necessity. It's the only way that we can get things done. It's the only way that we can secure staff for functions that as a single council we just simply wouldn't be able to afford, or we don't have a full-time role for them, and so we will work together often. The way in which we collaborate has lots of different collaboration vehicles. The Riverland councils, for example, have a Riverland Local Government Forum and the G3, which is the CEO network of the three councils, and they are constantly working on shared services, collaboration, contract alignment. It takes time to collaborate and a lot of effort in relationships and trust to ensure that mutual benefit can be derived from that. When we're talking about things like recently we went through the process of aligning the contracts for the contractor who manages our recreation facilities and swimming pools to have a single contract to get economies of scale for the whole Riverland and have some service efficiencies. That took years to be implemented because we had to wait for contracts to align, have councils agree to 1 to 2 year extensions of current ones to then facilitate that collaboration. It works and it's effective, but it takes conscious effort and a lot of bandwidth to make it happen. And then we have other models like the MRLGA. You know, there are things that as individual councils we just simply couldn't do without having that collaborative vehicle. But even that is one employee, one very good employee, mind you, that is an asset to our community. But to have one person be the carriage of all of that collaboration, all of that shared advocacy, because it's what we can afford, is tricky. There are formal and informal collaboration vehicles to make shared services happen.
Yeah, no, just to add to that, Karen McLeod, very fabulous CEO over here. Yeah, and like Ella said, her and I write this stuff last night because that's our capacity. We're already doing waste procurement. I think 6 out of 8 of the councils are in on that. I think one of the other councils has tried to get in, and actually they're too far away now, so they can't get in, which is really unfortunate. We've got our public health where we're writing a plan together. We've got 2 health positions through the MRLGA with 3 councils doing a preventative health role. Again, not really a council's thing, is it? You know, but they're the things we do because nobody else is doing it in our regions.
And is there anything like that, what you just mentioned, that sort of public health initiative that you feel like your councils have picked up because other levels of government are no longer delivering these services?
Yeah, I'll speak for Coorong Council, who's part of our 8 councils. They just put $40,000 aside to try and source a GP. You know, again, not local government's role. It's things that we shouldn't be doing. Karoonda Council and Southern Mallee have got their own childcare centres, which are losing money, so their ratepayers are subsidising people's children. It's, again, not a local government role. So we're filling these gaps, and we are working together to fill these gaps, because I think Southern Mallee and Karoonda's is a sort of a joint childcare on the go system. But yeah, it's hard.
Chair, can I just ask one quick last question, if that's all right? Just illegal dumping of asbestos in the wake of the flood. Has that been on the rise? And if so, what's the cost impost to respective councils?
I don't believe it's been on the rise. The state government did a very good waste project with the flood where they agreed to pay for 100%. It was probably a deal with the federal government. So most of our flood waste got dumped appropriately, and council even made a little bit of income out of that. Probably we should have raised our fees, but we didn't.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Okay, we'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Australian Services Union South Australia and Northern Territory branch to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Did you want to know?
Hi, my name is Ella Waters. I'm the Secretary of the ASU SAN&T branch.
Hi, I'm Kristen Roshok. I am the President of the Australian Services SAN&T branch.
Hi, I'm Ms Tara Lee. I'm a member of the ASU and I work in public libraries in local government.
Great. I'm Bronwyn Thompson. I'm a member of the ASU.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Chair. Matt Bennell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs. Hi, all.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
And I'm Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good afternoon. I'm Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Tom Manning-Gray, 92% of South Australia.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Ella Waters and I'm the Secretary of the Australian Services Union South Australia and Northern Territory branch. We represent more than 2,000 local government workers across South Australia and the Northern Territory, and we're part of a union representing around 60,000 local government workers nationally. Our members work across almost every part of local government in libraries, community services, planning, environmental health, recreation, administration, infrastructure and emergency management. But I will note the SAN&T branch of the ASU only represents indoor workers. We don't represent outdoor workers like other branches. So when we talk about the financial sustainability of local government, we're looking at it through the experience of the people who deliver these services every day. What our members tell us is that the role of local government has changed substantially. Councils are responding to population and housing pressures, climate change and increasingly complex social needs. They're also picking up work as services previously provided by other levels of government or other institutions are reduced, centralised or moved online. And particularly in regional communities, councils are increasingly becoming what we call a provider of last resort. Where an essential service isn't profitable for a private provider to deliver, councils and our members step in because the community still needs it. We've seen councils supporting or providing medical and dental care, early childhood education and care, as well as early childhood education and care in communities where there simply may not be another provider. In some communities, local government is the service provider that remains when everyone else has left. The problem our members are facing on the ground is that funding hasn't evolved at the same rate as those responsibilities. Councils are being asked to do more, with services becoming more complex, without the long-term funding or workforce capacity to match. Our members see the consequences in unfilled vacancies, growing workloads, increased reliance on labour hire and outsourcing, and less capacity to invest in the skills and permanent jobs councils need for the future and for their communities. We note that since we've made our submission, there has been a significant development and that we welcome the Federal Labor's commitment to a new federation compact with local government, including a commitment to meaningfully increase funding. We also welcome its focus on building long-term local government capacity through measures like trainees and apprenticeships, and enabling councils to undertake more work with their own equipment and trained workforce. For us, financial sustainability and workforce sustainability have to go together. We want Commonwealth investment to help councils directly employ and retain skilled workers, create career pathways and build permanent capability in local communities. We have 3 members today to give you an insight into what these pressures look like in practice. You'll hear from our branch president, Kristen, about climate change and the growing cost of preparation and response. You'll hear from Tara, a library worker, about the changing role of public libraries and the increasing demands on their services. And you'll hear from Bronwyn, an environmental health officer, about the challenges regional councils face in attracting and retaining skilled workers. They're 3 different experiences, but they demonstrate the same underlying point, that when responsibilities increase without the funding and workforce capacity to match, communities feel the consequences. We see this compact as a real opportunity to change that, to build a more sustainable partnership between the Commonwealth and the local government workforce, where funding follows responsibility and public investment builds secure jobs, skills and lasting local capability. So, on to Kristen.
Okay, so my name's Kristen Roshot and I'm proud to have served as the President of the ASU SANT branch for the past 13 years. This year also marks 25 years working in the local government sector for me across 2 regional South Australian councils. Local government is the tier of government closest to our communities. People expect their council to be there in times of need and to provide essential services, especially in towns where no other agency exists. My current council covers over 182,684 hectares and supports around 30,000 residents, with a population growth expected to reach 40,000 by 2041. Many of our coastal townships have high numbers of holiday homes, and we have a significant visitor demand, yet the current funding formula doesn't account for this, placing coastal regional councils at a disadvantage compared to our metropolitan areas. Greater funding would allow councils to invest earlier in prevention and adaptation rather than waiting for assets to fail or for disasters to occur. We saw the consequences of that in November 2022 when an unprecedented storm event caused flash flooding in 2 townships. 28 properties were impacted, including vital services such as a supermarket, the medical centre, the chemist, the caravan park, a surf shop and a luxury retreat. The impact on people, the local economy and community wellbeing was significant. The trauma is still being felt today. Both council and the community were unprepared for this. The scale of that event, extreme weather across the state at the time stretched emergency services, meaning our storm did not receive the level of state response or recovery support that was needed. A lack of role clarity and delays in initiating the recovery left our community feeling completely abandoned. There was a very public, heated meeting, which made it clear that being better prepared and clear response strategies are urgently required. In 2024, we accessed disaster relief funding to deliver a Building Resilient Communities Together project, which will run until 2027. So that's still ongoing. Councils need equity and ongoing funding for issues that are known to be long-term, like disaster recovery and climate adaptation. More external funding will reduce the pressure to choose between climate preparation, staffing, maintenance, infrastructure and community programs. And properly resourcing councils to prepare for climate change means stronger, safer and more resilient communities now and into the future. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is Tara Lee. When I began working in libraries in 2005, I was assured that my retail experience would be far more useful than my behavioural science degree, counselling diploma and short stint as a youth worker. I found all 3 of these increasingly valuable as I've navigated the last 20 years in the changing landscape of public libraries. These years have seen me work across 5 different councils in South Australia, 1 regional, the rest metropolitan, from one of the smallest to 3 of the largest in the state. While one of these roles has been in a council with a single library, my current role is working in a team that spans across 5 library branches, stretching from the northeast to the ocean. So it's fair to say that I've served a representative cross-section of the library-going community. And the community of library users is massive. Libraries in SA welcome nearly 10 million visitors annually, averaging 6 visits per resident. Some of our customers at the branch where I work currently see us daily, a few even spending many hours with us each day. It is their safe space where they can find community connection and escape from loneliness and access to free public computers to use, not just books. They are often actively supported in their public computer use with staff assistance on their PC and organised digital literacy programs. And what I can tell you emphatically is the impact on the community felt heavily by library staff of big private companies such as telcos and government departments such as Centrelink and the Australian Bureau of Statistics forcing services online, closing face-to-face avenues off to people still very much needing this. The safe space is often actively maintained by library staff who must gently but firmly enforce a code of conduct, or at times stronger acts such as evacuations or calling for police or security backup. At times, this balance can feel very challenging. A colleague had suggested that I urge you to bring to mind a hospital waiting room with books, public PCs and children's storytime sessions. However, what I have learned in all the libraries that I've worked at is how very different the communities can be. The needs of a library in the inner northeast can be enormously different to the north or the west. Regional and inner metropolitan have different needs. And funding must be increased, but not locked into certain areas, such as when being digital was offered by a past government. This then robs one library from using that amount of funding to support other much-needed initiatives for their users and staff, in our case, perhaps a social worker or increased security presence. While many still assume that we sit around adjusting our bums and reading books, I assure you that the support we offer the community is not just about accessing information, but facilitating their connection to society.
Thank you. My name is Bronwyn Thompson. I've worked in local government for almost 17 years across Victoria, New South Wales and in South Australia. I started in a Metro Council in Victoria. I've then spent more than 8.5 years in 3 different regional councils in New South Wales, and next month we'll hit 7 years in regional South Australia. Throughout that time, I've seen firsthand the dedication of local government workers and the vital role that councils play in supporting their communities. I've also seen the increasing challenges faced by regional councils as they are asked to deliver more services, respond to growing community expectations and take on additional responsibilities with limited resources. As an environmental health officer, I understand the importance of the work that councils perform to protect and improve community health. Environmental health is much more than food inspections and regulatory compliance. It includes public health protection, preventive health initiatives, on-site wastewater management, community education and responding to emerging risks before they become larger problems. One of the biggest challenges facing regional local government is workforce capacity. In my current role, through a shared services arrangement, I'm effectively spending 2 months of my year at 2 other regional councils, 1 week every 3 months at 2 other locations. While shared services help maintain essential services, the work is not a full environmental health officer's work. It's strictly limited. If I'm there for a week, I can't be doing everything. For one council, it's food inspections and pools. For the other, it's currently food inspections only. But even with that, if I'm only there 1 week, how can I be responding and doing clear, detailed follow-up in the same way that I'm doing if I was there permanently? Many of the broader preventive public health functions simply can't be delivered in the same way and to the same extent when resources are stretched. The focus can become on ensuring critical statutory requirements are met rather than undertaking the proactive work that prevents the problems before they occur. Shared services, contractors and visiting staff, such as myself, can help fill gaps, but they're ultimately band-aid solutions. They do not increase the number of qualified professionals available to regional communities. They simply spread a limited workforce across a large area. The challenge becomes even greater when experienced staff take extended leave, retire or move on. How are these roles getting backfilled? Where do the suitable, qualified and experienced replacements come from? In many regional areas, there is no pool of professionals waiting to step up to these positions, and a new graduate can't step in when they're the only one there. At the same time, we need to recognise the pressure being placed on the staff who do remain. Many experienced local government employees have spent years carrying additional workloads, covering vacancies and absorbing increasing responsibilities to ensure that essential services continue. If those staff aren't adequately supported, we risk losing them as well, along with their knowledge, expertise and the local experience that they bring. This is why sustainable funding matters. Regional councils and their workers are already delivering essential services and achieving positive outcomes for their communities. The issue is not the lack of commitment, capability or innovation. Regional councils are already finding ways to make limited resources stretch further every year. With greater sustainable funding, councils could attract and retain skilled staff. They'd be able to support professional development, perhaps create traineeships and graduate pathways, improve succession planning and build a workforce depth. This would result in more manageable workloads, more timely services and greater capacity to focus on preventative and strategic work. My key message is simple. Councils and their workers are already doing this work and delivering for their communities. With greater sustainable funding and more resources for staff and services, they could do it even better. Improving access, resilience, service quality and outcomes for regional communities. If we want stronger regional communities, we need strong local government. And strong local government requires sustainable funding and a supported workforce. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your opening statements. Yeah, it's just amazing to hear your own personal perspectives and stories that are representative of your communities as well. And I also want to acknowledge the long-standing advocacy of the ASU in supporting local government workers, which supports our communities as well. So I just want to build on something that Ms Thompson, that you mentioned about workforce shortages. So which workforce investments do you think, and this is open to everyone to answer as well, which investments would yield the greatest improvements in council service delivery? Traineeships, apprenticeships, training, housing, wages, like what would you like to see? Like what would help the most?
Would you like me to respond in the first instance? No worries. It's Ella here. I think that from a regional perspective, our members tell us exactly what Bronwyn said there, that we're seeing now almost a FIFO workforce into regional councils, particularly I would say at the more senior level, because the wages are not necessarily competitive to attract someone to move there long term. We're seeing regional councils being, I guess, used as stepping stones to move back to the metro region to get jobs, which I'm sure is a bit of an age-old story. I think there are housing problems that mean that people are struggling to move into communities. I would say that even in regional communities, there is no such thing as cheap housing really anymore. I think, though, that wages and conditions have to be competitive in local government. I think the ASU proudly negotiates our members' wages and conditions, but where there is potentially in some of these communities pretty limited rate base, we are aware that it can be difficult to become competitive in the market. We see a lot of young people moving into the metropolitan area. I would say that historically, and I'm sure you've heard this from our sister branches interstate, but there was more of an emphasis on traineeships and apprenticeships in the local community, bringing local people up through councils, and those people would routinely stay there and become senior leaders in councils. I think that has councils have moved away from that into more short-term staffing, bringing people from the metro area to the regional area. I think it has to be multifaceted. I'm not sure that you could pinpoint one of those things over another, but I think good, secure jobs in communities with wraparound services and housing is what any ASU member would want, I would say. Is there anything that you wanted to add to that, Bronwyn?
As Bronwyn again. Specifically in my profession, which is, if you want to come to this country at the moment and you're a qualified EHO, they'll queue jump you. Especially into South Australia as a regional worker. There's just not enough of us. So the pathway that you're speaking about of having trainees, it doesn't actually solve the problem to have a fresh student if there's no one there to mentor them. It can work, but the wraparound aspects of that need to be managed appropriately, and it's very, very hard to look at that in a forward planning sense when you're putting out fires in front of you. I kind of want to say in answer to your question, all of it. Please give us all of it.
But sorry, Ella again. Can I also add a discussion that we had earlier around having sustainable funding to ensure secure jobs that are ongoing and well paid with good conditions should allow for things like professional development, where Bronwyn is the only EHO in her area that when you are, though, at times you have been there, it means the ability, you have to be connected to professional development and you have to be connected to other workforce in the area, otherwise you're a lone operator. And I think the sustainable funding can build for that kind of professional development where it hasn't been happening in the...
Is there, I guess, something across the region or the state or even within individual councils where they're promoting or having, apprenticeship programs?
I probably can't speak too much to apprenticeships because, as I said, we're inside union, but
traineeships.
Yeah, traineeships certainly. I think that I think it's a bit of a cultural thing. I think that some councils use them really well. Others are less likely to engage in it for reasons I think that would be, due to their own personal views perhaps, but where there's been a long-term culture of traineeships and apprenticeships from the local community, we're still seeing them used. But I think that in terms of educating regional communities about access to traineeships, in South Australia, fee-free TAFE, things like that, I think would be really important for those local communities as well.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. I just want to turn to your submission, if I can, please. In it, you propose different employment, industrial and procurement conditions on Commonwealth funding. So I just want to understand, because financial assistance grants are untied, but if you're tying it to particular conditions, isn't it then ceasing to be an untied grant where councils can choose to use it as they wish?
Ella here. I think that so our view is that where the federal government is a funder of an organisation like a council, that there should be a responsibility and obligation in our minds that that funding leads to good, well-paid, secure jobs in communities. So again, reflecting on the fact that we represent mostly the inside workforce, I'll speak sort of outside of my remit there for the outside staff, that we think that where money, for example, is going to, say, roads, like through the Roads to Recovery, our preference certainly is, and our position is, that there should be, where possible, priority that that money leads to good, well-paid local jobs in local regional areas. So I take your point, but we are saying that, frankly, where the local government is a significant contributing funder, that there should be an onus and a responsibility that those jobs lead to direct benefit to communities.
Yeah, and I take the point. We've had evidence, though, from councils, particularly remote ones, that say we could not sustain a full-time engineer or full-time internal worker. So to then tie the funding to that requirement, when that's kind of makes up for some councils quite an impossible scenario for them to deal with. How do we? I mean, I appreciate the point. As a local member, I want local jobs. I want people invested in local communities, but I also appreciate, particularly for remote, the challenge that presents them. How do we massage a system then that obviously delivers on what you're asking for, but gives councils still that flexibility if they can't offer a full-time job.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I will think there's absolutely, sorry, Ella here, there's absolutely a way through that issue, and I think that what we're looking to achieve here is, you know, secure jobs in an ongoing way in communities. Now, we agree, like Bronwyn has said, that whilst there may be, in each of the councils that Bronwyn is representing, there may be the workload need in Bronwyn's mind that for each of those councils to have a standalone person. I would say that, you know, we're here to talk about sustainable funding, and obviously that funding's not adequate to do so. Where it comes to, I think your example is perhaps there is not the need for a full-time employee in performing each function. Look, I think that that's a part of a bigger discussion about what we're trying to achieve here, because I think there is absolutely a way through that doesn't that mean that our positions on that would not be conflicting. For us, you know, the roads through this compact, the federal Labor has said that through Roads to Recovery, they're open to allowing that Roads to Recovery funding to be used on plant, for example. So Roads to Recovery money has been used for essentially pretty across the board contracting to, you know, companies who are building roads in communities. What we're saying is that some of our councils would be very open to having plant and workers to do that themselves, but the purchasing of plant has been such a significant barrier that they haven't been able to overcome that. Opening up Roads to Recovery funding to being able to do that would lead, in many councils, maybe not all, but in many, to the employment of local people to be able to undertake that work, and we think that's a good thing.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm keen to get a bit of a position, I guess, around what the level of impact around wages has been and the level of detriment to attraction in a compressed market where it's no secret most local governments, especially in the regions, are really struggling with financial viability. How's that affecting your ability to negotiate better wage deals to help deal with the job attraction rates in regional areas? How are you balancing that at the moment? Have you seen a decline in percentage increases, and therefore is that correlating to a decline in application rates?
Would anyone like to field that one? Got a view?
Go.
No, Ella again. Yes, I think that, you know, we negotiate the EBs of almost every council in South Australia, and there's 68 councils. And I would say that our members are acutely aware of the pressures. They are frequently ratepayers themselves. I think that a council's ability to provide decent wages that attract and retain workers, as well as conditions, because I think certainly post-COVID conditions have become you know, really important to workers alongside those wages. I think our members, we bargain hard, and we I would say get good outcomes for our members, but I certainly think that council's ability to attract from the private sector and from other levels of government has been on the decline over many years, because I think that the funding, the base by which you'd be drawing those increases is not there. And I think that's to the detriment of local councils and to communities, because really what we saw for many, many decades, as I'm sure you've heard from our colleagues in state, is people who would work in councils for many, many years, as some of these people have, but we're seeing a lot more competition and a lot more movement in the sector now due to things like wages not being competitive, and indeed in the private sector, conditions that have become more competitive.
Yeah, Kristen speaking. We can't even get a grader driver because we're competing with the mines, essentially. Like, it's really hard to recruit something as simple as a grader driver, and that all comes down to the fact they don't get paid a lot more going out to the mines to drive a grader than they can get paid at our council.
Bronwyn speaking. I'm aware of one of the councils that I'm currently doing work for. Previously had a permanent full-time EHO who was doing shared services with a number of other councils. When that person left, and people are allowed to shift jobs, you know, it's a right. And they were advertising. The package included a house, and they still weren't able to get somebody because they were going to be solo. Everyone, it's a small industry. Everyone knows everybody else. Everyone knows the stresses that are going on, and it takes a lot. And you couldn't put a fresh graduate there. It's wrong. It's inappropriate. They don't have the skills to do it, and you need the backup and mentoring and networking that goes on. And we're all doing it as much as we can already. There's networks and frameworks in place, but you can't have a fresh graduate out there.
Yeah. Can I just? I wanted to go to something that you said in your opening statement as well, Ms. Thompson. You talked about the shift in your work over the last I'm assuming over the last 5 to 10 years, around being a proactive role to more becoming a reactive role. I'm just keen to understand like what level of that work has gone from being proactive engagement in the community as far as service delivery to now you're constantly responding to issues and it's a lot more reactive.
Bronwyn speaking. That's a really tricky one because that shifts and changes all the time. Environmental health can come across as very regulatory driven, and depending on how we're reporting, it's like how many inspections did you get done? But is the ongoing solution, I've walked in and I've done my checklist and I'm protecting public, or I've actually had the conversation and the time that's going on, and that can really shift and change. A big aspect of that is when we're actually being asked to do stuff with working with our communities, especially in regional areas on issues like hoarding and squalor and unsuitable housing. And suddenly, I'm not a social worker. I don't have that training and background. I'm a generalist, absolutely. That's part of the thing about being an environmental health officer. But suddenly I'm being asked to step in both a regulatory role and also in a let's solve this problem and stop it from coming back framework in an area that doesn't actually have industrial cleaners available to be doing cleanup, and a community that's fed up with the time that it takes to actually solve problems. So it's shifting and changing all the time. In the councils my home council is one scenario. The places where I'm actually working in shared services, it's very form about you're just doing food inspections and pool inspections for one, and the other one is just doing food inspections. So there's always got to be education involved in it.
So when you say that part of the discussion, so when you say a food inspection or a pool inspection, you're there purely to do the inspection, not to do any sort of educational piece.
There's always education as a part of it, but local council has to actually report to state government about how many food inspections have you done. But I can walk in with a checklist and go, it's done, but is that actually protecting public health? Am I doing the follow-up that's going on with that? And sometimes you walk in and you're like, actually, from a public health viewpoint, this place needs to be closed down, or we need to be issuing a notice, and that'll have timeframes on it. But then I'm having to be away for 3 months. There's no one else in the council that can actually be doing the follow-up work. They're not authorised to do that stuff. So you have to work in a kind of educative sort of role. It's very hard to answer your question definitively, but it does shift and change. And that's part of the joy, but also the difficulty. And when you've got too much of that going on, you just end up with burnout.
And this has been exacerbated by the fact that there's not enough EHOs in the system here in South Australia.
Worldwide. The problem with environmental health is worldwide. Not the most recent World Congress, but the one before that, it's a topic that's being talked about at all of them. There's not enough of us.
Thank you.
Great. I think we've got time for one more quick question from Mr. Venning.
Thank you, Chair. You've said that local government is the provider of last resort. Absolutely it is. And that local government is well positioned to support the delivery of national priorities. And I want to talk about aged care, early education and GPs. Now, we truly have a universal primary education system in this state, in this country. If a community shrinks to a size such that there's 8 kids left, the primary school stays open. We don't have that with GPs, with childcare, with aged care. It's a supply-based model. If a supplier can deliver the services, then those services exist. In thin markets, that doesn't happen, so local government needs to step in. And you're also, so you're advocating for funding arrangements. Can you be a bit more specific on what funding arrangements you'd like to see happen to address these shortages for aged care, childcare in these thin markets?
Yeah, Ella here, happy to. The ASU's position, as has been laid out in our submissions, is that the real reason that we are looking for increased funding from the federal government that is untied is particularly because every council's need will be different. So whilst we have every interest in sort of, as you say, looking to the sort of needs of or a way that the federal government can sort of intervene in, through different sort of umbrellas, I guess, of need. I think it's really the local communities and the councils that are the best decision makers when it comes to what is the need there. So federal assistance grants have been such a fantastic benefit to local communities for that very purpose. I think that it's when, as previous speakers have spoken about, there is funding tied to co-contributions or infrastructure that requires ongoing maintenance, we all know that it creates an additional burden ongoing for councils. What our members are saying to us is that those communities are the best deciders of their own need, and that will be different from council to council, and that's really the reason that our position is for increased funding in a general sense.
Thanks.
Did anyone want to say anything else?
Great. All right, well, we might stop there, but thank you very much all for your attendance here today. And if you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Kangaroo Island Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Michael Pengelly, Mayor of Kangaroo Island. I'll be number one.
Darryl Buckingham, Chief Executive Officer, Kangaroo Island Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs in Victoria.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alison, good afternoon. Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Yep. Okay, so I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the committee for coming to South Australia and the invitation to come up today. It's an interesting journey. I don't intend to say too much. I'm going to hand over to Darryl for the major part of the opening statement. From my personal perspective, it's been an interesting journey. I think I first went into local government in 1990, went through an amalgamation on Kangaroo Island of a little council and a little bit bigger council, came into this place in 2006, got out in 2018 to retire, and ended up as mayor 3 or 4 months later. That's another story. I'm still there some 8 years later. So my perception of local government is somewhat different to a lot of people in local government, having served in this place. I don't view local government as being the closest to the people at all. I think as a local state member, I was as close as I was in council. Our concern is chiefly with the ability to survive. One of the issues in South Australia is my view that we have too many inexperienced officers and not a big enough gene pool. That's just the way of the state, the size of the state and the population. Darryl's come to us from New South Wales, which has been something of a breath of fresh air to our council. We struggle to survive. We have a third of the island is national parks, which Darryl will go on about. So my view is rather different. We are there to look after our community. I don't believe we should be drilling down into matters such as health and aged care. We're not equipped to do that. Sure, we can support government authorities and government agencies in that, but as far as committing funds, which we haven't got to it, that's just not our role. I'm not narrow-minded about it, but I'm extremely cognisant of the position our council's in and the fact that we can't extend beyond what we're supposed to do. So, but I'm going to stop there and take some questions after as if required, and I'll hand over to Darryl.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darryl Buckingham. So, Chair, Deputy Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I welcome this inquiry. I've been working in local government for 40 years now, on and off. I've worked in every jurisdiction except Tasmania and the ACT. And along the way, I think I've learned a couple of things and made a lot of mistakes. So I welcome this inquiry because it confronts a question that can no longer be deferred: whether Australia is prepared to fund local government for the responsibilities it now carries, or continue asking councils and the communities they serve to do more with less until essential infrastructure begins to fail. Councils doing everything they can to meet community expectations, often under relentless financial pressure, but hard work, prudent management and local goodwill cannot overcome a funding system that is no longer sufficient, equitable or sustainable. For many regional councils, the gap between what communities need and what councils can afford is widening, and the consequences are being carried by residents, businesses and future generations. Kangaroo Island Council exemplifies this national challenge. We have one of Australia's smallest ratepayer bases, yet we manage infrastructure that serves our local community and supports one of the nation's most recognised international tourism destinations. Our roads, public spaces, waste systems, coastal infrastructure, community facilities, our airport and visitor assets support hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. They also underpin tourism, agriculture, conservation and regional economic activity, generating benefits well beyond the island's municipal boundaries. Yet the cost of maintaining and renewing much of this infrastructure falls overwhelmingly on a small regional community. This isn't just our story. This is a story of regional communities all over Australia. Ours is probably exacerbated because we are an island community, so we can't really share resources with other councils. Our ratepayers are being asked to carry assets that serve the state, the nation, and dare I say it, the world. That is a profound structural mismatch between those who benefit and those who pay. It's not fair, it's not sustainable, and it cannot be allowed to become the permanent price of living in regional Australia. Local government has evolved well beyond the traditional responsibilities for roads, waste collection and local facilities, and I'm sure previous witnesses today have brought this to your attentions. As you're aware, Council now contributes to disaster resilience, environmental management, climate adaptation, regional economic development, public health, housing support, community wellbeing and tourism infrastructure. These responsibilities have expanded while Council's revenue powers remain constrained. Councils are expected to deliver national, state and regional outcomes using predominantly local sources such as rates, fees and charges, while meanwhile construction costs, insurance premiums, compliance obligations, workforce shortages, disaster recovery demands and ageing infrastructure continue to increase. For many regional councils, this model is just no longer realistic. Councils receive support for the financial assistance grants, road funding, disaster recovery programs, specific purpose grants and project-based initiatives administered by both Commonwealth and state governments. Each stream is important, but the overall system has become increasingly fragmented, competitive and administratively complex, particularly for smaller councils with limited internal capacity. Financial sustainability depends not on the amount of funding provided, but also on how it is delivered. Short application windows, complex compliance requirements and co-contribution obligations can favour councils with greater technical, administrative and grant writing capacity, but funding arrangements must provide equitable access as well as accountability. Our focus today is probably more narrow than just increasing the grants bucket or increasing the FARGS grant and other supporting grants. But having said that, the financial assistance grants are one of the most important sources of untied funding available to local government. For councils such as Kangaroo Island, they provide flexibility to address local priorities, maintain essential services and support critical infrastructure. However, the distribution methodology does not adequately reflect the circumstances of regional, remote and visitor-based councils. Heavy reliance on population disadvantages councils that manage extensive infrastructure networks and serve large visitor populations despite having relatively few permanent residents. A kilometre of road does not become cheaper to maintain because fewer people live in the electorate. Tourism infrastructure, airports, waste services, coastal assets and community facilities are equally unaffected by the size of the permanent population when compared to demands of the users. So, from our perspective, I believe the Commonwealth should strengthen the financial assistance grants and review the distribution methodology to give greater weight to infrastructure responsibility, geographic scale, asset networks, visitor impacts, service obligations and relative financial capacity, not population alone. Funding should allow infrastructure responsibility and should follow infrastructure responsibility and community need, not simply population. So, Australia has many programs that support new construction, but comparatively few that help councils maintain, rehabilitate and renew the infrastructure communities already own. For many regional councils, the greatest challenge is not building something new, it's actually preserving what already exists. Preventative maintenance and timely renewal usually deliver better value than allowing assets to fail and then funding costly reconstruction. Roads, bridges, jetties, stormwater systems, public buildings, airports, you can see there's a theme on airports here, community facilities and waste infrastructure, all requiring continuing investment to remain safe, functional and fit for purpose. So we have a couple of solutions. The Commonwealth probably should establish a permanent indexed local government infrastructure renewal and maintenance fund linked to sound asset management planning. Such a fund would reduce long-term infrastructure costs and prevent avoidable asset failures, improve communities safely and protect existing public assets. It will also ease pressure on rates and borrowing and support long-term fiscal sustainability. Maintenance and renewal must be recognised as genuine infrastructure investment, not treated as the poor cousin of new construction. Communities do not measure success by ribbon cuttings. They measure it by whether their roads are safe, their facilities remain open and the services they rely on still work. In fact, it could be said the most responsible infrastructure decision is often not to build the next new asset, but to protect the one we already have. 3, every new road, bridge, building and public space or recreation facility creates a long-term operating, maintenance and renewal obligation. An asset may be affordable to construct with grant funding, but it does not necessarily mean it's affordable to own. Funding decisions too often focus on construction costs and short-term economic benefits with insufficient attention to the obligations inherited by councils and future ratepayers. Significant infrastructure proposals should therefore include an independently assessed whole-of-life financial impact statement covering future operation and maintenance costs, renewal and replacement liabilities, effect on future rates, charges and borrowing, the project's resilience to realistic cost escalation and whether the asset can be sustainably accommodated within the Council's long-term financial plan and budget. A project should only proceed where there is a clear and affordable pathway for its operation, maintenance and renewal without imposing an unreasonable burden on future ratepayers. Grants for new infrastructure should not fund construction in isolation from the asset's long-term costs. Every new asset creates ongoing maintenance, operation and renewal obligations that continue well beyond the grant period and are often transferred to councils without a corresponding revenue source. This is particularly important for regional councils where small ratepayer bases, large geographic areas, visitor impacts and extensive asset networks limit the capacity to absorb additional costs. Without ongoing support, a grant intended to benefit a community can instead create an unfunded liability and place further pressure on rates, services and existing infrastructure. The Commonwealth should require grants for new local government infrastructure to include an appropriately scaled index contribution towards ongoing maintenance and future renewal, with enhanced support for regional, remote and visitor-based councils that lack the revenue capacity to meet these obligations alone. This requirement would align the initial funding decision with the asset's full life cycle, reduce the transfer of unfunded liabilities to local communities and help ensure that publicly funded infrastructure remains safe, functional and affordable over the long term. So in conclusion, Chair, the central issue before this inquiry is both straightforward and urgent. Local governments are increasingly responsible for significant public infrastructure, yet the funding system remains heavily influenced by population measures and the political appeal of new construction. Unless that imbalance is corrected, councils will be left managing decline rather than planning for prosperity. For Kangaroo Island, this is not an abstract policy debate. It's about whether we can keep our roads safe, protect community assets, support the industries on which our economy depends, and continue welcoming visitors from all around the world without placing an impossible burden on a very small number of ratepayers. Our challenge is not a lack of ambition or discipline. It's that local capacity alone cannot sustainably fund infrastructure that delivers benefits far beyond our shores. So I encourage the committee to support 4 practical reforms. 1. Strengthen financial assistance grants and reform their distribution to better reflect infrastructure responsibility and need and broader benefit. 2. Establish a permanent indexed and ring-fenced infrastructure maintenance renewal fund for local government. 3. Require independently assessed whole-of-life affordability assessments for major infrastructure funding decisions, including future liabilities and realistic cost escalation. And 4. Include an appropriately scaled, indexed maintenance and renewal contribution in grants for new infrastructure with enhanced support for regional councils. Together, these reforms will do more than improve a funding formula. They would honour the contribution of regional communities, deliver better value for taxpayers and ratepayers, and give councils a fair chance to protect the infrastructure Australians depend on. Most importantly, they would help ensure the future generations inherit functioning assets, not a backlog of failures and debts and bills that we chose to postpone. The question is not simply whether we can afford to build an asset today, but whether the future ratepayers can afford to own it tomorrow. I thank the committee for its time. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for those opening statements. So I just wanted to get you to expand on, obviously, the small population, the rate base, the unique. I'm fascinated by the unique challenges around visitation. How do you actually survive and do? How do you keep the roads going and the assets to? I guess there's a lot of people that visit. So how do you do that now?
Do you want me to answer that, Mayor?
I think we probably both can. Well, we just survive. That's the reality of it. We have around 200,000 visitors a year. A few years ago, before I was there, they expanded the airport. So we now have an airport which ran over budget about $3 million. And then we had the fires, we had COVID, we had algal bloom, and now we've got bird flu.
Yeah.
So we can't take a trick. But simply, the number of passengers through our airport used to be around 100,000. It's now down to around 40,000. We have we go behind about $1 million a year on it. A lot of that depreciation. We've got to have an airport in a few years, and Darryl can add to that. We have to spend a lot of money on the strip. But look, our community likes, on a given day, they like having the council. I get a lot of advice, not all of it useful. But the fact of the matter is that they do like having a council. They like to get in your ear, tell you what to do, and where you're going wrong, and that we've got too many staff. So with our small population, it's 30 years since we amalgamated councils in November. There are still those in the former Dudley Council who would like to have their own council back. That's not going to happen. But I think the key point to survival for us is to have a recognition that if we are to maintain our role as a high visitation area, particularly for internationals and domestics, we simply can't justify our ratepayers to pay the infrastructure. We've got 1,300 kilometres of unsealed roads. I've been in public life too long, and I still live on a dirt road. So I've been unsuccessful in that score. So, the key to it is if you want to send people, we need to have the financial support to do that. As you well know, councils, in many respects, are not a form of government. They're a council, a creation of the state, funded by federal and state largely. We've got a federal government that's now we're $1 trillion in debt, state governments billions of dollars in debt. We've got far too much debt for the size of our community. So we're in a bit of a conundrum. if that sort of adds to it. But I'm not negative about it. I'm very positive about the island, but I'm also realistic.
Yeah. But do you like, what are your other sources of revenue apart from rates? Do you get any revenue from visitors?
So Darryl Buckingham. So no, the answer is no, we don't. We get a very small stipend, which is like $1 per visitor, which is nowhere near enough. In answer to your question, how we afford it, we actually are starting to reduce. We have reduced services. We're very strategic about what roads we actually maintain. Some roads are not getting maintained, so we run a very strict asset renewal program and maintenance program. So we obviously, like most councillors, we class our roads A, B, C, and then if you're on the D class road, you won't see a grader for 3 years, and unfortunately you're just going to have to live with that because we do not have the resources or the wherefore to fund it. It even gets more complex because everyone that comes to the islands brings rubbish. We have to remove every skerrick of rubbish off the island via a ferry, a very expensive ferry. But basically, we're just cutting costs. We're not renewing assets. We're retiring assets. And honestly, it is a little bit of a highway to nowhere, and it feels like, and it really goes back to infrastructure decisions that weren't properly, the projections for ongoing maintenance renewal weren't considered correctly. Coming from New South Wales, where we work with a different set of rules, I'm actually a bit embarrassed to say I'm famous there for putting the largest rate rise in the history of New South Wales for a council there. I had to do a rate rise of 140%, and you can imagine I was not popular, but that council was facing administration. So I've had a fair bit of experience, and the same response there was you shut down the museum, you shut down the library, you shut down anything that's not a critical use, otherwise you end up in administration. And so that's how we manage it. And if you really look at what the real cause is, it's really poor projection of the cost of new assets in 15 years' time. To give you an example, our airport needs some renewal in 6 years. That's going to be $10 million. We have not got capacity to borrow that. The airport is critical, so we will be knocking on the Commonwealth doors at some stage.
And Mr Pengilly, you said that the visitors coming through the airport has reduced by 40%.
About 60,000. Yeah.
So what's happening there?
Well, COVID killed visitation. Michael Pengilly.
Okay.
Killed visitation, general economic conditions. So we lost a lot of internationals. Not many island residents fly because it's simply too expensive. It's international visitors, just using the American for example, a couple may come over to Australia for 2 or 3 weeks, $40,000 American trip. They have no idea what they're paying to come to Kangaroo Island or anywhere else. They buy a package. One thing I just need to balance up. We're not all doom and gloom. We've got a highly efficient, great agricultural sector on the island which complements tourism. Some 800,000 sheep, bit of cropping, few cattle. So, we have got a very good base economy. It's just that the costs of operating a council and the ability to grow, we're not like, dare I say, my eye on the Mayor of Victor Harbour on the left, dare I say, we don't have the growth of a Victor Harbour, we don't have the population, and we're not likely to have, because the impediment to growth on the island is the ferry, the cost of the ferry. Transport's always been an impediment, but it's also a great saviour in many respects. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I hear a 7-hour trip. It's quite a long way, so we really appreciate.
3.5 up.
Oh well, yeah, 7-hour round trip. It's a fair. It's a long drive. I want to sort of go to the higher level issue around horizontal fiscal equalisation and address that issue. Is your concern that the pool isn't big enough, or that the distribution rules are inadequate, or both?
I'll get in trouble from some of my colleagues, I suspect. It's probably a bit of both, but from our perspective, it's the distribution methodology is not it doesn't take into consideration what I've mentioned about the size of infrastructure that small rate bases like ours have to maintain.
Yeah. Have you given any thoughts to some of the metrics that you think should be included and could be utilised, equally across the board?
It's a good question. Look, I haven't really thought about it in detail, other than when I look at the methodology used. It seems the majority of it is actually population based. So obviously the larger councils with larger population, and I'll argue they've got expensive infrastructure, which they do have, seem to get more. Where looking at a Kangaroo Island, for instance, when you look at the economic delivery we give to the state and Australia in general, we as a small rate base aren't going to get the actual support that gives us the power to actually maintain the assets, which are mainly used by visitors. So even things like toilets, barbecues, boat ramps, the majority of those things are actually used by visitors. And so what we're saying is that don't measure our need on population size, because the cost of maintaining the asset doesn't decline because of the small population. Judge us on, first of all, the economic delivery that we deliver beyond our borders. We punch above our weight. And everyone in South Australia will tell you, and although Victor Harmer might disagree, that we are the jewel in South Australia's crown in terms of tourism. I'll get myself in trouble here, I know. Not here to make friends. However, as I said, that the burden of that asset management and maintenance is way beyond our capabilities as a small community.
Can I make a comment? Okay. I'm sure you're aware, but 1/3 of Kangaroo Island is national parks, entirely unrateable. They don't collect their rubbish. We collect the rubbish and pay for it. They make no contribution towards that. Yes, we get road funding through the state, but it's different to a lot of councils where we've got 1/3 of our area creates no rates whatsoever.
And can I just clarify, the methodology doesn't include visitation at the moment, does it? No.
So I guess a pretty big question. I mean, what would financial autonomy look for your council? If you could have financial autonomy, what would that look like? Probably never thought about it.
As in dollar terms? Or?
Yeah, I mean, what would it? I mean, we're talking about at the moment. You're a tier of governments, and you're waiting for the federal government to give you an untied grant, ad hoc competitive grants. You're trying to manage an asset base, have long-term asset plans, manage depreciation on assets. You've got this long-term funding commitment, but this sort of short-termish funding profile. What would something that marries up, from your perspective, look like?
Can I make a comment first?
Sure.
The best thing we can do is get our house in order financially. As a council, we've got far too much debt. That's a common problem in South Australia. That's been the case for a number of years. Until we get that debt down, then we have a little bit of manoeuvring room on further expansion, further controls over our direction of the island. But that's the key, and that's what Darryl and his team are trying to do at the moment.
And my question goes to what financial autonomy, including what the tiers of government, how that you engage with them. Sorry, just.
Yeah. So if we're talking dollar terms, look, it's not. This is probably the sad truth from our perspective, and every council's going to have a different thought on this. From our perspective, it's not a lot of money. If we could raise an extra $5 million a year, we're actually sustainable. Okay. It's not a massive amount, which is sad when you think about it, when you consider the economic benefit that we do deliver to the state and nationally and et cetera, et cetera. So it's not a big amount. If you look at our debt, for instance, and goes back to the co-contribution, historically, and you can't blame councils for doing this, right? They get excited. Opportunity comes up for a nice shiny new piece of infrastructure, and by the way, you've got to contribute 25% co-contribution. You haven't got the spare cash because you're running lean. So what do? You go and borrow it. And then that's a highway to nowhere. And that's how our council's got itself in trouble, and many regional councils do it. Because politically, people don't want to see the money disappear, because some people think grants are free money and you can grant your way out of anything. Well, you can't, because what it does is it adds generally most grants and new assets add to your operational costs.
Yeah.
So then you've got to have your rates keep pace, or your income stream keep pace to offset those costs. So for us, if someone came in and said, look, economically, you're delivering, I don't know, $200 million a year to the state economy, so we think you deserve an extra $5 million. We're now a sustainable council.
Okay. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Burdell.
Thank you both for providing evidence. So, do you get any outside of, you mentioned road support from state government, do you get any other form of rebate from state government in relation to the tourist population?
No.
So there's no income derived?
We get some assistance with the road maintenance, and it's about half of what we need. And we're the only council in South Australia that gets it, so I should point that out. They have been helpful, and so we're not certainly biting the hand that feeds us, but it's about half of what we need, which is what I'm saying, about $5 million, and we're actually sustainable.
And sorry, go on.
We also do get a small amount of income from a passenger tax on sealing the ferries. Just a few $100,000, which is pretty much eaten up. But we now have cruise ships coming in as well, and we see the need to have a visitor levy, environmental levy, call it what you like, even up to $10 a head. If we get 40,000 cruise ship passengers a year, which we won't this coming year, on top of that, we also, locals, pay that passenger levy on the ferries. So there's limited scope to create other income.
Sorry, just worth qualifying, that passenger levy is almost enough to pay for our toilet cleansing annually.
And correct me if I'm wrong, though, there is a subsidy on the ferry by the state government, is that right?
No.
No, nothing.
Nothing, there's no subsidy at all?
No, there was. When the ferry went from a government service to a state service to a private service in 1996, the government at the time put a 10-year sliding subsidy on there, but that reduced 20 years ago. Yeah, to nothing.
So that leads me to my next question. In relation to your unique situation around freight transport service delivery costs arising from your isolation or tyranny of primary method to get any sort of equipment on there, it has to come by ferry. How much higher are your infrastructure maintenance costs compared with a comparable mainland council?
Gosh, that's a really difficult question to answer. If you add indexation, look, it's probably, when we do our project management now, we whack 25% onto the cost.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And one more question. So you advocate for the removal of co-contribution requirements for small councils. Should this apply to all grant programs or only those targeted at rural, island and remote councils? And how should eligibility be determined?
Look, again, this is Darryl Buckingham speaking, sorry. Look, I'm not going to say that it should only be small and regional councils. I think that'd be unfair to my colleagues with larger councils. But what I would say is that the smaller regional councils like ours, we have not got spare cash, so the co-contribution means it needs to be borrowed, and that's not sustainable. It's poor business practice. But politically, councils get desperate to get that money because it's a good story, but it is sending regional councils broke. So from a selfish perspective, I think certainly that small regional councils shouldn't have to compete at the co-contribution level.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Fenning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your submission and evidence. It's clear, we won't die wondering what your wants are today, so thank you very much. You brought up the issue of future liabilities. That really resonated with me, and it's similar to what we saw in Sejuna last term of Parliament, where they removed the cashless debit card. The government wanted to give them a splash ball for a few $1 million, and the council actually said, no, we can't afford to maintain that asset, so it never got built. But my question is in relation to other services that the local government provides to Port Lincoln that we don't see in other metropolitan communities. I'm talking childcare, aged care. Do you provide any of those services that the ratepayers pay for?
No, we don't. No, we don't. No.
As I said before, your statement was very clear, so I actually don't have any questions for you.
Okay, just one final point. I know when you get on. But one thing we've advocated for a long time is to have backstairs passage between Cape Jervis and Benneshaw as an extension of the National Highway, such as it is to Tasmania. That would make an enormous difference to the financial ability of the island. Today, just for us to come up, I'm not grizzling about it, it's how it is, don't have to live there. We're looking at $300 in fares just to come over on the ferry today, plus everything else. And we get a cheap rate. So when our neighbouring councils come over, they jack it up more on them. So from the mainland, you pay more than we do. We get a discount rate, okay, which we're lucky to get.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. I'll resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Southern and Hills Local Government Association and City of Victor Harbor to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Graham Padhouse, Interim Chief Executive Officer for the City of Victor Harbor.
Dr. Moira Jenkins, and I'm wearing two hats today. I'm the Mayor of the City of Victor Harbor, and I'm also the President of the Southern and Hills Local Government Association.
Lisa Teberea, I'm the Executive Officer of the Southern and Hills Local Government Association.
Great, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, the northern suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good afternoon, Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Tom Manning Gray, everything north of Adelaide and the Riverland.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Do you want to?
Well, I might start. Moira Jenkins here. First of all, I'd like to say on behalf of Victor Harbor and Southern Hills, thank you very much for allowing us to come and talk with you today. It's very appreciated. Southern Hills LGA represents 6 councils across the southern area of the Fleurieu Peninsula, really. So we represent Kangaroo Island, who you've just heard from, Yankalilla, Alexandrina, Victor Harbor, Mount Barker and Adelaide Hills councils. And we come together as a regional LGA to represent issues that are common to that region. One of the things that is very common to that region is housing growth, and certainly if I look at Victor Harbor, which is my council, it's one of South Australia's fastest growing regional communities with steady population growth driven by both new families and older residents. And along the south coast we've got a very high elderly population. Victor Harbor, 65% of our population is over 65, and so that's aging quite a bit. We also, as one of the fastest growing regions, have a lot of young people coming in. One of the difficulties for councils such as Victor Harbor and councils along that Fleurieu is that we need to have infrastructure put in for that growing population. We've certainly been, Victor Harbor has been put on by the South Australian Government as part of the Greater Adelaide Plan as a satellite city. We are getting very little support for some of the infrastructure that has to be put in as a result of that growth that is happening. One of the other issues that Kangaroo Island talked about was around the funding and how it receives funding from other levels of government, which is based on population. During this time of the year, our population is quite low because we've got a predominantly older population. Half of the population go interstate from South Australia and get to warmer weather, which I can absolutely understand. And if you just think about, we've just had the census done, and which is what is based on population. So the census data actually does not reflect the true population of where we live. And then when we come Christmas time, summer holiday time, our population more than doubles. And so there's, when we look at funding that's based on population, it actually doesn't marry up with the needs of the areas, as well as the future needs of the areas, which is where we have to put this infrastructure in. So the councils around Southern and Hills, including Victor Harbour, have identified persistent financial sustainability pressures, and the pressures can't be addressed through greater efficiency. And we're always being told councils need to be more efficient. You can't put in bright, shiny. I wish we could, listening to Darryl's perspective, putting in bright, shiny infrastructure. The infrastructure that we're putting in and the infrastructure that we're replacing is needed infrastructure because we are a growing community and growing city, as is all of the councils around Adelaide and Hills. Probably not Kangaroo Island so much. They're pretty stable with growth, but all the others are very much growing. And because these are structural issues and the financial pressures are around that structural issues, the communities face and councils face really difficult choices about putting in things that the community is going to need now and into the future, or cutting services, and that makes it really difficult. So we're forced to defer older infrastructure renewal, which means it gets more and more expensive when we do have to renew it. We reduce service levels or transfer greater share of cost to local ratepayers. And that's not fair on them at all. None of these outcomes serve the long-term interests of Victor Harbour or the regions. Southern Hills and Victor Harbour believe the solution is not a single reform, but we need a coordinated package of complementary measures. We support restoring the financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth funding or taxation revenue. This is predictable, and it should be untied funding that councils can direct themselves to what they have actually identified needs to be done. We support greater funding through formula-based funding that enables councils to plan and invest for the long term, that provides certainty, reduces administrative costs and allows councils to invest strategically. And we really need that extra funding, because there is a lot more cost shifting that is also occurring to councils from both state and federal government. So that cost shifting and increasing regulatory responsibilities are actually placing extra strain on councils, particularly for regional councils. A lot of regional councils, because they are growing, they're different from metropolitan councils, which remain relatively stable, have got relatively stable infrastructure, are very close to sporting clubs and art centres and the city centres, whereas regional councils such as in Adelaide Hills and Coast don't have those, and people can't, because transport is a huge issue, people can't just get transport coming up to the city to take part in those infrastructure. Untied grants, therefore, are a critical component to local government funding. They provide councils with the flexibility to respond to rapidly emerging needs and changing circumstances. And this was clearly identified during the COVID-19 pandemic. I was going to say academic, but during that pandemic, it was, I can talk from Victor Harbour's perspective. We had some untied grants as a result of that, and we were able to put those grants into areas that we stimulated the workforce, provided employment, and areas where we really needed that. And we were able to adapt quickly to support the communities. As I said, the cost shifting is an issue, and as with COVID, we have more and more emergency response obligations, which are not funded unnecessarily. The algal bloom we were the first council area in South Australia to experience the algal bloom. It was actually found on Victor Harbour beaches at Waipinga, and there was no money that came in to actually support our businesses for quite a long time, and council had to fall back on that. So it's a big issue. Workforce capacity and skills. Councils are finding it more difficult to recruit and retain critical roles, and so we're having to increase our costs so that we can actually employ people, because we're competing with the metropolitan area and people want to stay in the metropolitan area. So when we're attracting skilled professionals, often it's difficult because of housing and infrastructure that we don't have. The award structure in South Australia is limited, and the requirements for enterprise bargaining adds unnecessary complexity to that as well. So removing that requirement and streamlining the award system would actually benefit councils. As a mayor, I think it's important to note that workforce impacts can't be viewed and should not be viewed in isolation from the elected body of councils and the elected members. Greater incentives should be considered to making an elected official more attractive and more accessible. Many qualified people were discouraged from running for office because of the high workload, because of public pressure and costs involved. I'll just give you an example. I have quite a professional background, was working for myself as a clinical psychologist and earning good money. I've gone to being Mayor of the City of Victor Harbor. Because of our population, I'm earning around about $65,000 a year. I think the front receptionists get more than I do. I don't have any superannuation. My insurance is not the same as a worker. I'm not considered a worker, and have been considering whether or not I can actually go on for another term. I've done 12 years in local government at this point. I know, talking to other people and trying to get younger people involved in local government, those are things that put them off. Why would I put my hand up, be on call 24/7, put up with the greater increase in hard right trolling, and things are quite different to what they were when I first came in 12 years ago. I just need to look at Facebook these days and see all the horrible things that happen. And why would I do this, and is it a choice? And yet I think it's very important, and certainly I know that other mayors and people in the politicians in the third tier of government recognise the importance of having younger people, professional people joining local government. For those that are interested in state and federal government, it is often a pathway to state and federal politics. And yet we are discouraged, and you end up with, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody in this room, but white older men who are retired and put their hand up for local government because it's something that they will do in their retirement. And I don't think that that does local government any justice whatsoever. So this is an opportunity for the composition of councils to be reviewed, including a generational mix. And I think if we're looking at an inquiry into local government, that should really be taken into account. But I'm happy to take any questions, and I've got my people who are good at detail to answer some of the detail that I'm not that good at. I'm much better at more strategic type questions. So did you want to add anything, Lisa?
Perhaps it might be better for questions. The Mayor's covered a lot of ground there.
I was about to say that. Certainly covered a lot of ground. Thank you. So, look, I know we've probably touched on this a bit already, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How well do current funding programs recognise those seasonal population peaks, visitor servicing costs and regional tourism benefits?
I don't think they do. I think that they're funded purely on population, and if council puts out a grant for it, but I don't think they do. Lisa?
Yeah, I think that the current distribution formula that's used by the Local Government Grants Commission doesn't adequately consider those seasonal demands when looking at demand on local infrastructure and the things that actually drive costs for councils. What we see in the numbers that we look at is that seasonal demand is not adequately captured in how the funding is distributed. And it's something that we would like to see changed, is maintaining a really contemporary distribution methodology in addition to actually growing the pie, so to speak, always making sure that we have a contemporary methodology that really is reflective of the needs of each individual community based on their cost drivers and the pressure that's placed on their infrastructure and need for services.
Which really led me to my next question. What changes would you like to see to help coastal and tourism councils maintain that essential infrastructure, you know, while supporting that regional growth?
Yeah, one of the things that you just mentioned is coastal councils, and one of the big issues for coastal councils in our area is the impact of climate change, coastal erosion, and having to actually maintain the coast without getting any extra funding in the bucket to do that. And that's a huge issue for us. I know this winter we've had to do a lot of work because of coastal inundation.
Yeah, I come from a coastal area and my councils are all saying the same thing. Yeah, it's a huge...
And with a population base, not talking about tourism, of around 17,000 people, that's not a lot of ratepayer base to actually look at some of those things that we have to put in place because of just living on a coast.
All right, thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. First question is, you've talked about you're a growth council, and as the electorate, and Fiona's the second in this list with the oldest populations in the country, where I'm 1 and 2. I appreciate I've got areas of high growth, but I have very significant, ageing people with lots of character living in my seat. But as a growth council, you've got to provide roads, drainage and community infrastructure before new rate revenue arrives. Do you have any sense of how many years is the financial lag between the infrastructure expenditure and the expanded rate base in Victor Harbour particularly? And how should a Commonwealth funding formula recognise that?
The big challenge, of course, for Victor Harbour is we're a growth council, and at the moment we're growing at about 2%. And one of the biggest challenges in that growth and biggest risks in the growth is the availability for infrastructure to actually meet the current demand that we have right now. So the lag it's not keeping up with where we need to get to, particularly in our patch with water and sewer. So that's a significant problem for us. Thankfully, more recently within this state, there's been moves to enable infrastructure to be more closely tied with rezoning and the like for developers and landowners in our growth areas, and that provides us with a largely untested as yet framework that we can apply to those things to help get a bit of a head start or a strategic approach with infrastructure and some financial capability to pay for it. But in terms of other types of infrastructure that council might deliver, for instance, a growing community, we're in the process of trying to deliver a sport and recreation centre at the moment, which we would say is years overdue, and our ability to do that is still very much guided and predicated on the ability to succeed with grant funding opportunities, and we have a community that's crying out for it. So there's a lag in that sense, absolutely.
I think that's a great example in terms of the sport and rec precinct that we're doing. But we're having to go into do looking at doing a private partnership with council because we cannot afford to do that on our own, given our population. We have the old sport and rec precinct, which was built in the 1980s, probably, or the hall is now you've got kids playing basketball and doing basketball training at 10:30 at night because it's the only time they can fit into it. And so a new precinct is absolutely needed. Up until about a month ago, we didn't have a community centre because one of the reasons was we couldn't afford to build one. We've actually been able to take on a lease of one that's already there, or a building that's there, and turn it into a community centre. Both of those, I'd say, would be 10 years lag. Really, they should have been looked at 10 years ago, but we just haven't been able to afford that and have the priorities.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Lisa.
please.
Yeah. Perhaps if I can add to that, Lisa Tabarea. I think in our region, Southern and Hills, the District Council of Mount Barker is probably a very strong example of where significant investments have been needed to be made ahead of really high levels of projected growth. So, for instance, council's looking at investing, I think it's over $100 million in new water infrastructure for growth that might still actually be 10, if not 15 years away. So it's difficult to sort of give a catch-all figure on that time lag, but I would say in a lot of instances it might take, say, 10 years for the revenue stream to actually start to match those initial investments. So that is a really significant issue for our region. In terms of a solution, I suppose one idea is to look at some sort of designated funding instruments for declared growth councils, and we would need to look at some definitions around that. But certainly in our very high growth areas, we are seeing councils really under pressure for that very issue that we've identified, is that you need to invest in the infrastructure. The revenue doesn't come until years later, and you've got councils that hit their borrowing ceiling, which then actually does make it difficult for them to participate in other grant programs, particularly where there is a match contribution required, because the councils really can't borrow to actually access that. So I think perhaps a designation of growth areas with some identified funding that's available to those councils to relieve these very pressures. And that could be distributed on some sort of funding formula basis based on the level of growth, population, those sorts of things. And then council can use that funding to actually underpin, the Commonwealth housing targets and actually get more people into more homes in those regional areas.
Just in terms of like sort of planning these, being able to manage the growth. This isn't council releasing land, it's developers coming to council with DAs saying we want to develop, either it's a couple of blocks or a 100-house development, right? When it's that larger development, given the financial pressures, I mean, the community would be expecting playgrounds and parks and probably a school or something associated, right? How are you managing the kind of expectations with the funding constraints for being able to provide the new infrastructure for those? I'm assuming you're having development of that scale.
We are, and because we're a regional council, like a number of regional councils, farms go up for sale, a developer buys it, zoning changes, they build huge development. One of the difficulties that we have is that councils like ours and Alexandrina next door, and perhaps Kangaroo Island to a certain extent, I'm not sure, a developer will buy some land and develop an over 50s housing development, right? So over 50s village. They pay one lot of rates for that village. They might put 300 houses in there. Council doesn't get rates from those 300 houses. They just get rates from the one village. Right. And that's happening. We've got 5 such developments happening in Victor Harbour at the moment. So we'll get 5 lots of rates, but we'll have how many houses with all of that, Graham?
Over a 5-year period, probably about 1,500 houses.
But only 5 lots of...
So that's ongoing. You're only rating because it's our community development.
Because it's...
Is that a state government planning decision? Is that in the state?
It's administered within the Residential Parks Act as a type of development. So it's essentially a land lease development.
Yeah.
So sites are leased on that development and a person buys the home.
Yes.
But doesn't own the land.
Yeah.
So it's those types of development. So there's a curtilage around the lease sites, but there's only one allotment. So and based on the rating policy and the rating system that we have, it means that there's only one fixed charge applied for the entire allotment, whereas in a standard residential land division, you will have a fixed charge for every individual allotment.
So I imagine that it's
With
quite
per-
a discounted
per
rate
house.
compared to if you're able to rate each individual.
Correct, and the difficulty we have is we're under the Greater Adelaide Regional Plan, so there's a as close as you can get to a mandate that we grow significantly, and our target for growth by the state government is in the order of 300 houses a year, and basically we have five of those residential villages either in planning or under development right now, and a couple more in the wings. Now, with an average of around 300 lots, if they're delivered over the next 5 years, that's our entire, the equivalent of what our entire growth target would be over the next 5-year period, with a substantially reduced ability to draw rates from it, but with a developer industry that's targeting our market, the market for Victor Harbour, which is over 55s, which is why we have a median age of 60 years old, and it's increasing. 5 years ago, our median age was 57, based on last census. It's now 60, or based on last census. The next one will tell us where we're up to. I suspect it's creeping up more, and with that outlook, over a 5-year period, it's creeping up more again. So, very difficult to then receive the rates that would be in any other event more equitably distributed.
As we talked about before, that infrastructure for all of those people still needs to be put in place. And we're in the process of trying to attract younger people, because that older population, 10, 15, 20 years' time, are going to need looking after. And we need the younger population to actually look after that older population. And that's happening with a lot of regional councils around South Australia, and I'm sure interstate as well. We're not alone.
Sorry, and can I just add, and it further exacerbates the difficulty or the issue that we have with the financial assistance grants and the calculation and the time of year that calculation happens, as the Mayor mentioned earlier on. That happens in the middle of winter, when a large portion of our have gone up to the mid-north coast or Queensland to enjoy the warm weather. And in addition, and so we're getting more of that type of population that's coming in, and we love them, but that's part of the challenges that we have. And we also have a significant, in the order of 25% non-resident ratepayers that have their holiday house in Victor Harbour that aren't there in winter either. So it's a double whammy when it comes to the calculation and the disparity in terms of how that's calculated.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Mr. Burnell.
Chair, I just wanted to touch on the retirement villages aspect just briefly. So what's the percentage disproportionate to the same piece of land being used from a residential perspective, a la allotments, versus what you're getting on one retirement village allotment? Surely you're getting a much higher rate return than you would if that was a single piece of land with one house on it versus a retirement village with, I don't know, say 50 houses inside that boundary. What's the trade-off you're getting?
So Graham Pathouse, the density is greater for a village. So a standard land division on greenfield allotments or a greenfield site may be in the order of 10 allotments per hectare. This would be for the same amount of land, easily double that, probably. But
what's the rate collection in comparison? So what's the discount that you're being penalised with by having a village versus having individual allotments?
In our circumstances, for let's say a 300 house residential village with only one allotment, okay, so one title, our fixed charge is $495. So that's $495 times 299 allotments. That's the difference in rates. There's still a valuation that's applied to it, the ad valorem valuation that's applied to it. but that's the fixed. So the fixed charge is the bit that council foregoes in terms of rates across the rest of the development.
Right. Interesting. So I just wanted to pick up on another part of your opening statement around, or through the discussion. So roughly 39% of your community is over the age of 65 and growing?
65% of the community.
Sorry?
65% of the community.
Is over the age of what?
65.
Yeah.
Victor Harbour specifically, not the...
Yeah, that's
not
Victor
the
Harbour
broader.
specifically.
Yeah, right.
And Alexandrina as well.
Generally more expressed as a median age of 60. Yeah. So if that helps, yeah.
So have you done any work on what the potential impact is going to be from an aged care perspective down the line, and what that has on you as a local council?
From a council perspective, we have, and we've got a strategy that we're utilising at the moment, or working with at the moment, to try and encourage younger families, younger people to come down. Part of our sporting and recreation precinct to encourage people down, looking at housing, working with developers, those sorts of things to really encourage younger people.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you've asked for a moratorium on aged population relocating under a growth plan, is that right or not?
Yep. That was
it's been in the news recently,
yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
That we had to withdraw that. That was one of our councillors put through a motion which went through to ask the government, was around the stamp duty, to not have stamp duty for younger people, which that got through. But then there was one that was sort of against the older population, and there's a bit of a pushback, as I can quite understand.
And this is my last question, but I just wanted to touch on the issues that you raised around remuneration for elected councillors. I don't think it sits in our remit constitutionally. I think it's a state government remit issue. So I'd be interested to understand what sort of discussions have been had at that level around seeking to reclassify. I can see an argument for why mayors should probably be put under a remuneration package of employment to ensure that there's things like access to psychosocial supports, etc., superannuation, whatnot, because often the roles of a more full-time nature, depending on the size of the council and the level of support around that. But has that been something that your council has been discussing with Local Government Association South Australia and in consultation to state government?
There has been some discussions at the LGA around that. Nothing formulated as yet, because councils have to then pay, because councils pay the mayor. So there's been discussion about councils, especially some of the regional councils that don't have the money. Can they afford to pay the mayor more? No, we can't afford to pay the mayor more. And people are generally in there because, not for the money, but because they want to be able to help their community. So there's been some mixed discussion and quite some good debate around that. I think in terms of accessing EAP, or employment assistance programs, it's interesting, some councils say no, elected members can't do that. Most councils say yes, if they need that, they can go through the council process, the same as employees can. But it once again depends on the council as well. So I agree, it's probably a state government issue, but it is something that I think needs to be explored.
Thank you.
Mr. Fenning.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question in the interest of time. We've covered a lot of ground today, and thank you for exhibiting evidence and coming before us this afternoon. I'm just going to ask one question and play devil's advocate. I'm very supportive of what we're doing, but I guess I'm jealous. You talk about the extra burden of dealing with a population which swells during the summertime and the constraints on your council. But on the other hand, 40% of your ratepayers, it's it's a holiday house, it's an Adelaide resident's second home. Does not that give you extra revenue but you're only dealing with a resident for 20% of the? Isn't that a good thing?
We still have to have rubbish trucks go past their house and use those roads. We still have to have the library open. We still have to, when they come down for the weekend, they expect to have the same, and they should, they pay the same rates. They should have the same services as everybody else. So it doesn't make that much difference to the infrastructure and what we have to provide for the 60% of people that are there 24/7. They often will rent their house out as an Airbnb during the times that they're not there, and we have to provide all of those services that you would expect in any community to the people that are living there. So the only difference that it makes is that we don't get the funding that we require they are residents, they pay rates, but we don't get the funding that we require to actually provide the infrastructure and the things that we need now, let alone into the future.
Sure, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Limestone Coast Local Government Association, District Council of Robe and Kingston District Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I don't know where we start.
I'm Mayor Liz Goosens and I am the Deputy Chair of the Limestone Coast Local Government Association.
Thank you.
Mayor Lisa Raffel from the District Council of Robe.
Nat Traeger, CEO, District Council of Robe.
Ian Hart, Chief Executive, Kingston District Council.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Purnell, Federal Member for Spence, the Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, the member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good afternoon, Alison Penfold, member for Lyme, Mid North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
And I think we'll have Mr Benning back in a moment as well. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. And we might start with the Limestone Council Association.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear here today. I'm here on behalf of the Limestone Coast Local Government Association, representing 6 councils across one of South Australia's most productive regional economies. The Limestone Coast covers more than 21,000 square kilometres and has fewer than 70,000 residents, yet it makes a big contribution to the state and national economy. On just 2% of South Australia's land mass, our agriculture, forestry and fishing sectors generate more than $3.3 billion in annual output and around 1/3 of the state's agricultural production. The region also value adds through food processing, wine, timber, fibre and manufacturing. Our local councils own and maintain much of the infrastructure that enables that productivity. Roads, airports, sale yards, jetties, tourism assets and other essential community and freight infrastructure. But the cost of maintaining those assets falls heavily on small dispersed rate bases. Our councils maintain almost 9,000 kilometres of local roads that support freight, agricultural, forestry, tourism, emergency access and community life. That balance is not sustainable. Financial assistance grants remain the most important Commonwealth funding mechanism for councils because they are predictable, untied and support local decision-making. We strongly support increasing those grants and ensuring the distribution formula better recognises rurality, remoteness, road length, asset burden, limited own source revenue and dispersed service demands. Competitive grants have a role, but they cannot replace recurrent funding that reflects the real costs of delivering services and maintaining nationally significant infrastructure in regional areas. Investing in the Limestone Coast Councils is not only an investment in local government, it's an investment in food security, exports, freight efficiency, regional manufacturing, economic resilience and national productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the District Council of Robe.
Good afternoon, Chair and your fellow committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. When we lodged our submission earlier this year, we outlined the financial pressures facing a small regional council like Robe, and those pressures have since accelerated. Robe has around 1,600 permanent residents, yet during peak periods we accommodate around 20,000 people. Council must provide infrastructure and services at a scale far beyond our size, with the resources of a very small council. 60% of our ratepayers do not live in Robe. For 25-26, our entire general purpose financial assistance grant was just $42,321. For 26-27, this has fallen to just $35,273. It is the lowest allocation in South Australia, and it is the same per capita rate received by metropolitan councils, including Adelaide, Burnside and Unley. By comparison, other small regional councils within the same band as Robe receive more than $1 million. There's a fair difference between $1 million and $35,000. We don't suggest that they receive too much. We question whether the methodology producing such vastly different outcomes adequately recognises our circumstances. We may as well receive nothing, as right now we sit next to nothing. Council operates childcare, a library, a fully accredited visitor information centre, a waste transfer station, and is South Australia's only owned and operated commercial working marina, which alone loses $250,000 a year. In 2025, Robe experienced 4 significant weather events. The clean-up from just one of those weather events exceeds our entire annual financial assistance grant allocation. In January 2025, we adopted a new coastal adaptation strategy. Those storm events took us to triggers that we anticipated reaching in the year 2050. So essentially our coastline degraded within 6 months of us adopting that coastal adaptation strategy. Since our submission, Council has also stepped in to secure GP services, something that is not and should not be the responsibility of local government. We provide rent-free medical centre and invested significantly in practitioner accommodation, amongst other things. We then sought stamp duty relief of $44,980 from that investment from numerous state government ministers, and we couldn't even get a response. So Council stepped in to secure better, more sustainable GP services, something that is not our responsibility. And for doing so, we paid our state government almost $10,000 more in stamp duty than we will receive in the General Purpose Financial Assistance Grant this year. And now we are supporting the response to the avian influenza, another unforeseen demand on already lean resources, and we are at the epicentre of this virus. Meanwhile, in setting its 26-27 budget, Council made the difficult decision to cut staff and expenditure, deferred projects and asset renewal, and increased rates and fees, and yet still we've adopted a $195,000 operating deficit. We are doing what we can locally, but Robe is looking tired. Small councils cannot continue filling essential service gaps and responding to emerging risks without the funding capacity to follow. We need an increased financial assistance grant pool, a significant review of the distribution methodology, and genuine recognition of seasonal populations and the cost of providing essential infrastructure and services in small regional communities, particularly those along the coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our Kingston District Council.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to present today. I'm sure you've had a long day. I put to you that a succession of federal governments, at least to some degree, have failed rural councils with adequate funding to support our communities. More than 50% of rural-based councils in SA are already considered unsustainable by SCOSA, and that number is very likely to escalate in the next cycle of review. This should tell a compelling story that fundamental change is required, or inevitably lead to further loss of assets, amenity and well-being in rural communities. Trust and confidence in local councils is diminishing rapidly, while a rise in sovereign citizens is seen in some areas. These are symptoms of the inability of smaller councils to adequately respond to community needs and expectations, and which is directly linked to the decline in funding against rising operational costs and escalation in asset depreciation. Things need to change. I urge you to look at our succinct summary of issues and actions proposed to halt and help reverse this situation. I'll make 3 key points for reform. If no appetite exists for an increase in the financial assistance grants, which we would argue along with the sector should be, then at very least we propose that a separate supplementary payment be made to councils with low density ratio populations to better support our communities. Kingston is 0.7 of a person per square kilometre. Secondly, provide some meaningful operational support towards growing coastal challenges, as my colleague Nat's just described. We've had the same issues, rather than only having to apply for competitive grants that are mostly insufficient and which the funding contributions per size of council is simply not realistic. and there are inconsistencies across the sector in what gets funded and what is sustainable. Thirdly, we encourage a return to some form of untied capital funding programs to enable smaller regions to renew aged infrastructure that is impactful, not only for their community's well-being, but to support the many thousands of annual tourists to enjoy as well, and which is seen as an expectation by those visitors. And I could give you an example. In our community, let's say a $5 million investment, whether it's a new jetty or a new boat ramp or a renewal of a playground or whatever it might be, funded by 2,500 residents, is a very different value proposition to one of a metro council with at least 50,000. You can do the math. Rate contributions in small communities are already more than double what they are for the same capital value properties in metro areas. That's a consequence of having a small community, but many of our population are over 60 as well and are on fixed income, so that's a real challenge for our community. I am sure you're interested to know what councils are doing themselves to address these challenges and respond to greater expectations in compliance, cost shifting against rising costs, noting that many normal services are delivered by councils are required under legislation, and the services that are discretionary are mostly the much valued and loved community-facing ones such as libraries. It's important to note that even small councils create significant economic impact, business, exports, jobs that benefit both state and federal governments. We propose that an increased support should be viewed through the lens of securing that ongoing investment, that it actually pays dividends, and I think the Regional Australian Institute recently reported on this. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. My first question is for Rob and for anyone that wants to enter as well. So you've talked about the strain on the local residents and the rate base. And so how should Commonwealth funding arrangements be reformed to better recognise the visitor-driven economy that happens in those areas?
I think the key impact for us is those financial assistance grants. And so whilst the federal government is obviously responsible for the pool, the issue that I sort of have more so is the methodology. So I'm not really sure how that sort of visitor could be reported. I'm more interested in things like number of rateable assessments. That doesn't change. So if you were doing that methodology on the number of rateable assessments, it doesn't matter whether that person is in their house on census night. And I think I heard, it might have been Victor Harbour say, so census has just been, and so not only are 60% of our people not in that house as well, we've got an older population as well, and they are off interstate seeking the sun as well. So I think that more contemporary number of assessments, equity around the coastal, or some recognition around coastal funding, and that change in that methodology is really what we're striving for in that sense.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hart, so you're calling for, I'm presuming, a redistribution weighted more to smaller councils? Is that?
I think there should be some reallocation. We know metropolitan councils have other challenges that we don't see as much, particularly around homelessness, at least not yet. But we've got infrastructure that we cannot renew. So whether it be a 20-year-old playground, you know, we can look and envy at any of our metropolitan cousins and see them announcing 3 new ones every year. Yes, they've got to depreciate and they've got to pay rates, but we don't even have the ability to do that. We're not doing anything new. We're trying to keep up with what we currently have, and infrastructure is ageing. We don't have an ability to replace it. The conversation will go like this with our community. Do you want a new jetty and you expect 2,500 people to find 5 million or more? Really, everyone will say yes, of course, but they won't be able to afford it. And we need some levers just to keep pace with what's happening in cost of asset renewal, you know, our road network.
Yeah. And did you want to make a comment on any of that?
Probably keener for the financial assistance grants to actually be restored back to the 1% of the Commonwealth total, like taxational review. I know we all want more money, but if there's more money in the pot, well, at least everybody then does get a bit more. And I think it's dropped down to nearly half of that now. And so, and the fact that that money does come to us and we have that local decision making on how that grant money is used, then it does give councils the opportunity to prioritise what they are doing with that grant money. And the fact that, look, all grant money is great, and it's great to go for that, but then does that really target what you see as your best direction, or what you see as your priority, when, or are you just following the different grants that become available, and therefore that becomes your higher priority because there is a grant available to perhaps address that asset that you're looking to do. When if it came as in that financial assistance grant money, we can then, it's sustainable, we know what's coming, and it's far easier for us to manage.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing. I imagine you've got quite a drive. So, thank you. I might start with Ms. Guzens first, please. In your submission, you talk about that Commonwealth should fund the full life cycle cost of infrastructure supporting nationally significant industries. I guess my questions are, how do we decide which local road or bridge qualifies, and what objective test distinguishes a national productivity asset from an ordinary council asset?
Well, I think some of the Limestone Coast examples that were given to me is perhaps even with the sale yards that councils have had to pick up. They're certainly not in the business of running a sale yard, but the fact that the state government has put on just the electronic ear tagging, and how that has then, they have put in perhaps 75% of the funding for that, but then the councils have had to pick up the extra 25%, which has either had to be passed on to landowners or stock agents and things like that. But it's only coming for that initial setup, and then not continuing on the maintenance of ear tagging and things like that. And that was just one of the examples that have been given to. And I think even the airport in Mount Gambier, some of the screening that was suggested to go through, that's the Southern Limestone Coast Council. They're having to foot the bill for some of that. Some of it's funding, but the ongoing maintenance of it, there is no funding for that. It's only an initial setup of implementing what they're asking, well, the new regulations that have been put on to different councils. They get initial help setting it up, and often it's only 75%, but then the ongoing running and maintenance, there is no funding for that.
Right. But again, I just want to pick up on it's a consistent theme. A lot of councils have presented to us around cost shifting from the state government, but they're all, the cost shifting then is, well, you federal government, you have to tax or find more taxpayers' money to address the state government cost shifting and the increasing regulations at states. I mean, you know, what's your view on that? What are the state governments saying to you if you go to them saying, hang on, you're putting more requirements on us, where's the cash to help us deliver?
Well, they're saying they haven't got any more cash either. That's the trouble.
Right. But they're not, do they even acknowledge the problem they're creating for councils?
Well, they must know.
But they haven't acknowledged it.
They haven't acknowledged it. Well, I don't believe they have.
No, right, okay.
And often it is just...
Yeah.
And I think it's nearly like a slow burn. Eventually you end up picking up... We had one example just last week. EPA, there was illegal dumping going on somebody's farm, and we spoke to the EPA in regard to that, and they said, oh, you just sort it out. Well, that's not really our job to go and sort it out. And so I think a lot of things just slowly become our responsibility without necessarily being a big handover, but it just creeps in, and then before we know it, we're the ones left to address it.
And as we've noted in another hearing, there's no actual document or agreement between the three tiers of government of actually now who's responsible for what, right? Yeah. So I assume you don't hear from state bureaucrats or even federal when there's legislation being proposed and you're going to be the implementer. Do you recall being consulted where you face, only
usually after that the legislation's been approved and this is what you've got to deal with.
Yeah, and that must be something at the very least that you're consulted so that there's an understanding of the financial impact on councils if you've got to be then required to, deliver on state or federal legislation?
Yeah, SCOs is a big one here in South Australia. So, every council pays the same $40,000, whether your robe, which that $40,000 is, I'm going to keep hammering it, is more than our financial assistance grant, yet, your City of Adelaide or your Burnside or whatever, they still only pay $40,000 for us to be told what we already
so you got to pay a COS to do.
We have to pay $40,000.
And it does,
I didn't pick
we
that
heard
up
that
today.
earlier.
To be told that we're potentially financially unsustainable.
Right.
Yes, we know that.
Okay.
But now your 40 grand's just made us even worse.
Yeah, right, okay, yep.
And they'll come again.
Yeah.
It's not a one-off. They're going to come again
It's
to
another
review.
It's a fee for
whether-
service, but you don't get the reciprocal right for fee for service if there's a national park that you can't rate, or a state government or a federal government, you can't rate them, right? There's and you can't apply a fee for service if you're a visitor economy area and you're servicing.
Yeah, another little burn that I have around that is on the coast. So if you look at some of the activity that goes along in the Metro Coast, I feel like I'm metro bashing here, but I don't mean to be. That is not funded by those councils. So a lot of that dredging and a lot of that work that you see going on in those Gs, because they've got a higher population, I think from 52 million, 4 goes to regions. Am I right there, Ian?
Something like that.
Yeah.
We know the state government is spending 190 million over the next 20 years on metropolitan beaches, and we get 0.
Right, wow.
So we find that really difficult. That's a hard one to swallow.
Yeah, so that was actually leads. Sorry, Chair, I've got another question here to Kingston and Robe around coastal management. I guess my question is, how would you design, and I think goes to your submission around a way of having a specific financial assistance grant to recognise coastal management. How would you design a formula that distinguishes genuine coastal disability from normal local amenity expenditure?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, you've got to look at the risks. So we know that rock walls, levee banks, dredging activity is keeping industry alive, particularly out of Robe and Cape Jaffa. There's a commercial fishing sector there that they don't have a working marina. They're not operating, and they're not creating export dollars and impact for both state and federal government. We know that our coastline is changing. We know that there are real risks. We had a rock wall grant, which, if we didn't get it, part of Marine Parade in Kingston would have been wiped out a few years ago, and probably 50 or so houses would have to have retreated. That was a significant grant, which we're very grateful for, but the gap that council had to fund was also significant. That's a burden on a small community of 2,500 people, which lots of other people come to enjoy as well. I did want to just go back to one point.
Sorry, yes.
Quite right, more than 30% of our land is non-rateable for a variety of reasons. But if we're going to give the vinegar, we've got to give the honey too. There are road programs like Roads to Recovery and the Special Local Roads program that are good and help us. But I think the piece around paddock to market and freight, the forestry industry and what they contribute or should contribute, there are roads that they're accessing with multiple B doubles, and we can't keep up with the impact of that.
Right, so you've got no capacity to charge heavy vehicle fee or road user charge, because you're just expected to maintain the roads.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
What we find actually in the Tatiara, though, we have good roads. We invest a lot of money in our roads, and they're a high priority. And we have received special roads grant funding, which we've sort of matched usually. We usually would always put in half of it. But what's actually happening now, that we do have good roads, and because our roads are better than state roads, they now use our roads. Trucks, most transport would go on our roads. So therefore, they're using our roads, which we're going to have to maintain a lot more, because they're not choosing to use state roads because of the
restrictions under the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator around what types of vehicles can travel on what types of roads. So if they're travelling down roads without an exemption in place, they're actually in breach of the law. Is that correct?
That is correct, but that we can still get that, our roads
that
are
being
good enough
enforced,
that some of them still could go on them. We would have exemptions.
It's not being enforced. So we've got an enforcement issue as well, though.
But I think we're being forced to make the roads well enough and still get the permits so that they can go on them, because there's a lot of grain, a lot of stock needing to be moved, and so our local residents are expecting that quality of work. And because we have good roads and we have maintained them, but we're now being penalised because our roads are, well, it's costing us really that they are choosing to go on our roads. We've got grapes, we've got stock, we've got sheep, grain. A lot of our council roads are going to be used far more than the state roads.
But there is, to be, for clarity though, there is very clear delineation between road train usage and normal heavy transport usage. So I think we've got to be careful we don't blur those lines too broadly. Sorry, Deputy Chair.
I'm more than happy to hand over.
I would actually like to go back to this ASCOSA piece. So the $40,000 payment that's required, that's for a report that's done once every 4 years, or is that a yearly ongoing fee?
Every 4 years.
So you have to pay...
Just invoice $10,000 per year.
$10,000 a year, right. Because it was just a little bit confusing earlier around it being more than your financial assistance grant in any 1 year. So I just wanted to seek clarification on that. Is that indexed, or is it just set at 40,000 for the 4-year term, doesn't go up?
My understanding is it's just fixed.
A flat rate, okay.
We have recently been asked to do a submission on the second tranche, which Robe did, and we pointed that out as an issue for us in terms of not so much the indexation, but
the actual cost.
Yeah, it should be equitable based on something populational
level of rates, etc. Yeah, and I think that that's a fair argument. What I do so financial assistance grant. Everyone keeps coming to our hearings and telling us it's 0.5%. We need it to double to 1%. Sorry, is it Robe Council? Yeah. Is receiving $35,000 a year in financial assistance grant. Please don't tell me that doubling the grant pool and the methodology not changing, so a $70,000 payment a year versus a $35,000 payment a year, is going to make a world of difference. This is the problem I'm having within this whole discussion is I keep hearing, and I've heard it all the way across Australia, that we've got to double the financial assistance grant. The problem is, though, that for a council that is struggling, like yours, with a $35,000 a year payment, what does that really mean in the way of difference of service delivery for you in your community?
It doesn't mean anything, and that's why I haven't really made that a focus of my statement.
What I would prefer to have a discussion about is what in the methodology has to change, not what we would like to change, what has to change to ensure a better equity distribution so that councils like yours are not left to go broke, because essentially that's what the financial assistance grant was designed to try and eliminate, was where councils get left behind, where they have got a reduced capacity to be able to generate rate revenue. So that's what I would like to hear, and I'm interested in your feedback, Mr Hart, on this low-density population support payment or a methodology around that. That's what I'd like to extrapolate, because I think that is actually getting to the crux of the issue around sustainability for councils where there is very little capacity to go beyond the current rate revenue collection that is afforded these councils. So, let's go for it.
Oh, well, our view would be, if a supplementary payment that's separate to the other formula or the calculation for low-density councils would be impactful and would mean that the rate increases we're passing on can perhaps be kept to a reasonable number. as I said before, we've got an older population that are on fixed incomes. You know, you're putting up your rates by just 7 or 12% or something like that. It's really hard for people. We've got a cap in place, but it's got a lot harder. And where you're seeing the outcomes is in loss of amenity. So council's saying, well, we're not going to go broke, so we're just unable to renew aged infrastructure, and people are commenting on it, and that affects wellbeing and all sorts of things as well.
I'm not sure if I guess, agree on the whole supplementary thing, but I think in part of the methodology, some sort of weighting on that density could be brought into place. And other than population, the thing that does impact Robe is the fact that because it is such a highly desirable tourism destination and only 40% of our ratepayers live there, on paper we're deemed to be wealthy. So because a lot of second home owners in there. So I think some attention on that methodology about defining paper wealth versus defining local government wealth needs to be worked into that methodology. And I'm also very interested to see what it would look like if it was based on the number of rateable assessments, because you know, some areas are not rateable, others are, but that doesn't move as much. I mean, obviously, if you've got your Victor Hub and you're a growth council, those number of rateable assessments will increase. But so could the methodology. So if the methodology included rateable assessments, it would recognise that. Whereas some of the lower growth areas, it would not. But that doesn't mean that it's not, I guess, a more equitable way than population, because anyone can be anywhere on census night, and that's what's driving. So the two key things for Robe is the population and the perceived wealth due to the non-residential ratepayer base.
So just on this transient residential status, so because with census you have to put down where your primary residence is if you're not living in it. So are people? So I just want to make sure I got this in my mind and for Hansard clear. Are you implying that people are not declaring their residence in Robe as their primary residence and they're somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Of the transient nature, not the people that have got a holiday house. But I'm talking about the people that might spend 6 months or 8 months of the year, say, in Robe, and then 6 months of the year up on the Sunshine Coast, or vice versa.
No, I'm talking about the ratepayers who use that as a second home. They won't list that, and we have 60% of those.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity on that topic, City of Brisbane operating budget of over $3 billion, they receive $50 million of federal assistance grants. If we doubled it, that would go to $100 million. It goes from 1.6 to 3.2%, whereas changing the model really helps councils like, small councils like ours. In terms of jetties, this is something that coastal councils have to deal with. The jetties were handed from the state government to local governments sometime in the past. How are your local governments dealing with the asset renewal of those jetties?
Can I kick this
Let
off?
Mr. Hart
Thank you. So look, I'll try and be really brief. Kingston, we lost our jetty in a terrible storm event last year. We had a 50-year lease with the state government for our jetty, which we're about halfway through. We're waiting for an insurance claim to be assessed by the state. I'm not hopeful that it's going to come out I don't think they want to renew it, quite frankly, but I won't preempt that, but we're waiting for an outcome. I expect they're going to make an offer of insurance payout that's going to be way, way below what it will cost to rebuild it. They may put some conditions on that it becomes council's asset, which means we have to depreciate and manage it and maintain it rather than a lease. Or they might just say, we're not renewing it, which I think they have that right under the lease because it's essentially been frustrated. So where does that leave our community? We want a new jetty. It's going to be $12 million. Whatever we get offered by the state towards it will be way insufficient, I suspect, for our community to even contemplate how they're going to finance it. People go, of course we want it. All of our visitors, we have 80,000 visitors a year that we're on it every year. It's loved. It's one of the few things we have that it's the pulse of our community. But I doubt that our community is going to be able to finance it.
Can I ask a question on that? So was that under a disaster declaration or not?
No, it's just a terrible storm. It's 150 years old. It was end of life. We know that it was not fit for purpose, that if it was going to be rebuilt, it has to be raised at minimum of 1 metre, probably 2, a bit like Wales Jetty that you probably know. There's going to be an expensive cost, and the state has 60-something jetties around the state, leases with councils. I look at York Peninsula and go, wow, they've got 12, and I think they've been offered funding for 3. It's all a bit like saying which children you're prepared to sacrifice, and every small community over there would be saying, well, ours is important too, because it has a lot of benefits, not only for your local small community, but the many visitors that come, just like the same Lion Road. Yeah, it's a real challenge. Our community, I've said it in our chamber, we want to drink champagne, but we've only got a budget for Prosecco, and people don't understand it, that we're not in a position to do what our metropolitan cousins can contemplate.
And ours went in the same storm. We've got 2 jetties. One's joined to land and the other part's not. There's a gap in the middle. And same deal, have been procrastinating around the insurance. Along with Mr Hart, I suspect that we will be told that council will need to fork out a certain amount of money, and they'll only cover a very small amount, and the argument will be that there hasn't been significant maintenance on there, and some of the lack of maintenance contributed to the damage in the storm. But when you're really short on resources, sometimes those state government-owned assets are the ones that are not going to receive the attention when you've got essential services that need council's resources.
Just to be clear, if you go from Kingston down to the Victorian border, which jetties are owned by the state? I'm guessing maybe at Beachport.
Beachport
Is probably the only one.
Beachport, Cape Jaffa jetty is commercial, is considered a commercial jetty still, even though it's not commercial activity on it, but that is managed and maintained by state government, as is Beachport.
And one more if I've got time. Just in terms of the auxiliary services that your councils provide that metro councils don't have to provide, childcare is one. How is that affecting the financial sustainability of your councils? But, obviously there's a huge community support for you providing those services.
I'll probably start with that because we do run a childcare service. We have something in Road where 50% of the time we're sitting in an RSL and 50% of the time we're sitting in kindy. So it's transit in and out. But we also have an outlying service to a neighbouring council at Wattle Range, which is at Beachport and Kangaroo Inn. So we're targeting some funds from the state and the federal government to build a new childcare centre, and we've got approval in principle to do that on the grounds of the Robe Community School. But for council to step into that space, we are looking at potentially disposing of some land assets, and even if we were to build we're targeting an $8.2 million centre, which is quite modest really, a modular kind of system. Just the depreciation on that thing alone, over 50 years, it will be 160 grand, which is 3% of our ratepayer base. So we're trying to, at the moment, we sort of do deliver a cost neutral due to the funding that we receive plus the parent fees. But if we go down this path of a new build, which then will be responsible for all of those other overheads on a new facility plus the obvious, the depreciation, we will be seriously having to look at how we will be able to deliver that. And on top of childcare, we do also have, I might have mentioned when you weren't in the room, Mr Benning, we own South Australia's only commercially operated marina. So we've got a very large commercial fishing hub in your fleet, thank you, Mayor, in Robe, and so that runs at $250,000 deficit. You may have seen in the news, we put up our boat ramp fees. Apparently we're the highest daily rate in Australia at $30 a launch, but that netted council an extra $7 grand based on the use for that. And then we also have a fully accredited VIC in the library, which is a dual service that's run out of there. So we do provide a lot of over and above those things that we're doing on a very small ratepayer base. And the other key thing, which I didn't mention in my opening statement, is we have 80 state and local heritage listed locations. That is very expensive to do any form of development. It's very complicated for the people that live in that town, so we're also paying heritage advice and support for the privilege of having a very nice heritage fishing village.
Do I have more time? Or?
Yes, do you have another question? Yep.
This hasn't come up today, but it certainly will come up tomorrow, I suspect. But do you, in terms of development, new developments, does your council areas and your proponents for new buildings, etc., extensions have issues pertaining to native title, whereas that's extinguished in the Greater Adelaide area, which people know I don't actually appreciate?
Absolutely, this is one of a very frustrating arrangement that's currently emerging a lot in Robe. So every walking trail, every project, anything on the coast is becoming an issue with the native title not being extinguished, but the ability to be able to appropriately engage with First Nations people and their willingness to come to the table is can be a bit of a barrier. And it's not that we're not trying, but also the potential that we're going to have to enter into an Indigenous land use agreement and those things and the cost that will come with those, and no clarity on when the first, so ours is the First Nations Southeast Claim number 1, which has been ongoing for probably a decade or so. Really no line in the sand as to when that will be finalised. And so we're finding that every project that we're wanting to do is now being held up because a lot of our land has not been extinguished for the purposes of native title. I'm not sure what you're experiencing.
Not so much for housing, but certainly for trails. We want to build a levee wall to protect our residents of an area called Rosetown, which was badly flooded last year. But there are complications because part of the alignment of the levee will encroach upon First Nations or cultural heritage land. The process to unravel all that is going to take a long time and potentially very costly, and it holds the process up. And we have native title claims along our foreshore, which means we can't develop it because we don't have any clarity. So there's those frustrations. Yeah.
Well, no, you go. We did have an incident in Bordertown, which is in where I'm Mayor of Tatiara, and we purchased land alongside the hospital, and they had trees that had been planted there, and some of it, not altogether native veg problem, but we bought that land and it could only be used for medical reasons. We could change that, and so a doctor's surgery was to be built there. But by the time that we got round to getting it approved, not that council weren't building it, we were just going to, basically, we bought the land, got the title changed so that land could be used for medical reasons, and then we went from community land to that. And then, but by the time we got to the stage where they had plans drawn up, the trees were 10 years older, and then to try and manoeuvre the build around the trees became just impossible. So in the end, the medical, which was going to be quite a big medical centre, and look, we're probably the exception in Bordertown. We do have, I think, 8 doctors in our town. So we are, look, and this was going to be quite a big medical centre where it was going to be privately funded by a doctor where specialists could come in. But in the end, native veg, it just became too difficult because the trees had grown in that time, the bird flight affected everything, and in the end they've walked away from it, and we're now left with a block of land that I think we paid $110,000 for, but it really is now not going to be able to be used for anything because it was. And look, it's not necessarily altogether native, it's a time factor and trying to get things happening and fast enough things doesn't. But yeah, can be frustrating.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right, well, we might end there. So thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now declare this public hearing closed.